Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for joining me tonight, folks. Last night's show, we're almost at 800 views in one night. And I love views and I love ratings. And let's keep it up. That was an explosive show last night. So when I tell you that, when I say it's, what's going down, it's going to get hot in Kyle Land. This is a place to be. You don't want to miss out on it, right? If you missed out on last night's show, I really feel sorry for you. But you can go. The good thing is you can always go and listen to the rebroadcast, whatever, anytime you want at your leisure. But you don't want to miss these live streams because it be getting lit in here. It be getting lit in here. Last night show was off the chain, as I promised you. I always promise you. I said when you got topics like last night's topic was the Enemy Within series, right? And I talked about the diaspora elitists, and we broke it down, how the Black America is dealing with people that is outclassing them in the Black nationalist, in the Pan-Africanist diaspora world. These people are connected with governments. They're willing to connect with white capital, European capital, and everything like that to legacy steal what we built and everything. There's nothing wrong with people sharing in what we built and everything and our infinite abundance of Black America, but that particular abundance, don't you think we ought to get some of it? Shouldn't something trickle over here a little bit? It's like, geez, when you eat with some Africans, man, they don't even pass the salt, man. God damn. When you eat, you always pass the salt. Get everybody. You always pass the gravy. You always pass the dressing. You always pass the muffins around. Make sure everybody get a muffin. You share and share alike when you eat together. But if we're going to eat and we're sitting there hungry afterwards, and I'm like, well, how'd you like that dessert? I didn't get no dessert. It was all eaten. You ate all dessert. You didn't give me none. What do you think about the main course? I didn't get a chance to taste none because it was all gone. That's what we're dealing with the brothers and sisters in the diaspora. They're eating good, and we're not getting a chance to eat. So we have to discuss that. This is why I'm here. This is why we did almost 800 views last night. People are listening. People are listening to this show, and this show is changing people's minds about a lot of stuff. And because this show is a Black nationalist Pan African show, this is a show of. Let me tell you, put it like this, right? Pan Africans ain't all kumbaya. It just means simply we're people of Black African descent, people whose origins, who identify with the origins of Africa, the mother continent, could discuss things related to Black people, and Black people mean Black African people. So therefore, we can discuss these things. Don't mean we're all going to kiss each other and love each other and kumbaya, but it just means that we're connected together because of history, and we have a shared ancestral homeland that we all spawn from. Just like the Asians got Asia, Europeans got Europeans, whatever, and we got Africa. The Middle Easterners got Middle East. They're all getting together, talk about the politics of their region. We have to talk about the politics of our region, which is the mother Africa, and what goes on there, affects us all. If you don't agree with that, then you are nothing but a stupid ass race trader. Simple as that, So we're going to talk about that tonight. We'll talk about a lot of stuff. But tonight's topic is Black History Month continued. Oh, I love doing Black History Month. And it's probably going to be the last show, for Black History Month this year. I might be able to do a show Friday night, But you best assured this is probably definitely going to be one of the last shows for Black History. Then we're going to continue Black History Month because we say continue, the continuation. That means we'll keep, even through March and April, we'll still be doing Black History. Black History Month continue, so it is what it is, folks. Yeah, folks. So when you got a topic like Black History Month continued, the Harlem Renaissance, now you know it's going down tonight. You know it's going to get heated tonight. You know passions are going to be raised, tempers are going to flare, and you know those things are going on. Have I been lying to you lately? Last night, oh my God, we had a chick that called in last night. I forgot her name, time travel or whatever her name is. She was off the chain. But her and Acme's got into a little cat fight. That was pretty funny. I made my mind. What's up, Rico? I made my mind. I don't argue with women. I'm not gonna sit here and fight with women. It's like I kept saying, yeah, whatever, like whatever. I mean, then she gets madder and madder when I want to gauge her. So, well, maybe you put me. Yeah, that's right, girl. Get on my lap so I can spank you and whatnot. You be a good girl. Go in the corner. Go out there, girl. Go out there and make me a damn sandwich and be the quiet. Go give me a piece of cake. Get your ass out of here. But what I say with that, I do love my sisters and whatnot. Some people were saying, Kyla, you only liked her because she be light skinned. Light skinned. Had nothing to do with it. I don't argue with women. I let any woman get up there and say what the hell they want to say. I have never kicked a woman off my show. I never cussed a woman on the show. Never did. I seen my brother Dollar Bill lose it. I seen a lot of other brothers, man, lose it with women on this platform. I just don't do it, man. Nothing a woman could say to upset me. The only time I got upset was one time when women started taking shots at my wife. Then I get pissed off. You don't go there. But saying stuff about to me, I had nothing a woman could say to me to fucking, because I ain't trying to get between your legs. When I'm not trying to get between your legs or whatever, you really have no power over me or whatever like that. Have no influence on me. So I'm not doing that, and I'm just doing a show. I'm just a culture critic, geopolitical pundit. You can call me Professor Kala. You can call me the Kala Genesis. You can call me Kala Thanos. You can call me Kala Rumble. You can call me Reverend Kala, Oh, please. My wife is dark skinned, and she's the most beautiful thing to me, I'm not into all that. I'm butterscotch my damn self. What the fuck I need with another damn butterscotch fucking person? How's that look? I like my women dark, So I like my women dark, I like dark skinned women, fit, skinny. My thing is skinny, dark skinned girls, right? I tell you what, I fall over head for those Sudanese chicks. I want so badly, even though I can't get with it. I don't know. I would love to have a conversation with one of those 6'8" Sudanese chicks, whatnot. Oh my God, that is like I'll be on my knee. You know how tall they are, skinny, not an ounce of fat on them, whatnot. I'm just look. My thing is, if you want to know what I like, is I like tall, long legs, slender women. That does something to me. I don't give a damn what color, what complexion she is. Long as you are skinny, you got people like that. Talk about you like light skinny girl. What the girl be light skinny? She be looking all busted and whatnot, big ass, hips out to friggin' hips, all kinds of area place. Big as a house. What about? She light skinny, Colin. So what the fuck, man? There's like 5 of her in that thing. I don't like big girls, man. I don't care about that. But girls skinny and petite and slim, athletic built, that's my thing, tall ballerina type. That's me. I don't give a fuck what color she is, DK. I don't know. I'm not like the rest of you Negroes and whatnot. I don't give a damn what color she is, man. She's tall. She got the long legs and high heels. I am drooling. I'm on my freaking knees. I've always been like that. I like tall, thin, skinny girls, man. That's just my thing, If you're skinny, you're winning with me. But if you're a big girl, you could be a friend. Hell, big girls are bug out, man. Big girls are fun, Who's Gabrielle? Oh, yeah. Actually, Gabrielle Sadiq is kind of cute though. She's cute though in the face. Talking about Precious? She's cute though. I like Precious. She's cute though. I wouldn't get with her like that, but she's cute though. I thought she was adorable in that. I never seen the movie Precious. I seen one part of Precious, right? When the pops dove into Precious and whatnot, pulled his pants down and just dove into Precious. I said, man, I was on a date with this girl who was watching that as a like a Netflix thing. I turned that shit. I said, I can't watch this. I wouldn't nail the room. This old dirty ass nigga dove into his daughter Precious one night. That was the saddest movie I ever seen in my life, man. And that dude Lee Daniels is a sick motherfucker. Yeah, but Gabrielle Sadiq is a friggin' cute. I think she's as cute in the face. They're not just cute like good looking, but she's just adorable in her ways and whatnot. And she's Senegalese. She's not even African American. She's Senegalese, but I just think she's so cute in her ways, the way she talks and everything like that. Like I said, she's the type of girl around her. I'd be pinching her cheeks and whatnot, trying to get a little kiss on her cheeks and whatnot, because she had those puffy, chubby cheeks and whatnot. Yeah, girl, I'll probably take her out, just have a good time, right? That's what you do with chicks like that. You don't say, "Oh, you're ugly, you're dark, you're big," whatnot. Every woman have their worth. The problem happens is that when somebody that looks like Gabrielle Sadiq want to be seen as Rihanna, that's where the problem comes in. They walk around like they fly and shit, and they start putting all this stuff on their face and everything. And you say, "Nah, boo, no, I'm sorry, that ain't you." For example, there's this chick that was going on the internet talking about how men are ugly, right? And this chick looks like a fucking hippopotamus in the face, right? She had these teeth that was sticking out. Then she said, "Look at all this bullying I'm getting there. What if I commit suicide?" Oh, everybody's like, "You asked for it. You came up saying that men are ugly, women are good looking, and you look like the way you do." So it's all about knowing your place in the world. If you're be Now, and this is another thing and I don't want to get on my sisters tonight, because it's not about show tonight, but I gotta say this. Some of our sisters, right? They have to understand that there is such thing as a genetic lottery. Some people are born with nice curves, beautiful skin, nice hair, narrow features and whatnot, and they're very attractive. They're black like you are, but they have a certain privilege. And that's what society is. And you say, "Well, geez, black people always feel entitled to whatever another black person has." Sometimes people, you could have all your friends, you figure you're all African American, but like that. But that one girl, she's fucking smoking hot. The world's going to treat her differently. White people are going to treat her differently. She's going to have certain things. Bro, you just got to learn to accept that and move on. Find out what your strengths are, your attributes are, you know. But I know it's tough for women, because women put everything into their looks. Women put everything into their looks. And when they don't get that out, they're bitter and they're angry. I remember, I'll tell you a story. There was this one girl, man, I knew. She was working at this gas station, right? And she was a pretty girl. Light-skinned girl, right? She was pretty. Then one day I went in there and she wasn't there for a few days, right? And somebody said she's in a hospital recovering. She was attacked. When she gets out, her face was all cut up in stitches, right? Pretty face. And she goes, I go, "What happened?" "Oh, this girl in her building who didn't even know her waited her behind the stairwell, jumped down, started cutting her face, saying, 'You think you're pretty, right?'" This is serious, They said the girl's in a mental hospital now. DK's an unattractive one. Yeah, well, feminism is empowering to unattractive. Rush Limbaugh said that feminism was created to give unattractive women equal access, because feminism is saying that I'm a female, but I should not have to use my looks and everything to get ahead. What if I don't have looks, or I'm not attractive to men? Should I just go away? That's what how usually was. If women weren't attractive, they became chambermaids and stuff like that in all society. They were never going to be married, or they just become a maiden the rest of their life. That's just the way it was. That's a cruel world, but just like this thing now. When I was growing up, right, the cheerleading squad was made up of the hottest chicks in the school. I never forget that. I went to a predominantly white school, right? The cheerleading squads was all these hot blonde brunettes, whatever like that. I mean, just smoking hot. You know, the hottest girls go to the cheerleading squad, right? But I was watching this thing a few years ago where this one chick, she campaigned to get uh, uh what they call body positivity, and she campaigned saying that she grew up with a low self esteem because she couldn't make the cheerleading squad. She was this fat lady, so she went to psychology and blah blah blah. She lobbied the state, and then now you got cheerleading squads, which you got big girls on there and all kinds of women. They say diversity. We got to be more inclusive. You know, we can't have women be objectified. Well, us guys are like, man, we that's the way we like it. We like hot, we go out to cheerleading. It doesn't mean they're not a good cheerleader, you know, just because they don't have the looks. Just like even Hooters, right? You know, you got now you can't discriminate. It used to be a time where if you gain a certain amount of pounds, you know, you lose your job. Now you can't do that because that's discrimination against weight and everything like that. So the world we live in is really screwed up, you know. So it is what it is, you know. It's when this conversation, a lot of women don't like talking about it because they feel like you're objectifying women, and they call when I talk about this, women call me a sexist. I'm not a sexist, just like women, you know. Yeah. The same women, like I was just getting to that, right? They expect you to be 6'6", 6'6". They want you to have at least a 6-inch penis, 6-inch dreads hanging down, a 6-pack of abs, make a 6 figures, uh, have a car worth $6,000. When not everything is sixes, you know. You gotta be 6'6". You know, you gotta have all stuff like that. You gotta be the basketball player. You gotta be all the stuff like that. You gotta look like friggin' Michael B. Jordan. You know, or you got to look like whatever they think is attractive men. You got to look like a cross between Drake and Michael B. Jordan, and you got to be making all this money, balling out of control, and everything like that, or you're nothing to them, right? And that's men just suck it up. That's what it is. But when it comes to men, especially black men, the world, at least in our community, has told black men, you do not have a right to have a preference. The Ebony, the Jet Magazine Beauty of the Week or month, or like that, oh, that got to go. Having your favorite icons like that girl Olympia, the singer Olympia from the 70s, she was so fucking beautiful. No, you can't have that. You can't have girl bands like Sister Sledge anymore. You can't have girl groups like TLC. You can't have singers like Aaliyah. Something. Oh no, you know, we got to bring out Suki Hama. Suki Hama looks like a pile of crap. You got to have Glorilla or not. You know, you if you are not Lizzo, you got not allowed. We're not allowed to say Lizzo repulses me. Absolutely repulses me, and she's disgusting. And she'll Cynthia Erivo. What's wrong with Cynthia Erivo? Y'all don't like. They'll say, "What I hate is this African bros, man, like this." I said, with everybody, even my guy, I'm gonna put my guy Focus Dave up after the show last night. He said, "Carla, I just think Cynthia Erivo is ugly." I do too. Can we agree that Cynthia Erivo is hideous and ugly, right? But we're not allowed to say that, you know, because black men are not allowed to have standards, you know. Yeah, that show was crazy last night, bro. It was crazy, you know. You know, look, yeah, last night's show was crazy, you know. Yeah, we had almost 800 views from last night's show. That was explosive, bro. I mean, look, part of it, like I said, I don't like all the fighting. When you guys get online and start fighting like Lewis and Tay James, I just mute. I'm not even listening. I just mute and turn on my TV, watch TV, and I unmute once in a while, see it's still fighting, and I just go like this, you know. Lizzo got a pretty face. Oh, okay, yeah. But the rest of her rest, she may have underneath all that shit. We're going on text. Yeah, she may have a pretty face underneath all that blubber. There might be a pretty face in there, Mister Sandman. Sandman is a chubby chaser. I know he's from the islands. You island brothers love them big girls, man. But yeah, so we're not allowed as black men to say. That's why my dream of an Afghanistan is, like I said, we're gonna have a weight requirement. Yeah. Oh, she's a Biafran? I thought Igbo girls were hot, man. What the hell happened to her, man? What the hell happened to her, man? God damn, man. But she's a face of Nigeria right now, man. Like, she represents y'all, man. That ain't a good. That's not a good look, DK, man. Y'all Nigerian brothers got to protest, man. Y'all got to start putting some hot chicks into the pot, man. Y'all can't be sending Cynthia Erivo over and whatnot, be like, hey, and they keep imposing this woman on us, whatnot. They're trying to get her to play Shaka Khan. Now, Shaka Khan was smoking hot, beautiful black sister in America. Yeah, Africans love big women. Not all the time, man. Some Africans say, like Zongo says, he don't do big women. Zongo says he don't do big women. I always say, our big girls, African dudes, do help out the situation because they be scooping up all our big girls. Everybody's happy. The African guys got the big girls, man. Everybody's happy. I'm lucky. I got a good Biafra genes. I'm 6'5". Okay, so it is what it is. Yeah, like I said, you gotta protect your genes, folks. We gotta make sure good looking people, smart people, athletic people produce other good looking people, smart people, and athletic people, strong people, whatnot. That's what we gotta do, man. We can't let people tell us, oh man, it don't matter. Yes, it does, man. Yes, it does. We want beautiful children. We want beautiful women. We want beautiful kids. We want strong boys, beautiful girls. That's what makes people want to conquer the world. You love yourself so much, you want to conquer everybody else because you're satisfied with what you are. We got to work on our image, man. Our image right now in Black America is shot, man. The image of black women used to be, oh my God. But I look at this now. It's like, damn, every time I look around, man, I was like, damn, you got these women talking and whatnot online. And whatnot. We got to give everybody a platform. We got to make everybody famous. We got to love everybody. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, But yeah, so. But I am not a colorist, man. I am basically, it's all how you put yourself together. I love those South Sudanese girls, man. So anybody calls me a colorist, they are goddamn lie, man. I love myself some South Sudanese girls. I think they are smoking hot, man. I don't know. And I seen this one girl, they were doing this jumping thing. They're all like 6'8", man. I could climb that shit, man. 6'8", 7 foot tall, Yeah. DK won't let Kwame Nkrumah off the hook, man. God damn, man. He won't let Kwame Nkrumah. You gotta give him a pass, man. He's Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, DK, man. Give him a pass, man. Give him a pass, man. DK ain't giving nobody no passes. Yeah, do you give DK? Do you give Kidola a pass, man? He's married to a hot woman. I just threw Kidola under the bus. Did you get a hell no? I ain't giving no Kidola no pass, man. Oh man, this is hilarious, man. This is hilarious, man. So I like doing this show, man. We have so much fun here, Kidola genes are gone, but his kids are Nigerian, according to him, man. His kids are more Nigerian than I am. His kids are more African than I am now. Now I'm arguing with this clown flexed up like on Afrosphere. He's basically telling me I posted a video that I'm gonna play about in Sierra Leone. I'm gonna get to the topic, folks. Sierra Leone, not Sierra Leone, Senegal. There's a white only restaurant, and then flexed up. That's his country. He's trying to spin it. Oh, Kali, you're lying and whatnot. A white only. Look about it. You're in Black Africa, the blackest country in West Africa, Senegal, right? There's a white only French and Italian restaurant where they don't let black people. And what I'm hearing in the comment section that this happens all over the continent, and the government or whoever like that look the other way. White people setting up their own shit, excluding Africans in their own continent. I mean, it's just like that. Well, it depends. I like curves too, man, but I don't like no goddamn. Talk about, man. I don't like big girls, man. I'm sorry. Some of them curves be looking like fucking like hula hoops and shit. That ain't curves. That's a fucking hula hoops, man. Can't fool me, man. Oh, I like curves or whatnot. Nah. You just got that girdle on and whatnot. Underneath that girdle is a whole bunch of fucking fat. A girl with curves with a flat stomach, whatnot. Tiny waist. I gotta be able to put my both hands around her waist. Your good grandson is fully white, dude. Your extra pan that for you. I don't know. I didn't see his grandson. But tonight we're talking about the Harlem Renaissance. And why is the Harlem Renaissance so important? People don't realize this, right? At the height of the Harlem Renaissance, right, in the 20s and 30s and whatnot, do you know Harlem was like the center of New York City? It was a heartbeat. It was like the heart of New York City. The rest of the city was this raggedy place. Think about it. There was really nothing on, except for really Times Square, I think, for the most part. Harlem was where everybody congregated, right? Because it was a place where black people were, and black people were just so cool. All the ballrooms and stuff like that. The Harlem was where everybody went, where intellectuals went, black, white, whatever. Harlem was the place. And I am proud of that Harlem culture. My family is from Harlem. My mother was born in Harlem Hospital. And my mother went to Harlem. My grandfather went to Harlem in 1946, a year after the war. And on my mother's side, my mother's father and my grandmother moved to Harlem in 1946. And so, and my great grandfather came in the 1920s from North Carolina. He was a Garveyite. He knew Marcus Garvey. My grandfather, my family were Garveyites. I had my family go back to the Black Nationalist Pan-African movement for damn near 100 years. I'm not new to this. This is what I grew up in. I can tell you all the nuances, everything like that. And one thing my grandfather always told me, like he said, look, we always had the idea of the Garveyans and we're going to go to Africa and build Africa up, right, for ourselves. But since we could not make it to Harlem, obviously, we basically created our own Africa. Excuse me. Even though we couldn't make it to Africa, we built our own Africa, our own, basically, Liberia in America. We built our own communities and whatnot. Black nationalism is where most black people were, Black nationalism is where a lot of people were in their thinking. This idea that we have to integrate. Black people showed during the Harlem Renaissance that we can live in large numbers in a place and produce a culture and a civilization and live together. Harlem was proof of that. They've been trying to destroy Harlem and take it over through all kinds of means, through gangsterism and stuff like that for the longest time. But black community in Harlem was always resilient. We always resisted. In Harlem, we produce all the artists and the dance, the theater, the letters, the literature, all these things of the Harlem Renaissance. And out of Harlem came what we call the New Negro. He wasn't just some afterthought. He was somebody that had agency and had something to say to the world. And that New Negro transformed much of the modern black world. When you see anything in the modern black world, see a lot of Africans and people like that have forgotten, where did black modern civilization reach its zenith? That was Harlem. And that culture of Harlem spread throughout the whole entire black world, even in Monrovia, Freetown, Paris, France, Russia, South Africa. That culture of black Harlem transformed, permeated throughout the entire world, black world. The letters. And it was there that all the black nationalist organizations, any organization, and I'm going to talk about something. There's a lot of organizations that don't have their roots in Harlem, like the NAACP. That is not a Harlem-based organization. The Boule in Black America comes from DC area, Maryland, and stuff like that. They were not Harlemites. Harlem is the truth of what Black America really is. That's the heart and the capital of Black America. So when you have groups, organizations like the NAACP, that is in the Southern Christian Leadership Council, all this stupid civil rights movement, the civil rights and all that stuff like that started in the South. Harlem had their own thing. We just never had any real political leanings, but the culture of Harlem, right, was what Black America was inspired to be. It had probably the most influential on Black America. Harlem gave Black people the confidence in the what we call self-reflection and the self-awareness to take on New York. Out of the Harlem culture came Black people who joined the police department, who did jobs like construction that white people did, that went into the sanitation business, that became school teachers, and all the stuff like that, because we were not just petty laborers anymore. We saw ourselves as a sophisticated people, the way we dressed, the way we talked, the way we carried ourselves. We believed that anything this society had to offer, we could do. We became writers, we became thinkers, we became educators. Do you understand where I'm going with this? Why Harlem and the Harlem Renaissance is so important? Harlem is not just a neighborhood in Manhattan, it's like the heart of Manhattan. It's probably the most important part of Manhattan. Now, Harlem now is not what it used to be, but at one time, Harlem was the heart of Black America in the West. Anybody in the West, I don't care who you were, you had to make your way to Harlem. If you didn't have a Harlem audience, you did not exist. Everybody from Kwame Nkrumah ended up in Harlem at one time. Fela Kuti, everybody, the Abyssinian Church of Ethiopia had a branch in Harlem. Harlem was the mecca of Black America. Do you understand where I'm coming from with this? No other place rivaled Harlem in importance in our history. So we're going to talk about that tonight, folks. We're just talk about Black History Month. We're celebrating our culture and our history and our achievement, and so other people want to listen in. That's fine. But we are celebrating our history in America and our history beyond. because I am fully all about Black America. Can't say that about Kala when I. Kala, you hate FBA? No, I don't like this FBA cult movement, but I am pro Black America. If I do anything, is I believe it's in the best interest of our people. You know, so that's not even up for debate. Yeah, but last night's show was actually really off the freaking rack, off the chain. I mean, really it was. I don't know who that chick was, but she was. But then again, some of the things she was saying, man, I could really feel her anger and her pain. Because this is the sad part about it is Black men, yeah, who cares, Black people moved to those neighborhoods and we bought those brownstones and we made them our own. We gentrified it and made it ours, you know? Places like Sugar Hill. We had the highest standard of living. And those Black people in Harlem had them brownstones, had the best standard of living of any Black people in the world. I got family that still live in Harlem after never left. Still live in Harlem after all these years. Live in Harlem for over 100 years. Still got family in Harlem. I remember when I was growing up, right? And I was born in Queens. My family had grandfather had moved to Queens. That's where my mother and father met. But when I was growing up, my aunts and uncles who were teenagers and young adults, they used to always say, I'm going to the city. What was the city? It was Harlem, Harlem was definitely an African city, It's a city life, the place where you go and you saw your people, the vibes, the chatter, the everything, the vendors, all that was just basically the African world in America. Harlem was definitely an extension of Black Africa in America, the African culture, the African American culture in America. So we celebrate Harlem because of its history, the Harlem Renaissance, and what it meant to Black America. Now Harlem fell, like Reverend Manning said, you can even hold on to Harlem. You can even hold on to Harlem. You know, yeah, it's true. But a lot of us, like my family, we moved out of Harlem because there was opportunity. We moved out, and a lot of people that you see, the Black middle class, are Harlemites that live in Queens and Long Island. They're all Harlemites, especially places like Central Islip, North Carolina. Excuse me, Long Island, and places like Mount Vernon, New York. Those are like satellites of Harlem, and South Jamaica, Queens, Brooklyn had its own thing, so it wasn't directly corrected. And also the Bronx, the Bronx is a satellite of Harlem too. Think all the satellite of Harlem, right? The cultural satellites of Harlem. I would say South Jamaica, Queens. I would say Islip, Long Island. I would say Wyandanch, Long Island, Wyandanch, Freeport, Central Islip, Amityville. These are all, and also, yeah, even far out as like Suffolk County, right? Long Island. Those are all satellites of Harlem. People who moved out of Harlem, the city, right, to surrounding areas. Those Black people are still Harlemites. They have the Harlem blood, the Harlem culture in them. I always tell a Harlem person when I meet them. I can always tell a Harlemite when I meet them. They're very, very pro-Black. They're very, very conscious. They got a certain way about them. I can tell a Harlem person, no matter where he goes, he's always a Harlem person. Somebody that grew up in a culture of Harlem. They'll always tell you about, especially older Black people. They always tell you about the days of Malcolm X, the days of Marcus Garvey. All these things and whatnot. The Harlem culture, everything we had, the big movements, the culture, the music, the vibe of Harlem, that transformed the whole entire world, and put black people in the world on the map, you know. People used to come from all over the world to see what was this exciting place where black people played in jazz bands and stuff like that, where these people, they have these nice shows and everything like that with nice ballroom dances. You could have a good time and everything, and everybody got along, and you just mingled, different races of people mingled together. Where was that? The only place in the world that took place was Harlem. The only place in the world that took place was in Harlem. The place of whites and blacks would get together and have ballroom dances and all stuff like that, and people felt safe and friendship and fellowship and whatnot. And then people go back to doing their own thing. White people go back to their world, black people go back to their world, everything. But for a moment, and it all goes back to this thing called Black joy. You know, white people got to experience our joy. That's the most intoxicating thing in the world is Black joy. It's not permanent. It just happens in a span of time and space and opportunity where we experience that Black joy, and that gives black people are happy. We always seek that joy. Now, every one of our movements, religions, everything is all about trying to create that joy eternally. Some people offer us cults. You got the Daddy Grace cult, right? Oh, Daddy Grace. I was a Harlem. He was in Harlem. Oh, Daddy Grace. Oh, Daddy Grace. When I was a kid, I didn't know what Daddy Grace was, right? But I remember, and I'm in South Jamaica, Queens, and these little girls on my school bus. I'm in first grade, and they were obviously Daddy Gracers because they were doing Daddy Grace dances on the dances and patty cakes on the bus. Oh, Daddy Grace, whatnot. So, like I said, a lot of people from Harlem moved to South Queens, where I was from. Same thing with my family. We're from Harlem, but I didn't know who Daddy Grace was, but they did. They obviously were probably recent migrants to South Queens, where I was born in South Queens. Oh, Daddy Grace. And then Father Divine, he was a Harlemite, but he moved his following to Long Island. I think he was out in Islip, Long Island, Central Islip, Long Island. So, yeah, so the culture of Harlem, the Daddy Graces, the Adam Clayton Powells, the Abyssinian Baptist Church, Refuge Temple. That's what my family went to. Refuge Temple. Refuge Temple's still there. And we used to go to the Harlem Fair, when I was a kid. And Refuge Temple used to always have the cultural fair every summer. No, was that the summer? That was actually the wintertime, to tell you the truth. I think so. I remember I had a windbreaker jacket on. I have a picture I'm gonna play one day where me and my brothers were on our way to the Harlem Fair. And that picture was 1975. And Harlem Fair was so great. You go in there. I remember you have these punch bowls when we used to drink all the punch, pour ourselves punch bowl and whatnot. We used to always be in the room playing with the ball. We had so much fun, and then we had the grab bag for the kids, whatever, stuff like that, prizes for the kids and whatnot. We used to have things. It was so much fun as a fair for the kids. It was indoor in Refuge Temple, the church. The church Refuge Temple is a big church. Look it up. And I didn't even notice. I remember when I was a kid, Bishop Bonner, in one sermon, he had just gotten back from Africa. And he was saying, I'm in Africa, and we're going to build a refuge temple in Africa. For all these years, for years, I thought Bishop Bonner went to Ghana. And then my aunt said, no, he actually went to Liberia. I did not know that. I did not know Bishop Bonner established a branch of the church. I think after the 1980 coup, they shut it down. But he was building a branch of his church in Harlem in Liberia. I didn't know. I always thought that Bishop Bonner, the Honorable Bishop Apostle Bonner, I thought he was in Ghana, because back then a lot of people didn't know who Liberia was, but they knew who Ghana was. We thought I was the years that it was Ghana. My aunt said no, it was actually Liberia. I was like, wow, that's some history. I just found that out. Yeah, I'm from South Jamaica, Queens, Baisley Park, Rockaway, something. I'm from Sufton and Linden Avenue area. Guy Brewer. I'm from Guy Brewer. That's why I grew up. Guy Brewer. South Road, South Boulevard. Guy Brewer. Like the poorest neighborhood in the city, the toughest neighborhood in the city. All those places were like satellites of Harlem. People moved out of Harlem. They went to Southside Jamaica, Queens. That's where they came from, You can take that to the bank. Called Far Rockaway. Far Rockaway, Queens. That's all extensions of Harlem, you know. Most black people was concentrated in Harlem until like the 1960s. Then we started moving out to surrounding areas, Mount Vernon, New York. Try to think. I think White Plains, Mount Vernon, and places like that. Stack Bundles, I think, he's from Harlem, but I think he was living. He was in Stack Bundles was from Harlem. I think he was from Harlem. I believe he was from Uptown. We're going uptown. Uptown. Uptown was where all the fancy black people were. You had to wear your best suits, your shirt tied, your shoes better be polished. You're going uptown. I Stack Bundles. I think was from Richmond, but I think he died in Harlem. He died. He died in Harlem. He got killed. He was murdered in Harlem. But he was from Richmond, Virginia, I believe. So yeah, we know we used to call Harlem New Amsterdam. We know that, but the first people in Harlem were actually Creole people, Dutch Creole black people that lived in the Netherlands. You know, so it was Harlem original settlements were Harlem's original settlement were black people, black Dutch, some Native Americans and black Dutch and some indentured white servants from Europe. You know, that was way back in the 1500s. Harlem was called New Amsterdam. Harlem was called Amsterdam in New Amsterdam. We used to have a newspaper, a black newspaper in Harlem called the Amsterdam News, because Harlem was called, its proper name of Harlem is Amsterdam, New Amsterdam. So I can tell you all about that, man. I just love the history of Harlem and what my people went through and stuff like that. It was a beautiful history. You know, I don't know. I'm not trying to devalue other people's experiences or something like that. You got people who moved from the South out west and they did their thing and whatnot. But the biggest impact on Black America, that's why when you look at the black people came from the South, went to Harlem, that's where a lot of our music, hip hop comes from. That experience of the Great Migration and people coming from not only that, Harlem also had a lot of what we call West Indian community there. That's where West Indians and African American from the South met together and formed a community. We had West Indians and we had Black Americans all in one community as one people. That's why when I look at these people now, it's about we're delineating. Man, what are you gonna do? And you're from Harlem with that. Some of our people from Harlem, some of our people came from the islands, some of our people came from North Carolina, some people came from Georgia, but we're all black. We're all part of the same people. We're one people. In Harlem, we all became one people. That's the difference between now and now. While immigrants come over here, they move to white suburbs and they're not part of us anymore. Harlem, black people socialize together. There was no. You would have people. Oh yeah, you're West Indian. Well, that was it. That's as far as it went. Yeah, I'm West Indian. So what? We all ate the same foods. All the black people, whether you Haitian, whether you Jamaican, you from the Virgin Islands, whatever, you was basically came to Harlem, and you were part of the community, the black community. You was part of Black New York. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. And then Harlem and New York, yeah, was destroyed by the street culture. The street culture destroyed Harlem. The heroin epidemic in the late 70s, mid late 70s, late 60s, 70s destroyed Harlem. The culture and everything like that, and the culture died. Now Harlem's being regentrified. Now you got Africans there, and I guess they're the new Harlemites now. You got Senegalese there, Sierra Leoneans there. All these people from Africa there. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. But we wish these people a lot of luck. They're there now. They're the new Harlemites now. The African immigrants are now the Harlemites now. It is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. We just moved on. But we all do remember. When people start saying, "Oh yeah, the Harlem Renaissance." That was our ancestors who created the Harlem Renaissance. Not you people over here just coming off the boat. That's the only thing problem I have is legacy stealing. Legacy stealing is not right. It should be illegal. You know, you gotta give credit where credit was due. The culture that made Harlem, put Harlem on the map, is the Black American culture of 100 years ago. That's what made Harlem Harlem. That's the culture and the rhythm of Harlem. I don't care how many white people move in now, how many foreigners move in now. Harlem is always going to be Harlem to us. The whole Harlem the way it used to be. Yeah, I know about Bumpy Johnson, but Bumpy Johnson also introduced heroin. Something? I have a story. My uncle Nate, I think he worked or was a contemporary or a rivalry of Bumpy Johnson. My uncle Nate was a gangster. He was a Harlem kingpin. From the stories I heard about my uncle Nate, right? He came from the South too. He came from Georgia. He was my grandmother's older brother, and he came to New York and he got into the streets, right? My mother used to tell me that her uncle Nate was a favorite uncle because he's always come around and he put $10 in your pocket, right? Give you a pack of cigarettes, whatnot. But from what I hear, every time he came around, it was like Uncle Nate's time. My grandfather would leave for the day, right? Uncle Nate would come around, hey, Uncle Nate, whatever, like that, nephews, whatnot. And that was the only time he spent around my aunts and uncles and everything like that. Because my grandfather didn't approve of what he was about. He was a pimp and he was a heroin dealer. I used to hear he used to wear these big mink coats and everything like that. These fancy clothes. He always had this money and whatnot, all his jewelry. So he was a stereotypical thing with all these fur coats, these what we call chinchillas, whatever. He's always decked out, whatnot, having limousine. Oh, he was rich. But he was a heroin dealer. He was a heroin dealer. He was connected to the mob, whatever. But he died in 1977, right? When he was in the hospital, somebody snuck in Harlem Hospital, right? And pumped his IV when he was under, I think he got shot or something like that. And somebody took his thing, must have been paid a nurse, something like that, to take his IV, right? Bag, right? And divert the stuff into another bag and then pumped him full of heroin. Heroin, and he died right there. They say he died with a smile on his face. While he was in the hospital, he was murdered. That was my uncle Nate. I never knew him. I never seen him, but that's what my mother used to tell you. He said, yeah, he's a kid one that come around. He give everybody a pack of cigarettes. He put $20 in your hand. That was big money back then. Put $20 in your hand. Oh, Uncle Nate was this. My grandfather did not approve. So he was, every time Uncle Nate came around, he left. Whatnot. Uncle Nate would spend the day and then he would come back, when Uncle Nate left. So yeah, that's me. I've been through a lot, folks. I've seen a lot. I had uncles that died. Uncle Tyrone, he died of heroin overdose. His friends, he moved to Queens, right? And some of his friends that he knew from Harlem, came to visit him in Queens, right? My grandfather told me them boys are no good. I moved you out here to get away from that. So they came there and they got him hooked on heroin, and then they let him to be a test dummy. That's what they do. They would go find somebody and test the drug potency on them. And my mother had found him in my grandparents' basement. He was dead. I never forget that. When I was like 6 years old and I was like looking at him in a casket, I was like, Grandpa, why is Uncle Tyrone? He sleep? No, 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 he's dead. I didn't know what it was. I said, Uncle Tyrone, wake up. So you can't wake him up. I go, why can't I wake him up? Why is he laying in this bed? This thing. He was dead. We went there to go, see his body, and we had him buried in an unmarked grave in New Jersey. It was a place in New Jersey. I used to, for cheap. My grandfather had him buried. That was my Uncle Tyrone. But yeah, so that's what it was. We got heroin. Heroin came in, destroyed a lot of my family, destroyed Harlem, destroyed New York and whatnot. It is what it is, folks. That's why I say if we ever build a nation again, the one thing that's going to be a death penalty is bringing in hard drugs. That should be the death penalty enforced. No ifs, no ands, no buts about it. That's the only way you get a hold of that shit. Anybody tell you the death penalty doesn't work, they're lying to you. It does work. It is a deterrent. You know, how much money you think you want? You know, yeah, a lot of people from the hot Carolinas. Because there was nothing in the Carolinas for black people. There was nothing. Most of the people that went to New York came from the Carolinas. The Carolinas and Georgia. People from Alabama went to Mississippi, Alabama, and northern Georgia went to Detroit. People from Mississippi went to Chicago. People from Arkansas, Missouri, and all these people went out west to California. People from Florida, they didn't end up in Florida. Floridians didn't end up in New York. They went to Detroit. That was a pipeline. Florida to Detroit. The Carolinas was to New York. So that's what we're talking about tonight. The Harlem Renaissance, what went wrong. And you get to the point where you just get tired of taking L's, man. You look at the great times we had when how come we could never hold on to nothing? You can build something, but if you can't hold on to it, it means absolutely nothing. We couldn't hold on to Harlem. We couldn't hold on to Harlem, In order for you to hold on to Harlem, then you have to stand up to people like Bumpy Johnson, Bumpy Johnson was a godfather revered. My mother used to see Bumpy Johnson when she was a kid. She was a little girl. She used to see Bumpy Johnson. She used to see Malcolm X too. She saw Malcolm X speech when my grandfather used to take all his kids to see Malcolm X speech at the local mosque in Harlem, and the ballroom, the Audubon ballroom, whatever. because we're from Harlem. Harlem got a colorful history, man. Don't anybody tell you different. Harlem had a beautiful black history. That was the heart of Black America. You know, I don't know what you're talking about. No. Actually, to tell you the truth, the South is all right, man. But the South did not have the space of Black America. It didn't have the space of Black America like the North did. The North, we was able to have some breathing room and build shit. The South, people were just too oppressed in the South, to tell you the truth. You know. So people were just too oppressed in the South for it to be a heart of Black America. That was a heart of Black oppression, to tell you the truth. The South, that's why everybody got the hell out of there. If my family got out of there, they'll tell you, why'd you leave the South? There was nothing there. Yeah, a lot of people, the Wilmington massacre, Assad Shakur, her family emigrated left Wilmington. Her family was a victim of the Wilmington massacre. You don't know that. Assad Shakur, she's from Wilmington, North Carolina. A lot of those people, let me tell you something. A lot of those people that came from the deep South to Harlem were the most radical and the most angry Black people on the friggin' planet. And the history of the South was very bitter. So Heritage Americans, I don't know what you're talking about. The South was very bitter. The culture of the South, because you see something. I've noticed something. When I hear different people speak back in the days from the Caribbean and people coming from the South, two different cultures, right? The Caribbeans tended to be, the West Indians tended to be more optimistic about America. That's what I saw the divide between immigrants and native Black people, right? Where the Black people that came from the South was a very bitter history. They said the old saying, bitter soil equals bitter harvest. In American culture in the South was very bitter. Black people carried that bitterness with them to Harlem. And that's why it was the Black people in the South that migrated to the North that made Marcus Garvey's movement work. You know? So that's what happened. Those Black people up there were waiting for something. That's why the Nation of Islam had its largest branch in Harlem. It wasn't just Malcolm X, because those were all descendants of people who were formerly from the Deep South. That's not I said earlier. That anger is still there, and I'm trying to cultivate that anger again. I'm trying to spark that anger, bring that anger back to the surface. Because we got people like Tariq Nasheed running around telling you your problem is the fucking immigrants and all this kind of stupid shit. No, that bitterness that's rooted in what happened to our ancestors in the South, like Lake Lanier. People lived through that shit. Think about it. There was a movement in Harlem called the Peace Movement. Put one in the chat room if you ever heard of the Peace Movement. If you're not, I'm going to talk about it, right? The Peace Movement was a movement, right? Created the anger in the South, but the bottom line, the people, Black people in the South have the anger, but and able to vent. We created groups like the Nation of Islam. We created groups like the UNIA, millions of members. The South never did that. That's a problem. The South, Black people just learn how to, we just turn that anger on ourselves because of fear. Fear always trumps the angry spirit. Fear checks the angry spirit. It's like you could be angry, but fear will always calm the angry spirit. Fear. That's why you can enslave somebody. He could be enraged and anger, but fear keep him the most angry person in line. Fear. And in the South, the white man used the Nation of Islam was not started by a white man. Started by a white man. I know Farad Muhammad and stuff like that was not that. Yeah, that story they try to pass along online is a bunch of nonsense, Rico. The Nation of Islam to this day, to me, is the most blackest, the most pro-black organization that ever was created. That was the heart of Black America. When you say the white man is a devil, why would somebody create an organization that says the white man is a devil? It doesn't make any fucking sense. The Nation of Islam may have been a combination of several movements that emerged into one. You had the Master Farad Muhammad, right? He came with an Islamic thing. You had the Moor Science Temple. You had all these different groups, and they came under one banner called and you had the Garveyites, and they came all together and they formed the Nation of Islam. Under the Islam banner and whatnot. So it is what it is, folks. Don't let anybody talk bad about the Nation of Islam. I got my issues with the Nation of Islam, but it ain't that. I'll never discredit them as a black power organization, a real black nationalist organization. I'll never join the Nation of Islam, but I will give him his flowers always. Because if it wasn't for the Nation of Islam, I would not be here right now, to be honest with you. It was the teachings of the Honorable Minister Farrakhan and Malcolm X and Honorable Elijah Muhammad that's the reason why I'm here right now. Okay, and then you say Nation of Islam didn't do shit. You got to come to New York and places like that where you see their work. I can show you videos of the Nation of Islam, Yeah, Ho Chi Minh was in Harlem, right? He used to go to Garvey rallies. He went to Nation of Islam rallies and whatnot, and he got radicalized. He learned about nationhood and revolution by coming, sitting in Garveyite meetings and whatnot, and Nation of Islam rallies. Yeah, Ho Chi Minh, yeah. He got radicalized in Harlem. Let's see. Let me find something for you. All right. Oh, you'll be a nice. It's a fair use about the Nation of Islam farming promo.
Give us your fast food money so we can save your black behind. Give us your fast food money so we can save your fat behind. 'Cause if you don't give us that money, you just go.
All right. Anyway. The Nation of Islam, let's see.
Assalamu alaikum, family. Remember we told you we had to replant? So that's what we're doing right now. with our 3-row small seed planter. We replanting the spinach right now. But the spinach didn't come up, the rutabaga, so we got to replant all of that. As you see, we planted here. Just finished planting that. Do you see the turnips? You know, turnips is looking decent, but that was the only thing that came up the way it should have, because it's just been too warm. Just like today, it's still supposed to get up into the low 80s, but it should be into the low 70s, not the low 80s. And it should be in the 40s and 50s at night, but it's been in the 70s. So now it's finally cooling down a little bit. So we're going to replant. Inshallah, it's going to rain. And we over here still, we bedding up the other side so that we can plant over here. So we that's what the weather do to you. It'll change things up on you. So we're bedding and we're planting. The 8420 do the heavy work. You're lining it up, making a drive-through row. So you line it up, make a drive-through row, then come back and start digging on the other side of that. So we have a drive-through row like we do right here, so that when it's time to pick, we won't have it so far that we have to go between the
Yeah, but you see, like I said, yeah, they are doing farming still and stuff like that. You know, we're always gonna be proud of the Nation of Islam. We're not, at least I am. You know, the Nation of Islam could have done more. Yeah, they have shortcomings. Yeah, but for the most part, you know, it comes down to it, man. I support the Nation of Islam. You know, simple as that. You know, I just support them. I don't see they're doing it. I feel like we're on the same side. You know, that's the way I feel about it. You know, anybody's doing anything constructive for our community, when I ain't no sacred cow. I criticize them all the time. But if I had to get rid of somebody, it ain't gonna be a Nation of Islam. There's a lot of people in the black community I like to get rid of or replace, but the Nation of Islam is not one of them. You know, I'd rather have them around. You know, that's all I can say. You know, I would not be here if it was not for the teachings. Me reading the final call every time. I used to fiend for the final call, you know, and read the final call from end to end all the time. I used to read them things all the time, man. You know, I would catch the Muslim guy on the street, whatnot, you know, buy some final calls or some incense and whatnot, you know, put money in his pocket, man. That made me feel proud. I was part of it. They always showed me respect and brotherhood, you know. So I'll be right back, folks. But folks, the link is in the chat room. You want to chime in on this topic as we conclude Black History Month? Is there something else you want to talk about in our history? Feel free to call in and share your view about Black history. Tonight I'm just talking about Harlem. I'm always fascinated about Harlem. I don't want to lose that that what happened in Harlem and what we did. That's remarkable. Even to this day, you got people who are so jealous. White people. They always come, oh man, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Blah, blah. And then we show an example of black excellence. They want to minimalize it, dismiss it. But what aboutism or not? Blah blah blah. What aboutism? Well, say what you want. Y'all crammed us into those few square blocks, and we was able to create a mecca. And despite everything y'all tried to do, we will still manage to find happiness and peace and camaraderie and brotherhood and sisterhood among ourselves and fellowship among ourselves. We're not, And then when it comes down to it, that's what they fear the most. They fear our happiness. They fear our joy. When they can't control our happiness and our joy, the whole thing is they realize that we don't need them. No matter how much they try to think it doesn't matter, they have to think that there's this group of people, black people, right, that they have control over by thinking that we care about what they fucking think. And I'm telling you, it's not like that. Harlem, the history of Harlem proved that black people like being around other black people. It's like we don't need you. There's a reason why we went to Harlem in the first place. We probably heard of a place where, yeah, I heard a place where a black man could walk down the street one night, wear fancy clothes, and he can get himself a nice shiny car. There's money everywhere. Man, I gotta go to that place. What's this place called? It's called Harlem. You gotta go, man. All right, well, brother, I'll see you there. Yeah, I'll see you there. I'm already there, brother. I'll beat you to it. And that's how millions of us came. It's a place of sanctuary, a place of brotherhood, a place of family, a place of nation, a place of peace and happiness. Wasn't always perfect. Yeah, we had our problems. We had people that followed us to Harlem, the criminal element and stuff like that. We had white gangsters there. We had racist police. But all those things did not see the fact that black people was seeking this thing called the promised land. Harlem was the promised land. They said, we will get to the promised land. Brother, I'll meet you in the promised land. What's this promised land called? It's called Harlem. You got to know it's in New York. Where a Negro can walk down the street. He has a pocket full of money, a nice sharp suit on and whatnot. You got to see it. The music, the bands, and oh my God, so much excitement and whatnot. I've never felt anything like this in my life. Well, say no more. I'm gonna be in Harlem, and that's how millions of us came. Word of mouth. Word of mouth. They said they come one, come all. We all went to, Let me get my brother Dark Migo on. Dark Migo, what's on your mind?
Yo, what's going on, Genesis?
What's going on, brother?
And yeah, I just wanted to say what's up, man. Congratulations, yo. I see like the subscribers keep going up a lot now, man. Like ever
Yeah,
since you
yeah.
got
Once you hit that
1K,
top,
you see how fast you got like 100?
yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I said, yeah, we got like 100 new subscribers because it keeps pushing. The show keeps going out there. It's reaching more people. As more subscribers you get, the more it reaches people. You just gotta get to that first 1,000 people.
Yep, yeah, yeah. Now you kind of in the algorithm.
Yeah. So now it's 2,000 is gonna be hitting not too in the near future, right? And then 3,000 and 4,000. You know what I'm saying? And this platform is growing, and with this platform grows, this movement is going to grow. You know,
Nah, yep, yeah, it is, man. That's why I was kind of worried about that lady yesterday, because she kept flashing us. I was like, man, hopefully,
she was.
she
I didn't
don't
even
get.
see that. I didn't want to pay attention.
Yeah, man, it was crazy, bro. Yeah, I just didn't want her to, get you
Oh, I didn't.
demonetized or something.
Something. I didn't even see that. You know what it is? Because sometimes I turn, I mute it, and I'll be watching TV. I'm not even paying attention.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, Kyle. It got real bad. Everybody was like, "Yo, Kyle, you got to come back, man," because it was.
Yeah, her and that Measy going at it. That was like a cat fight, you know. You know,
Nah, yeah.
I was like,
But that's what I'm glad that she did come up there so you could kind of see, kind of what my generation has to deal with. Like
yeah,
it's a lot of
that
black
it's like
light skinned women like that.
I asked her. I said, "Do you listen to Cynthia G?" Saw how she went off. You know,
Yeah,
I knew she was a Cynthia G follower. I know these people are watching me. You know,
yeah.
and they're coming at me. You know, they're gonna be coming at me in the future. You know, because the stuff I be saying and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm on their radar right now. You
Yeah,
know.
I think now too, right? Yeah, you want to come up, so they might start coming crazier now.
Yes,
Yeah, man.
they're like, hey, Kala. Well, you know me, I'll take on anybody. I don't give a damn who it is. You
Yeah,
know.
and that's the thing. Like I noticed, like they kind of try to play because, like they know how you are. Like, say if like a man comes up here with a opposing ideology, usually you get him up out of here. But but they be trying to send the women at you, but you kind of still be
Yeah,
firm. You know what I mean? You still be
that's
like, yo, get out of here.
like I was telling Mari Shah. She goes, "Why'd you have her up there? Because she's like, no, it's not that. I just don't believe in getting into fights with women online. Like whatever. And I don't be doing that stuff like that with women online. Stuff like fighting with women online. I like that. The girl was obviously crazy, and I don't think I'll have her back on my show. Yeah, I
Nah,
see it.
yeah, yeah.
So that's the last time. They say all you have to do is show me who you are one time, and I believe you.
Yeah, exactly. I get it. Like you at least wanted to, hear out her point
I
because
give I
as
give
a black
everybody a
woman.
chance. I give everybody a chance. I give people multiple chances. I give people multiple chances. And also, I'm the type of person you don't necessarily have to agree with me to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, to
Uh,
be on your platform.
Yes, well, fine. You don't have to agree with me. I don't want everybody to agree with me all the time. I want people to disagree with me. But be
Yeah, because
respectful.
yeah, honestly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're really extremely fair because it got to the point where you had 1776 up here a lot, and then that was somebody you didn't like. But you're fair, but it's just to the you did it so much that I honestly thought you liked the guy. I didn't think that was
No, no, no.
really
I
your
never liked
enemy.
the guy. And what I was doing was I'll listen to everybody else. They're getting a kick. Oh yeah, keep 1776. What for? I have a friggin' message, right? I have a message, right? And I'm gonna talk about this, right? I really do believe in this idea of an Afghanistan. Now people can have their own opinion about how to do that or not, but I do believe it's time for Black America. That's why I do shows like this about Harlem, right? Harlem was just a mecca, a microcosm of what a black and Afghanistan could be like.
Yep.
You have to believe that we're capable of yeah, 1776 is a title to his thing, but let him do it on his own show. I mean, I cannot do that, Baby Rodriguez. If you're against what I'm saying, you're up here talking about your 1776, and I'm like, I believe America is I really, uh, what I was saying was, Harlem basically show black history. That was the happiest time period we ever had when Harlem was at its height. You know, Black
Yeah.
America was at its happiest, right? And so black people in Harlem said, you know something? We're all these black people. We got a community. We got a culture. We got our own entertainment and whatnot. We got our own women. What the hell do we need the white man for? But the whole thing is Harlem was right there inside of the white man's power strip of New York City. So
Hmm.
therefore, that's why when people said, let's recreate Harlem in Monrovia. Let's recreate Harlem in that territories that let's create some new territories in Africa and create thousands of little Harlems.
Yeah.
And so that's what a point I'm trying to make. I'm saying, yeah. The thing is, right now, you got so many people like the FBA people, they do not believe that they could live in anything. Uh,
Yeah,
uh,
that's not America.
yeah, if it's not just America, but they don't believe they could live anywhere where white people, unless they're in proximity. Like that's what the FBA people all about. Their FBA people like Baby Rodriguez and people, they always tout their proximity to white people.
Hmm.
And they always talk about freemen descendants and all this kind of stupid nonsense and like that. Yeah. Harlem showed us that we could build a culture and stuff like that on our own. The Harlem Renaissance. Harlem was like the heart of New York City. You know,
Yeah.
everything, the music, the culture, the art, everything like that permeate. And then, we've influenced New York City is a culture capital of the world. And we had a big influence on everything that goes on in New York City, from the Guggenheim to the Metropolitan Museum, Rockefeller Center. When I grew up in New York, I know the culture. Have you ever been to the Met or the Rockefeller Center and all that?
Yeah, I've been to Rock. Yeah, I've been. Yeah, I'm in Jersey, so
Radio
yeah, I've
City
been to New
Music
York
Hall,
thousands of times. Yep.
Broadway, stuff like that. We had
Yeah, you
all
go
that
see the
hall.
tree and everything. Yep.
So the bottom line is this: we showed that world that we could create an advanced culture, just like anybody else can have.
Yeah.
So
But it's like, you brought up the
well,
Harlem
this is what
Renaissance.
people say ignorant stuff like this. Harlem was great, awesome, but the small hats, they always have this to
Oh, the small
discredit
hat.
the small hats, everything. You can't do that because small hats. Shut the hell up, like I said, man, these people don't know shit about history. Can't give me an example. Nothing. They say, "Oh, the small heart." Then she
Yeah, the
says, "Oh, your
small
Harlem
hats.
Renaissance."
Yeah, it's always them. Yeah.
They always got to friggin' discredit. Many artists were part of the Harlem Renaissance were homosexuals. No, the fuck they weren't. You know,
No, that's crazy. What?
these people are
Well,
nuts.
it's probably what, like three fruity guys,
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying. So the bottom line is this: Harlem was the mecca of black culture. Now, there's some of that exists, of course, but the bottom line is this: you look at everything that happened in Harlem, the music, the art, the Alvin Ailey School of Dance.
Oh, y'all forgot about that, man. I remember that. I actually seen a play when I was
Yeah,
younger.
the Apollo Theater. I guess the Apollo Theater were all gay too. Whatever, Riffy, whatever your name is.
Yeah, and then
Apollo
Alvin Ailey, I think that's just like straight black women, right? Because I think
Yeah,
I
black
seen that
women,
when I was
black women,
younger.
and whatnot. I guess they were gay too. You know what I'm saying? People get up here always say the stupidest, ignorant shit.
Yeah.
You know.
But basically, I was just gonna say, like, it's just really the culture change that messed it up. Because like you say, Avenala, we had all these other things. That was kind of like what was cool to black people at the time. That's kind of why we
Right,
probably were more focused on, arts and like, actual music and actually building something positive, because
right.
that was what was cool at that time. But as
Yeah,
we
it
see it
was cool
now,
to
the
read
other
books.
things are cooler.
It was cool to be an author, to be a poet, beautiful
Yeah.
poems. You know.
And listen, I'm gonna make you let you finish your point, but I just wanted to just say, because and that's kind of why I like the East Coast a lot, because we kind of still have that ideology where it's cool to be smart. It's cool to,
Exactly.
not be in the streets like that. Like that's a lot of the, the rhetoric that the East Coast,
Right.
usually pushes.
You ever see the movie Hoodlum with where Lawrence Fishburne is Bumpy Johnson?
Ah, I think so. I seen clips on YouTube.
Vanessa Williams and Lawrence Fishburne and Bumpy Johnson. One
Yeah,
part when they were dating, he was writing her poetry, right? And she was like, she goes, "Well, you keep writing that, Ellsworth, you might be going on a second date with me, whatever." But that's what dudes do. He was a thug, but he wrote poetry. Bumpy
yep,
Johnson
yep.
was an educated man. He believed in education. He was a drug dealer. He was all that stuff like that. They said, but he believed in education. Black people back then believed in education. Highly, in every black household, you had a piano in there. People took piano lessons.
Yep. Yeah, majority of black people used to know how to play at least
Yeah,
some
in my
kind of
family, and
instrument,
we
wind,
had we had.
percussionist,
I
keys.
don't know how did I be like, how did we afford it? Every house I knew, we had a piano when I was growing up. Every house I knew had a piano in it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
or you play some sort of instrument or something. So what happened now, man? I don't know. Black American culture has just gone down. If we had that
Yeah.
same culture of the Harlem Renaissance right now, we'd be ruling America. We'd ruling the world right now. You
No, that
know,
is true. Like I said, like it's just not cool to the black people anymore to be like that. That's really what I realized the issue is.
yeah, because they let people come in, these stupid rappers and all shit like that. That's why my platform right here, I make it cool to be educated. You don't come on my platform being stupid. I let Dynast, man, he be letting ignorant people up on his platform talk. You know, I'll tell you in a minute. That's stupid. No, you don't have no historical reference. Like when people try, oh, the Olmecs. No, the Olmecs were not black. That shit. That bullshit is bullshit. But I don't give a damn. They want me, but they want me to go along with their nonsense. No.
Yeah, that's true. And that's just majority of black people I've noticed. Like, if you don't go along with the nonsense, like they're just gonna shun you and just,
That's why I
X
got
you
this
out.
platform. I got this platform. I said I don't care. So I said I'm gonna build this platform based on truth. When let people listen to this platform, they're gonna learn that what real Black America is all about. You'll know who we were and what we was about and everything like that. And stuff is and nonsense. And we're gonna gain control of our culture. We're gonna gain control of our culture. When something comes
Yeah.
against our culture, you're gonna say, "No, that's bullshit."
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, we need, like, well, I don't know how it's gonna happen, but like, act
Well,
because
we keep doing
they
shows like
was.
this, shows like this, and I need like more people with their own platforms, and whatnot, and stop being about ratings. Like it was hard for me, right? Because I stayed on truth. Now I'm starting to do it. It took me a whole year to get to a year and a half now to get to this level, right? But it was worth it. Now I could have sold my soul and went out there and started saying all stupid stuff to get ratings and get followings and all stuff like that. But I said, no, I'd rather stand on truth. I lose a lot of people, because they're like, oh man, Kyle ain't going on my bullshit. I ain't listening no more. Well, fine, that's fine. But I'd rather have people listen to me that know the truth and know that I'm going to give them the truth than have a bunch of people that I got to lie to every night and tell them like this. Look, I say, yeah, our Black America's in a mess. I'm not going to tell you anything different. Jonathan does that a lot. Oh, call Black America's fine. No, 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 the fuck it's not. No, the hell it's not. I look at Oakland, California. I see shootings and killings there. Yeah, we got a crime problem in Black America.
Yeah, we do.
Every time I look around, someone's getting shot and killed. Virginia Beach, just the other day, two young brothers killed. One, but three, just the other day in Town Center, brand new Town Center in Virginia Beach. Also, somebody named Davion, whatever. I said, oh shit.
Oh man.
He just showed his picture, dumb looking nigga. Shot three people. He said he shot a malicious wounding. It was 2 a.m. in the morning. Okay, Sunday, 2 a.m. in the morning. That means it should have, I could imagine. I think he was coming out of Keegan's. That's a bar right there. He's probably coming out of Keegan's,
Hmm.
hanging out in the street. One thing I know, if you're going to go out, if you're, when you always leave before closing time.
Yep, always. Yep.
By the time closing time comes, I'm already gone in bed. I'm already gone. But you got people standing around. That's when trouble happens. I worked the night.
Yep.
That's when stuff happens. At the end of the night, you have a good night all night. At the end of the night, that's when shit starts.
Yeah, because you want to stand around and hang out, just
They're staying out, and the people eyeballing each other and shit.
exactly.
Yeah, so,
And
so
that's kind of why, like, I kind of stay away from the South because, like one time I went to Georgia and I was just hanging out with these
yeah,
girls and like my one.
down south people like that. They like clubbing all night and whatnot. I don't know. It's not
Yeah,
simple.
but they kind of like really like you said, like when it comes to like the crime, and they kind of like envious with the eyeballing because this one girl was telling us, she's like, yo, you guys gotta leave because some one of the country guys was talking about, oh, they from up north, we gotta rob some. I'm like, what?
I seen it in real life. I seen this one girl, like these dudes. I was working at a club. These dudes from Philly was down, right? A little muscle dude from Philly was down, right? And he was talking to the chick. He flashed like a fucking a stack, right? And the
Hmm.
girl came inside. I heard her, right? Little fucking Mexican or light skinned girl. She came in and said, "Yo, them niggas out there, let's rob these niggas." I was like, I couldn't believe the fuck I was hearing, right? He was
Crazy.
like, I said, she goes, "Yeah, man, that nigga wrote." And then the one dude, Mike, the Puerto Rican guy, right? He tried to rob him, right? He punched him. He said, "I need this money, man. I got bills due, whatever like that." And dude said, "What the fuck is your boy hit me for?" When I next thing you know, him and that other dude, man, they jumped him and they beat his ass down on that.
Oh, the Philly guys jumped them.
Yeah, he thought everybody else because he was security, right? But he was
Yeah,
on grimy niggas. And so
yeah.
we were all going to jump in and help him. We sat there, and he was left in a pile. It was raining out, and he was left in a pile of water, right? A puddle.
Yo, you said a pile of water. That's
Yeah, that
crazy.
was like, I
In a
never forget that
puddle.
shit, man. I was like, yo, man. He was like, this nigga hit me, man. What the fuck is up with this nigga? He didn't know. The dude didn't know that he was being set to be robbed.
Hmm.
It is niggas down from Philly, you know.
Yeah, that's
I'm like,
crazy,
I'm like,
man.
yo, like I said, man, I don't fuck with these streets, man. You know. And I say to
Yeah,
myself, that's why when I go out, man, I always use a credit card. When I never flash no cash, you
yeah,
know,
never, man.
never
Because
flash
you know,
no cash.
it like we black, so you know we the targets. You know, everybody want to take something from
Yeah.
us.
So
So
the bottom of it, they think you're not stupid, you know.
yeah,
They think you're stupid, like you're not gonna call the police. Yeah, that's what they know. You rob a black person, he gonna be like, I ain't snitching. I ain't like, nigga. He just
yeah. Right
robbed
now,
you.
I'm snitching. I'll tell you right
I'll
now, I'm
snitch in a minute. I
snitching.
say, officer, I'll give you a full description. This nigga had this on, blah blah blah. Nigga like you snitch on. Yeah, that's right, nigga. And I'm gonna be there to testify.
Right? Yeah,
Court,
yeah,
But
yeah. That ain't I'm testifying.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's for
take your
sure.
street credit away from you. Hey, you can have it. I'm gonna take my
Exactly, because I work too hard for my stuff, man.
my nigga card. Oh, you can have that, man. That's how you gotta be.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's how you gotta be, and that's the type of people I want to be around. People think like that. I don't want my nigga card. I don't want your street cred when I. I'm gonna
Now,
fuck.
and that's true, and that's kind of what keeps us different from those guys. Because I've noticed, like say if I get into like verbal altercations with those guys, and I start saying stuff that what you talking about, like they'll say like, "Yeah, I'm gonna come pull up on you and shoot it up," and I'm like, "Hey, well, wouldn't you like if you come shoot it up, right?" What I'm saying, like, I'm pretty sure the police are going to be notified, right? If a shooting goes on, and they're not going to stop until somebody's convicted, and they're like, "Oh, you're so police," but I'm like, I'm not. I'm just, making sense.
The
Like, I
bottom line
wouldn't.
is, if you shoot, a gun goes off, they gotta investigate.
Right? They got to. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, they
Like,
see a gun go off, they gotta investigate no matter what.
no matter, yeah, no matter you hit somebody or not.
If they think it's all the clear. It'd be like a year later, right? You know what happens? One of their boys will get popped on something, right? Oh, remember that case where somebody got shot like on such street? I
Mm-hmm.
don't want you intimate details. Just let me off, right? That's usually how it happens. Next thing you
Yep.
know, dude's out there eating corn, sitting on his desk, his table eating cornflakes, and knock on the door. Such and such, I got a warrant for your arrest. What? Okay, for the shooting of such and such a year, 2 years ago. When how the hell you know that? And they break
Yeah.
down. His boy sitting in the room like, yo, man, yo, man, they made me an offer I can't refuse, man. It's like they don't say I told them everything. They say I told them everything. I told them everything.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, even if you do stay on the street code stuff, like somebody's gonna tell on you that, right? That allegedly lives by that
Yeah,
code, so it doesn't make sense.
somebody saw something. The police know they don't ain't a matter of time for somebody come over here trying to cut a deal and say, I'll tell you everything. All they do is bring a some chicken and some wings or some
Yeah,
hot
hot
sauce.
pocket.
I'll tell you everything you want to know. Everything you want to know. Not everything. Everything you want to know. You know, I think like just let me out of here tonight, man. I can go home and sleep in my bed. Niggas will tell niggas will dime on their mother and whatnot.
That's the truth. It's the truth. It would.
That's what
That's
you
why I don't
have.
trust anyone.
So I said, man, just ain't nothing in the streets, man. Ain't no shit in the streets, man. The real gig is building black businesses, nation building, reaching out. When I was telling Hustle Smart, Namibia just discovered. I'm gonna play this video. Let's see if I can play this video.
Oh, they discovered something? What?
Oil off the coast, man.
Oh, it's up.
Yo, and I'm saying like this. I'm going to Angola next year, but goddamn, Namibia is only 3 million people, man, and they discovered like 20 billion barrels of oil.
What? Yeah, we got to get over there because I'm telling, like, me, my one cousin, like, trying to get a loan from this credit union so we can open up a gas station and we're gonna work it. So that would
Oh
be a
yeah, it's
great
like yeah.
idea.
The bottom line is, if black people can get into the gas station business, you will never go wrong, man.
Never,
I
because
know,
it's
and
these
I know
Arab
Liberia
guys.
needs like 100 gas stations in
Yeah, these
Liberia alone.
Arab guys at my BP over here was telling me like they kind of cool and they was just talking to me about it and they like maybe around your age but they work it like they own it and they've been working it for like
Yeah,
years and
I
they
used to know this guy, a black kid, my boy Ilya. Actually we're the same age, right? And he came down here when he used to own the car wash that I bought, right? And he had I don't know why he came down to Virginia in his car. I don't know. I think Illy was on the run. Anyway, he had like 7 gas stations, in New Jersey, and
oh he was rich.
Yeah, his family come from old money in Fort Lee, New Jersey. He was black, Ilya,
Mm-hmm.
and
Because that's
so
the thing about gas stations in New Jersey. You can't pump your own gas. Like somebody has to
right,
do
right.
it for
Yeah,
you.
you know how he started. He started when he was 18. His father gave him money to buy his first tow truck, and he made
Smart.
his money on the Garden State Parkway towing trucks. And he said by 21 he made his first $1 million. And he bought a string of gas stations, on the not turnpike, the Garden State Parkway, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
so,
Yeah,
so
that's
he
amazing.
so he was making money. He was like 20. Me and him was at the time, we were both like 25. He was already in the millions, young brother, man. I was like, man, it inspired me because the same year, I opened my business down here in Virginia. I opened up a candy business and a vending company, and then he went back to New Jersey, and the car wash that he used to have, I took it over.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, I remember you was telling me that you opened a car wash, but you were
Yeah.
saying
So,
it's not too good of a like long-term investment because of like the water, right? You were
yeah, the
saying the
water, and
cost of
also if
water.
I knew what I knew now, right? If I had a credit card where I could have bought the soap and the repairs, because sometimes freaking some of the machines like go down, and
Mm-hmm.
the money I made for the week I would have to put it on a repair. If I had insurance on it and stuff like that, now
Okay,
I
okay.
learned how to do business. If I had insurance, like on the business, right? Okay, I just file a claim and I need to get that repair fixed. I realized that's how businesses run. You don't ever spend your own money. You always get lines of credit and shit.
Yep, yep. That's true. You get loans and stuff. Yep.
Yeah, you get lines of credit, and stuff like that. So if I knew what I knew now, man, shit. But I was young. I was like 27 years old, 26, 27. So I didn't know a lot. If I knew what I knew now, man, I'd be like, holy shit. So I'd be rich. I would have been rich, but it is what it is. Things happen for a reason. I learned a lot when I was growing up and whatnot. That's what people would tell me. Like, you got this guy flex up on a fucking chat. Well, we gotta do this. I said, dude, man, I've been in so many. And let me ask you a question. I was saying yesterday, a lot of these fucking Pan African groups are full of shit. That's just my experience over the years.
Yeah.
I've heard this. Oh yeah, have you heard about Caricon? What the fuck does Caricon got to do with me? And all these other people. Oh yeah, they're fighting for reparations. What the fuck does that got to do with me? You know,
Yeah.
and all these other people like that. Like our last night show, man. I said, look, you got a lot of people out there who are doing their own thing, making their own money, and those of us who believe in this movement, we're not. I'm sick and tired of black people, black Americans like you and me, not benefiting from any of these movements in our name. That's what I'm tired of, right? People can always come here, right? Richard Law Dennis, right? He made money off of Black America. Bought
Hmm.
Madison J. Walker's building. How come we can't, when we go to Africa, and suddenly there are all these pitfalls and problems? You ever notice that?
Yeah, and everything's like,
Oh, you
tribal
can't do
based.
this, you can't do that, and blah, blah, blah. This. I mean, I'm sick of these people. I really, and some people say, Carl, you hate Africa. I don't hate Africans. I'm just tired of them. I really am. Because the bottom line is this: they want to talk all. Then when you say like this, like, I thought you was a Pan African. No, and the bottom line is until I see Pan African work for me, and I haven't, I'm not gonna pay a Pan African. I say it can't be one sided where you guys come here and suck the blood out of Black America, and then you go back to Africa without money. And we go to Africa, we can't get nothing. We can't get nothing done. We
Yeah,
got
and then I think you said like, if you build there, you make a house or something like in a few years, can't the like village band together and kick you out?
Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. You build something and whatnot. They wait for you to build it. They wait for you to clear the road, do all that shit like that. And then suddenly, something we want it back. That was our tribal land or whatever. Or
Oh,
they'll
that's evil.
keep harassing you until you just leave. I had it happen to me a few people. They start harassing you. Africans know how to keep harassing you and intimidate. Me, I'll be in Africa a week from tonight. And the bottom line, the difference between me and Africa is like I have no fear of them. They think that we're afraid of them. That's what it is. And so when I go to Africa, I don't have no fear of them. Right? That's how they give me respect. Because because I have no fear of them. I say what I say. You say, would you say that in front of them? Yeah, I say the same fucking thing in front of them because
Yep.
I see it online. I have no fear. The bottom line is this: I said, look, Liberia, that's where my ancestors built. So I have an entitlement to that freaking country, no matter whether they like it or not. And that's the way I carry myself. Now I be respectful, but I ain't gonna let nobody freaking fuck with me. Other people want
Yeah.
you to roll over and like a dog and whatnot and bow and let them get the idea with that shit.
And that's probably why they have respect for you down there, because you still stand on your same ideology. Like you don't really sit on your tail for anybody out there, even if it might go against how they view the rest of the world. You still stand on your colonists. A
Yeah,
lot of
I,
people
I,
could
have to, I
respect
have
that.
to
Even your
be.
enemies could respect that. That you still stand on your
Yeah, I
ground.
stand on what I believe in. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
change and bend what I believe in for to satisfy anybody else. It don't work like that. You
Exactly.
know.
That's what I was saying. Like even even like a neo-Nazi racist would probably still have respect for you. You know what I mean? He might not like you because you're black, but he would probably still respect you because he's like, yo, this is a man still, and he's
Yeah,
standing on his
like I said, I
ground.
believe in what I believe in. Like if people ask me, like I'll say, something. I'll say this all the time, right? And I don't. I try not to avoid this conversation when I'm in front of whites and everything like that. But there's an old saying, "Since you asked," that thing. Like since you asked, since
Yeah,
you really,
since you asked, yeah.
since you asked, and whatnot. I believe America's a fucking lie. I don't believe you said. Well, you asked me.
Mm-hmm.
You asked, right? I'm not gonna. I believe in don't ask, don't tell. I won't tell you what I really think of you and your race, the white people in America. Just don't ask me. As simple as
Yep,
that.
yep.
If you ask me, I'm gonna tell you. I had this one guy on TikTok. Or listen to this one guy. I know it was YouTube, whatever. He was a older guy. Much older than me, like in his 70s, 80s, whatever. Like he was still in good shape, but he was talking about how black soldiers were treated, and after World War, it was a Black History lesson after World War One,
Mm-hmm.
and he was saying how black soldiers went over there, they fought, and they were gonna come back to America, and he said the U.S. general said stop, and I remember this too. He's telling the truth. They said stop treating the Negroes in France, stop treating Negroes because they got to come back to America. They're gonna expect this treatment in America. Now these
Mm.
people just got through fighting for their country, right? And then he said, what angers me a lot. He says, "Well, I thought this was supposed to be the land of the free, home of the brave, and all stuff like that." Don't you realize? I wouldn't even use that as a qualifier. That was all a fucking lie, you know.
Yeah, just a lie to get you to fight. That's all.
Yeah, so I don't believe that. I don't believe in the fucking. That's why I had to get rid of 1776. But I don't believe that shit. I believe that was a lie. How can you talk about 1776 when Thomas Jefferson basically that nigga owned slaves? He slept with a 15-year-old, 14-year-old girl, and had a
Wow.
baby with her. This man wouldn't even free his slaves on his deathbed. He barely freed his slaves on his deathbed. He was like, "Oh yeah, you got to work for a couple more years." This dude was evil. George Washington. These men were evil. So there was this other guy, I forgot he was a president or I don't know senator or whatever. He basically promised his slave that when he dies he'll be free, and then on his deathbed he changed his mind. He said, "I want you to go with my son." And dude, I think he ran away and escaped. I forgot who it was. He escaped.
I think it was John Adams, but
Probably one of them. I was like, one of them devils. Anyway, he escaped because the dude promised him. And then on his deathbed, he said, "I want you to go." And the dude's about to meet his maker, and he turned around on his last words was, I'm giving you to my son."
it's
God, these
crazy.
motherfuckers are evil. It's unforgivable. It's shit. And
Yeah.
then, so when people come up to me telling me, I thought this was a land of the free, what the fuck have you been reading?
Yeah,
The hell
that's
history you've
naive.
been reading?
It's just they just fall in love with, just the benefits of America, the
Yeah, that's
women,
what I said.
a lot
America
of
is
the
very deceptive. That's why I know that whatever America is capable of doing, we have to be able to believe that we could build even better. Once you get in that mind that you could build something better in America, it doesn't help when you got these Africans coming over here begging and scraping and stuff like that. They bring us down. With that shit. Let me
Yeah,
get
and
yeah.
the Africans kind of been taking like a huge L this
Yeah,
past couple
the last
months.
2 months they've been taking L's, man.
Even like to right now, like a lot of the like they're showing a lot on social media, like a lot of the African girls are like really wenching for like white men,
Yeah,
not even the African
Paula,
guys.
what do you think about that? The whole Ghana, that Russian guy going to Ghana
the
and
bottom
Kenya.
line is this: the bottom
Embarrassing.
line is a lot of Africans will spin that, and they always what aboutism and whatnot. They'll say stuff like, "Oh, what
Exactly.
about in America?" No, it's not like that.
They're
He was
trying to
going.
make it seem like it's all about poverty, but really, like you showed
Those
that
girls
video.
didn't like they were poor.
I think he's a Biafran who made that video. It's really down to manhood. It's
Yeah,
really down to manhood.
it's like how do
It's
you?
like
Also, you know something? There's a video about a Senegalese in Senegal, a French Italian restaurant doesn't have no black in it. You got Flex up to my Kyle, that's fake news and whatnot, fake news and whatnot, because he's from Senegal. He's embarrassed. Like, oh, that's fake news, Kyle. He posting anything. No, it basically they don't want Africans in their restaurant. And I heard that happens a lot in Africa. The
yeah.
Europeans don't
I've heard
spit.
it in like Kenya. It happens a lot in Kenya. They'll open like a
It happens
nightclub
in
and not
Zambia. It
let
happens
any
all over Africa.
African. But you'll let
And
someone
that's
come to your own country and punk you in your own country. It's like, damn, man, where's the men?
yeah, I have no idea. And that's the
The
thing.
men
I seen
online,
that video
the
in
men
Kenya.
online talking about Black American men. That's what they're. They talk about us.
Yeah, which is crazy. I'm like, yeah, they need to like focus on that because like I seen the video, like they got like a new one that was in Kenya, and there's some other Russian guys over there got them African girls saying Wakanda forever and laughing at them. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
crazy.
You got these guys who realize Africa is now the new age, becoming like I didn't think it was gonna happen. When I first went to Africa a couple years ago, I said at least this is not gonna be like fucking thing. Well, I tell you what, I know it's not gonna happen in Liberia because Liberia don't have a colonial history.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that with that guy who came in there and tried to kill that woman. Didn't he get off?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
So,
yeah, he
in
did.
no place in Black Africa is exempt,
And
unfortunately.
by the way,
And
because as
for
long
a
as
while,
Africans have
for a
that
long time,
mentality,
for a long time, a lot of them would say, "Oh, look at South Africa. They're punks." But I mean, that's all over Africa, man. So
yeah,
it's not just South Africa.
white people can do whatever. They want. Yeah, that guy, his name was Lucas Richards. He tried to kill the girl, had witnesses, right? The knife, everything, and the judge, you could tell the judge was desperate. Probably somebody paid him $1,000, and he said, there's not enough evidence," and the guy walked free. You know,
So and that goes against some of the Pan Africans who's like, "Oh, we'll be safe in Africa." How can you be safe if there's no accountability if a
no,
white person does a
I'll
crime?
tell you in a minute. The only way we'll be safe, we're there in numbers, and we got our own security and all the shit like that. We have legal, and
I mean,
also
from
if
from
it
that
really comes down
standpoint,
to it, we can
from
fight
that
back.
standpoint, you're better off in staying in America because at least you still have a justice system
You
that
have courts and
doesn't
all
work
stuff
all
like
the
that.
time.
Yeah.
It
So the
works
bottom line,
majority.
like I said, also in countries like Ghana, black people are completely vulnerable. See, another thing, you know how they make their mistake when they go to Africa and denounce America. Like Cambone does, Dr. Cambone does. He goes after it's my land and my enemy. You never say that in front of Africans, right? Because they figure, oh, he ain't got no place to go, and that's how they act. They act like
Yeah,
you.
they go from a position. I mean, that's dangerous. Going to Africa from a position of weakness and saying, "Oh,
For this power,
that's
that's so
so
dangerous.
lost."
I tell people all the time. That's why I said if we go to Africa, we have to make a stand. You know, we have to make a stand. That's what Africa stands about. You see, my favorite virgin, Adamus.
Uh, yeah, right,
You
right, Rico. At least in America, we got
know,
guns. If you go to Africa, you don't got guns. You don't got the rule
well,
of law.
that's a deal
That's
breaker for me.
fucking,
Anybody telling me
that's
I can't
dangerous.
own a gun,
That's dangerous.
that's a deal breaker for me, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna have a gun. We're gonna have guns. That's how you ensure the order of things. Guns. You know, and now that strong guns. Automatic.
Which country was it where they some people broke in and stole their whole like bathroom or kitchen? I was like, damn, they just stripped everything out of the house.
That was what you call that was Ghana when they Hebrew Israelites. They came in there, and in the middle of the break of dawn, they said, "We got orders to move you out. No warning or nothing." And they came in and started taking out the windows.
Yeah, live on video, and the guy couldn't do anything.
The guy was
He
like,
did,
"Man, this is just really
he
messed
had
up."
no arms. If that was in America, you could let the shots fly, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No other, and the people like, and then what gets me is when you got all these so-called Pan Africanists defending it. Well, he probably didn't get his paperwork right. I'm like, look, the optics of that.
Uh,
You
that said
know,
it for me, like, man.
why are you gonna steal their property? Why are you there stealing the blinds, stealing busting out the windows, stealing all the aluminum and shit like that? For scrap, whatever, like that. It was like a grab bag. And so that's what it is, And they basically was like, well, I said, okay, it was 25 years, right? Well, they didn't have to renew the lease. Well, they should have straightened that out. They thought they were going to be able to continue doing what they said. And they said, well, if they didn't build this, I said, why they got to keep this? They said they were going to build this for the community, right? Why is it their responsibility to build schools and everything like that? That's another thing when you go to Africa. Why do we got to build all their schools and all this shit like that, donate everything to them? You know? Or they're gonna fucking come and attack you and shit. We gotta build a school, just promise a hospital, blah blah blah. I said they built a bunch of bungalows, bed and breakfasts, of vegan food, whatever like that. They're living peacefully, you know? And so you came and took that away because you said the development wasn't enough. Like I don't know. Well, that's what people want to do with Africa.
But yeah, yeah, Carla, and I'll just say this. Oh man, it's really good history that you put out there about New York. I've been in New York several times. Went there for the first time 2009 with my family, but since I've been truck driving, I've been there several times over the years. So a lot of good history. But to piggyback on the other brother, yeah, African women have been bedwenching for years,
Yo, that's
and
Ndama. What's
yeah,
up,
yeah,
man?
yeah, yeah, yeah. What's up, man? Yeah,
I knew you was
African women.
coming.
Yeah, yeah, African women have been, they've been bedwetching for years, and it's like a sickness that exists within our people. I don't know what it is, but sometimes I'll see some of these African girls and stuff, and they'll refuse to even look at a black man. It's really weird. Like they won't look a black man in the eye, but then you look on their Instagram and they're hugged up with all these like funny looking ass like reject like white dudes and shit, and they got all these like rejects and stuff on their Instagram page, but they won't hang out with other black people, and it's usually color most of the time it's usually one of three groups. It's either a Nigerian, a Cameroonian, or a Caribbean. It's one of those three groups. And I don't know if you remember in the news a few years ago, Kala. At this point, this was a while ago. This was probably about 7, 8 years ago. But there was this Jamaican girl that was in college. Make a long story short, her white roommate tried to poison her.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, yeah, yeah, tried to damn near killed the girl. The girl had an infection in her lung and stuff. Damn near killed the girl. Make a long story short, Kala. And I really felt for that girl when that happened. You know what I mean? And she was even on Phil's show back then. At that time, his show was called Phil Advise. But she was even on. He even interviewed her, and he even suggested her to go to an HBCU. Now, fast forward to about 3, 4 years ago, the white girl had her trial, and do you know the black girl showed up to the trial to support the white girl
Yeah, these people are sick.
that tried to kill her, and then it came out
Reminds
the
me,
black girl she
reminds
was
me
Jamaican. She was Jamaican.
reminds
It
me of
came.
that case in Texas of the Caribbean dude that got shot
Yeah,
in his own
yeah,
home.
yeah. Which was
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. But hold on, man. I
Yeah,
wasn't done.
able
It's
to give
just
her a Bible, that shit like
yeah,
that.
yeah. I understand, but look, it's like there's this weird thing. It's like It's a sickness that, and they talked about the lady that was up here yesterday acting weird. Um, Sometimes, Kala, and I'll just say this: when you look at young guys like myself, and the other young brother that's up here, um, you can't always judge us because I know sometimes we may say things, or I may say things, it might sound out of pocket, but you have to understand what we are going through, okay? And the things that these, you know what I mean? We got African chicks out here, the bed wenching hard, like even way harder than the bed wenches that they had back in slavery. Just won't even look other black people in the eye. They just all into this white man and stuff until they get kicked to the curb, and then they're running around. There was this, and I'll land with this, um, Kala. There was this black girl I used to talk to. I didn't talk to her, but I would run into her on Discord, and she was like that. She was all into. Later on, I found out she was Bohemian. But she would be into these white boys and stuff. And then one day, funny story, I logged on, and she up there in one of the rooms crying and screaming about Black Wall Street, like all of a sudden. She talking about Black Wall Street all of a sudden. I'm like, well, I wonder what brought this on. You know what I mean? It's like when they get kicked to the curb, when these white dudes kick them to the curb, all of a sudden they're reminded that they're black again. You know what I mean? So, I'll land right there.
Yeah, Kala, have you heard of this Kenyan woman who went to Idaho and got shacked up with this fat, ugly white guy, and she ends up missing. And then they find
I
out that
remember that. I remember that. I remember
the
that.
white guy used her credit card to buy a shovel, and they don't like arrest this guy. It's like obviously he killed her. So the case has been all solved for like a few years now.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I don't know what lost word. Let me get Black Manosphere on. Black Manosphere, what's going on, bro?
Hey, peace. What's going on, Carla? Peace, peace, peace to the panel. Yeah, man. I mean, our women, they go through a lot. We all go through a lot.
Yeah, yeah,
They're just very,
let's get back. I want to get back to the main topic. What do you think about? Are you from New York?
yes,
Are you from Harlem?
no,
Okay, what do you know about Harlem? Do you have any roots in Harlem? Are you one of Harlem's satellite communities?
no, I'm not.
So you're from Brooklyn?
I was born in Brooklyn, raised in between Queens and Mount Vernon, New York.
Okay, all right. Well, Mount Vernon's like a satellite of Harlem. You know,
Yeah,
Mount
it's like a baby Harlem.
Yeah, Mount
You right?
Vernon, South Jamaica, Queens, Islip, Long Island, Central Islip, Long Island, Wine Dance. All those places are just stenches of Harlem. Outpourings of Harlem.
Oh, okay, okay,
So Brooklyn is its own thing, and Brooklyn is its own world. Brooklyn's its own
right,
world, and
right,
Staten Island's own world, Brooklyn's own world. The Bronx is sort of part of Harlem too.
right,
Harlem River Drive, that's a part of Harlem culture, culturally part of Harlem, so
right, right.
that's good.
Definitely.
So
I mean, the Harlem Renaissance. I mean, Harlem culture.
yeah,
I mean, it's a staple in Black American culture.
yeah, Harlem was it, man. Bottom line, everybody, even if you weren't born in Harlem, man, everybody would make that pilgrimage to the city. It was called Harlem the city, because that was the
For sure.
center of Black New York, Harlem,
For sure.
that was the center of Black New York culture and heritage and whatnot. Harlem, for the longest time. Like
Yeah.
nothing's gonna replace Harlem,
Showtime at the Apollo.
everything,
Going to all the vendors on the street.
Yeah, so yeah, Harlem, the energy of Harlem was like an African city, or a city. It was like all the black. What gets me is this: Harlem had a huge West Indian population and black people from the South population. They all merged together to form one people, one culture, you had a little bit of everything, Yeah, Harlem was like a world, you have people from Trinidad there, people from Ethiopia there. You got people from the South. It was a majority. Majority of people were black people from the South, and
Absolutely.
then you got people from other parts of New York, whatever, like come there. It was just like when I was a kid, man. Harlem was the funnest place in the world,
Oh yeah, for
So
sure.
packed. I noticed that. Look, when I go there now, the streets aren't packed. I remember it was Harlem used to be so packed, cars couldn't even move. That's how many people would be on the streets,
Right.
when I was a kid. Harlem streets were packed.
Yeah, it just stopped being fun like around like 20s. Like I would say probably after COVID. That's when it
Yeah.
got bad.
Well, even before COVID, right? I noticed that. But if you had to be alive when I was a kid, right? Literally, Harlem was so packed, right? Some of the streets had vendors on and whatnot, and cars couldn't even pass. That's how many people would be in Harlem selling stuff, doing stuff whatnot. It was just so many black people there. It's like holy jeez, blocks were just packed. It was like overflowing with people. And over the years, that sort of. I think people were still living there at the time. And over the years, I guess people just moved out, whatever, like that. A lot of people don't come back to Harlem anymore. you know. So you would
Hey,
have
I
a
heard they
few.
shut it. Oh my bad.
Go ahead, go ahead, say
No,
it.
I was thinking they also shutting down the Coliseum in Jamaica. It's in south side Jamaica, Queens.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And Nassau Coliseum.
No, the on Jamaica Ave, you got the famous Coliseum that
Oh
everybody
yeah,
go to
yeah.
shop at that one
Oh yeah,
specific
yeah,
area.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like
Parsons Boulevard. That's,
right,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
So
I heard
yeah, yeah,
I'm like, oh,
a lot of stuff is changing, man. Like I said,
stuff is changing. Yeah.
a lot of stuff is changing. We don't have the same culture. Because again, let me tell you something about shopping, right? My aunt used to be like, I'm going to the city, go shopping. Shopping was like a spiritual thing uh, among black people, right? People would say, oh, we used to love going to places like Delancey Street, Fordham Road. It's like, that's a shop, just it's like the thing. Going to Gertz, Green Acres, whatnot. Shopping on Saturday was just like, you come back with your new whatever it was, that was part of black culture, shopping, just being around people and whatnot, just the fellowship and the camaraderie, the community and whatnot. It was just like, hey, to
I'll be
me,
square more. I'll be
Albert
square
Square
more.
Mall in Brooklyn, Jamaica Avenue to me was the best. Some
Yeah,
people like
Jamaica.
Delancey Street, but to me, Jamaica Avenue was the best place to shop. You got
Yeah, man.
everything, man. You got everything you wanted, whatnot. It was just so fun, just seeing people with money in their pocket. Everybody, I mean, it was just freaking off the chain, man.
Yeah.
Off the
I
chain.
remember
Man,
seeing
so
Big Daddy Kane on Jamaica Ave, LL Cool J, all type of different people.
I used to see Run DMC a lot, and I used to see
Uh-huh.
Dana Dane, Run
Yeah.
DMC, Dana Dane. I see all these type of people in Jamaica, Queens, and whatnot. I used to see all these people. Let me get this guy on, you know. See what you got to say. But okay, so are you done, brother?
Oh yeah,
Who,
no
me?
doubt.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
No, me. I'm
Black
done. Yeah.
Master, you done?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
All right. Jonathan Miller, you got something to say? Jonathan Miller missed out on this. He's out in California. You know, I had
What
to
up,
take
Kyle? How y'all doing tonight?
I had to take a shot at you.
You
It
had
was
to
out.
take a shot at.
I said, yeah, you out in California. You didn't know what all the fun was in New York. Back in the days, that was just so much fucking fun. You know. So, so what do you think about the topic, Jonathan? Harlem. I said the Harlem Renaissance, right? I believe that's the mecca, the heart of Black America, the culture and everything like that that permeated out throughout Black America.
It was great.
Oh yeah, it was, and
I think about
No, it's
Jazz,
still,
Duke
it's
Ellington,
still,
oh
Count
yeah, all the
Basie.
stuff like that. The all the jazz club, even though we couldn't get in a cotton club, but all these jazz clubs and everything like that. People came from all over to experience black culture. the jazz culture and stuff like that, the ballroom dances and whatnot. People and wanted to see our culture and see our everything. Harlem was uptown. You had to come. You said we're going uptown. Uptown mean you gotta have your best shoes on, your best suit on, and whatnot. White boys would know that. Oh, we're going uptown, man. We gotta put on our sharp suit. We gotta wear a top hat, whatnot, because we're going up there with these black guys that they had their nice cars and whatnot. Look at picture image there. The women were dressed nice and whatnot and everything like that. It was just. I look at Harlem then and look at Black America now. I'm like, what the hell happened? Let me see. Baruti says, Kala for ethnic preservative jazz literate. What the heck is he talking about? Literate proposed like Langston Hughes should go under Pan Am. What? Yo, look. I get so exhausted. What the hell has this got to do with Pan Africanism? Point your African with your space. I'm like, dude, man, we're talking about Harlem right now. Can I get a break? There's a time we're gonna talk about Africa and African and whatnot, but goddamn, I'm just here trying to reminisce about Harlem right now, black culture. My family's from Harlem.
7-5 Linux.
Yeah, my mother grew up in Harlem. That's why my mother grew up in Harlem. So I just want to talk about Harlem, it's things that matter
East
to us.
Side.
What Harlem mattered to Black America.
That's
So
where I learned a lot of that's where the flow of black consciousness was coming from. Of course.
Harlem was Harlem, and Black consciousness in Harlem, right? So there was Pan Africanists there, people Pan Africanists, but
What's that big center? That big it's like a, what is it? The Shabala Shala. It's a name
Schomburg.
for it. The
Schomburg.
Schomburg. There you go.
Hamburg Institute.
There you
Institute. All right, who's up? Nak Measy, go ahead, bro.
Peace, brother. I tried to do the Pan African flag one. I had to switch it back to the American. Sorry, it runs through my veins. But Harlem, yeah, I used to live on 137th between 8th and Edgecombe, which was one street over from Strivers Row. Strivers Row was a extremely, I guess it was just a black excellence block. You had Rolls Royces and all that parked over there. That was in the early '90s. But right outside of Strivers Row, then you had real Harlem. You know what I'm saying? Korean fish spots, soul food stores, crackheads, Mercedes Benz 190s. You had everything in Harlem. When you went to Harlem, you had to be on your A game. 125th Street, Mart 125. I don't know if y'all remember Mart 125. You should go in there. All your African shit was in there. People selling books outside, incense,
go.
Ron G tapes, uh, DJ Doo-Wop. Harlem was that place. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted to try to meet shorties, you go to Harlem. Later on, you would go to Grant's Tomb. This is real New York-ish right here. But Harlem now is diversified, gentrified, um, and the white people done took that over like they do in the Flatbush too.
Yep, yeah, it's something else. Like I said, but Harlem should have seen that coming. Harlem is prime real estate, right there, straddling the north side and central Manhattan, right by Central Park, right there. So of course they knew they want to get that. They want to get the hair there. Now Harlem is not even Black American no more. You got African immigrants there now, and they're the new Harlemites. I don't
Nothing in
know.
New York, Black America no more. It's all
But
outsourced
actually,
to.
Black America is still the majority.
Facts. No, absolutely not. We are not the majority in New York City. We've all,
I can't see an African American nowhere in New York no more.
yo, bro,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have to
Scholar.
actually have a
Sometimes,
conversation.
Scholar, you be given like inaccurate demographic information. I think it's because you're from the East Coast and you want to believe that the black culture on the East Coast is still strong. But the
It's not.
reality is, Scholar, you
Well,
know,
I think a
the
lot of Black Americans,
gentrification has taken its effect in much of the
a lot of
East
Black
Coast.
people
Black
now
people are still the
live
majority of black
outside.
people in New York City. You can look that up.
Yeah, there's still a
No,
lot majority.
black Americans are no longer the majority of black people in New York City. Um, New York City, if you go to the suburbs, like all the people that used to work for 9X, Con Ed, MTA, when they got their money, when they got their good job, they moved towards Long Island or upstate
They
or
moved to places like
in New
Mount
Jersey. Yeah, Mount Vernon. Well, what's that? Westchester County. New York City, it
White Plains.
wasn't. Right, White Plains and all of that. So the blacks that are in there now are the blacks that moved from Africa and the Caribbean, and the foundational Black Americans, just regular Black Americans, left. There was a genesis or a move back to the South. We messed up Atlanta, moving to Atlanta in droves in the mid '90s. So Black Americans are no longer the majority. We are still there, but you have to have conversations because we are outnumbered out there.
Absolutely. I'd be hard pressed to find a group of African Americans anymore.
Well, a lot of my family moved out to Long Island. They're out in Hempstead, Baldwin, Wyandanch, Islip, Annville. They're all out Long Island. And they moved out of the city center, and moved mostly in Long Island, upstate New York. That's what my family in New York is. They're not living in the inner city, like Harlem, parts of Brooklyn and stuff like that. No, they don't live there no more.
No, I call it. It's 2.4 million black people in New York City. 1.1 million of them are immigrants.
So how much? So like this,
So it's like it's maybe about 53% are black American in New
close.
York City.
It's
But when
close.
you see
No,
so many black
that
immigrants, you start thinking that it's way more of them because it is a lot more of them. But it's not. They haven't outnumbered black
You know
Americans
what?
yet.
You know
They
what the
We
thing
close
is.
don't
though.
we don't run the street. We don't run the street like we used to.
Yeah, because
I don't see
you know
us
what
running the
the,
streets like.
a lot of Black Americans, right? A lot of them got houses that are paid for, right? A lot
uh,
of immigrants are renting.
it's not what you say, Colin.
My family in New York, right? Yeah, I remember back in the late '80s, right? That's when they started paying off their mortgages and whatnot. How all they
Yep.
had to pay city tax and whatnot. A lot of immigrants, right? A lot of black people in New York, right, moved to the South, right, and they still own those properties in Queens. They own property, but they rent to Caribbean families, and they rent to. You got Ghanaian in Far Rockaway. You got Ghanaians now living in houses that black people grew up in. They still own the house, but they're
Big
renting.
big time.
Yeah, so they got Ghanaians, you got Africans, and whatnot. They're moving. You think of South Jamaica, Queens, or Far Rockaway. You don't think you're gonna see somebody from Ghana there, right? But you got Ghanaians
That
living
shit
in.
that
You
shit
know,
is Ghanaian
Ghanaians
out.
took
That shit
over.
is Caribbean out. Hell yeah. Queens. Oh my
Yo,
god.
if you from New York, you know the demographics change. There's a building in the Bronx. It's towards Mashulu Parkway. The whole shit is Ghanaians. I think
Tracy
it's called
Town.
Tracy Towers.
I
Yeah,
used, to, I used to live there.
Tracy
Yeah. Yeah.
Tracy Towers is all Ghanaian. I used to live on Burnside, and what was a Chinese store is now a Ghanaian store. Black Americans have been aged out, and they went back to the
That's
south, the north, the east, and the west, meaning Long Island, Westchester, Jersey, and back down south. We are no longer the majority. And when we look at numbers, we're looking at maybe if you're older than me or if you're younger than me, chances are you're not in New York if you're a black American. Or you got a kid with a Caribbean chick. There's like black
yep.
Americans with two black American parents no longer exist in New York City as they did in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
a lot of communities are gone. Yeah, with that, a lot of my family they out in Long Island or they moved down to Florida. They moved to South or they moved upstate New York. That's my family. I don't think I have any family living in the in the heart of the five, except for my family in Jamaica, Queens, live in Jamaica Estates out there, and stuff like that, Sunrise and Green Acres and stuff like that. But as far as like the inner city, like Brooklyn and stuff like that, no, we don't.
That shit is a
I don't
lost
have
cause. Bro, I saw Africans on Section 8. I'm like, shit, you had to wait mad years to get on Section 8 and have Mitchell Lama. And Mitchell Lama was, if it still exists, it was like a government subsidy. So they basically turned project buildings into like co-ops and shit, right? But it's Africans and Caribbeans. I'm like, damn, to find black Americans like in the 90s in abundance in the city, you had to go to the PJs. But now the PJs are no longer majority black American. Left Rack City or Left Rack City in Queens was a black that was black excellence. All the people with money at that time in Queens moved to Left Rack or they moved to Laurelton, Rosedale. All that shit is gone, man. It's gone. It's gone.
So
That's all. It's
going to the islands.
Shit,
yes.
you somebody mentioned a Coliseum. Bro, I remember Gert Small. I got my first set of gold fronts. We
Yeah.
used to wear stopwatches
In Gertz Mall, I got my first.
You taking it back.
I got my first name chain in Gertz Mall. Gold cuts. Yeah,
downstairs. Downstairs.
yeah, I got my gold cuts there with a gold chain. They take the piece of gold and carve your name in there. I got.
Yes.
I had that shit all the way till I moved to Virginia, and some chick stole it from me and shit. You know,
Oh shit.
4 karat gold.
Yeah,
Some
you
chick.
taking it back. Yeah, man.
Yo, y'all know those big, it's like a big metal sculpture. It's like a person. When you walk in that little mall towards going to, when I say mall, it's outside. There's just stores on both sides, right? On the right side, you got the bus terminal that's no longer there. There was a donut shop in there, but going down that little strip, you had these huge metal like statues and shit. They, I guess they were supposed, them shits used to scare the hell out of me as a kid, but I remember the smells.
Right.
I remember getting cracked on if you got your sneakers off the Modell's table. If you're from New York, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dollar
Yup.
vans and
Table
Sawa
dollar
Muslims
bins.
selling oils.
Shout
Yeah,
out to
now we
Tone.
talking.
Shout out to Tone. Yeah, dollar bins.
Them
Shout
shits
out
is
to
like the
Tone.
same price as the
He be flagging them for
Q4.
everybody. Yo, he be flagging them for everybody. Shout out.
Q4 Green Acres, Green Acres.
Yeah, man, that's the days and the times, man.
Yes, brawls in Parsons and Archer train station, uh, Astoria
Yeah,
projects. That's what Black Americans was at a point, but they ain't there no more. Not there.
yeah,
What
so,
part of you from Queens?
yeah, yeah. I lived in Southside Jamaica, Queens. I went to school with Nicki Minaj.
What school
Yeah,
was that?
PS 45, Clarence Weatherspoon.
Nah, I didn't. I don't. I went to 231 junior high school. 231. You know what that is? That's at.
Yeah, yeah, I went there.
All right. So I went to 231, and then we moved to Cambria Heights. So then I went to 59. I think that's on Franny Lou.
Okay,
Yo,
yeah,
this shit
Francis Lou.
crazy, son. North Conduit, South Conduit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, yep, yep. Facts, 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 facts,
Green,
facts.
yo, you
Taking it
remember
back.
when they shot up Green Acres for that movie, King of New York?
Godfather. It was Godfather.
Oh, it was The Godfather. Okay, okay, it
It
was
was
The Godfather. Yeah,
yeah.
they
And that
shot
was
that
that was the
shit up.
E Money bag shooting.
Okay,
E Money
shit.
bags, Lost Boys, and all that type of shit back then.
Ah, yeah, Lost Boys was them dudes, man. Like
What?
Queens was where the shorties was. Brooklyn was where you used to, you know. I would only go to Brooklyn to visit my family.
Yeah,
You know what
right.
I'm saying?
Brooklyn is rough. Brooklyn is rough.
Yeah, Brooklyn was rough, bro. Like,
You know what I'm saying? You gotta have some business somewhere.
yeah, you ain't just go to Brooklyn like that. You know what I'm saying? But Bronx was always the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? It was always dirty and shit, grimy. Queens always had the shorties. Queens had the shorties.
Always,
Brooklyn was
always.
dangerous. Bronx was dirty. Manhattan had, all the fly people.
Yep, 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 yep.
And we was running shit back in the day, man. Now all went back down south.
Facts.
I met a black
I feel
American.
so alone.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Nah, I was just saying I feel so alone. I remember saying that, like, damn, I feel so alone. Like, where's everybody at? I just remember saying that to myself a few years ago.
Yeah, you got to be a certain age. I went back during COVID, and I was by Ebbets Field, that building. I was on Franklin and I think President or something. I just started a conversation up with this old black lady, and she was Black American, and she was telling me how there's not a lot of Black Americans there anymore in Crown Heights. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn, bro, like where we
Yeah,
at?
yeah,
And they're
it's true.
all older now.
Right. Yeah, time has changed. We are older. I'm older, definitely. Yeah, yeah. It's just strange
Yeah.
to see, but I can see it in the streets and everything. We not hanging out. I don't hear the music. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Things is just different.
bro. I remember Black Americans cosplaying like Jamaicans because we were so outnumbered. You be around, like I could do a good Jamaican accent, you know what I'm saying? Because you
Yeah,
live around these motherfuckers, not the motherfuckers, but these people, and you pick
yeah.
up on shit. You start going to Golden Crust, ordering beef patties and cocoa breads and shit,
All
and
that.
you start to lose your Black
Selassie,
American.
Selassie,
Motherfucker.
live it every time. What? Come on, man. All the culture soaked up all of that.
Yeah, what was them shit? Strictly the best CDs, bumping them shits in the whip. You know what I'm
All
saying?
that.
Like
All of that.
Hey,
going to
Knock
Juve.
Measy.
Yo,
A quick question, because I've heard people, because by me being like a West Coast, dude, like I know about the history of like the gangs on the West Coast, but what do you know about? Because I've heard other guys talk about it, but what do you know about, or maybe Colin might know something about it too, but what do you know about the Black Junior Mafia?
the Junior Black, that was Philadelphia.
Yeah. What do you know anything at all about them,
Only
or?
thing I know is surface level stuff about them because I'm not from Philly. I lived in Pittsburgh. That's on the west part of Pennsylvania. What I know is that they ran these shower posses out of Philly. These Jamaican gangs was taking over Black American spots all over the country. Pittsburgh too, Chicago, L.A. They was everywhere. But the Black Junior Mafia, the Junior Black Mafia, whatever they call, they put a stop to that shit in Philly.
Yeah, because I heard that they was like the Jamaican was coming in and like basically pressing like the Black Americans, and they was taking over. And then I heard like the Black Junior Mafia basically pressed back, like stopped them in their tracks. Like that's what I heard. They were spraying the Jamaicans up. That's what I heard.
Now they were spraying the Jamaicans up after we were getting sprayed up by Jamaicans. Let me put you on. If you were Jamaican, you know about PNP versus JLP, right? These are political parties that and they enlisted people from the ghettos to kind of like get their votes. You know what I'm saying? They were also involved in drug trafficking to America. So this is actually CIA's doing, coming back to bite Black Americans in the ass because the CIA has something to do with that. So when these drug gangs came to the city, there's actually documentaries on this on YouTube. They went to Houston, LA. They was even in Puerto Rico, the Dreads, running shit. And they introduced a level of violence that we weren't used to in America. Like they would just come to a strip and just kill every goddamn body and take it over. They had crash dummies. They ran spots. As a matter of fact, for a time when I was a kid, I was in a trap, not selling, but just around a bunch of dreads that were selling drugs, thanks to my mother's husband. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't seen that shit, and they would kill you. It was already known in New York City that Jamaicans couldn't fight. They couldn't shoot their hands ever. They would stab you and they would shoot you with the quickness though.
Well,
Yeah,
no.
because
That's
they
why we.
skinny
That's
though.
why we ain't fuck
They
with them.
skinny.
Well, no. Nah, but you know you in for something like a shower posse type of situation.
Yeah, Haitians, the Haitians are very nice people, When you cross them, there's no rules to their fight. You know what I'm saying? We like to shoot the hand slap box. We grew up throwing up the 52s or whatever. They don't come from that culture. They will grab a machete and chop your hand off when you try to put up your high guard. It
Yes.
was,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Now we talking
Yeah.
that New York shit.
Right. That's what I know.
But I heard the Haitians was like real vicious back in the day too. Like I heard like down in my Miami, I heard that
Right.
the Cubans was scared of the Haitians.
Now check it. You talking about Zopound. The Haitians
Cause
in New
yeah,
York City.
I heard the Haitians. Well, this is what I heard. I heard that when the Haitians first came to Miami, the Cubans was fucking with them and like being racist against them or whatever. So they said the Haitians came through and started spraying the Cubans up and killing everybody, like to the point where the Cubans was like pretty much like the Cubans stopped fucking with them because they killed so many they killed so many Cubans, or at least that's what I heard.
Now check this out. That's there's elements of that's true. That happened. But New York Haitians, they was on some get money shit, right? The Miami Haitians was on some get money shit as well. But Haitians typically have been people be picking on Haitians because they think it's sweet. So it wasn't only the Cubans, it was Cubans, Black Americans, and the biggest Caribbean bully, which are who? The Jamaicans. The Jamaicans are like they consider themselves the top dog of the Caribbean. So if you're not Jamaican and you ain't Trini, you don't really got no say in the Jamaican community. You know what I'm saying? In the Caribbean community. Matter of fact, if you had done a crime back in the day and you had a Caribbean accent, they said you was Jamaican off the rip. But everybody was fucking with the Haitians, and that's one of the reasons that they came together and created Zopound. First it was for defense, and then they just started going on offense and taking shit over.
They got Little Haiti in Miami, right? In Florida. I think it's like across the bridge. It's Little Haiti.
That's a whole fact. I lived in Little Haiti and Flatbush. The
Huh.
whole neighborhood was Haitian.
Yo, what about Haitian Jack? Does everybody know about Haitian Jack?
Yeah, he was a stick up dude, or he robbed somebody or something, right?
Yeah, he had the same story. Yeah, dealing with Tupac and stuff. But yeah, he moved. He moved here from Haiti. He was like a little affluent too. He came from an affluent family and all of that. But they was picking on him in Brooklyn and all of that. And then he flipped on. You know what I'm saying? Turned to a killer and all that. Niggas who take up niggas. You know what I'm saying? Take from the drug dealers and all of that. And he's well connected to a lot of stars and stuff. Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder. And he just, Madonna, all these people, if you know him in the story with Tupac. But
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Haitian Jack.
Yo, the
And then
first
you got
big body
what's the
Benz,
other dude? What's the other dude? Henchman. He's a Caribbean too.
Jimmy Henchman, yeah. Yo, them dudes was getting money. The first big body Benz I rolled in, it was an S600. It was my Haitian homie shit. And then he upgraded to the S5, but the 2000 shape, the year 2000 shape. Haitians was getting money in the city. They
They the
was getting
ones
money.
who
I would have.
introduced they the ones who introduced gold teeth, gold chains, and all that to us.
Well, we've been rocking gold chains. Gold teeth were designed by a guy from Suriname. He did the first grills, but jewelry, we always had jewelry and shit.
True. I guess that's maybe in parts of like Staten Island or whatever.
Yeah, it could
But
be. Yo, remember they used to rock shit with holes in it. Their shirts used to, like they used to wear
hell
fishnet,
yeah,
fishnet
hell
tank
yeah.
tops, travel
Herc,
fox or Bally's.
cool Herc and them niggas.
Yo, you remember the Sterlings, the cars, the Sterlings?
Yeah, vaguely. I remember the box Maximas they was always in.
Okay, yeah, the Maxima shit, the box Maxima. They
The,
used to rock the
yeah.
Cressida, Toyota Cressida, the Maxima, And the Sterling.
with
The
the
Sterling was the English.
crown, with the little crown in the back and in the back of
Yes. Or the crest.
the yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yo, salute to BB Rodriguez. Salute, sis. There's a comment. Someone actually mentioned the CIA's involvement with the shower posse. That's a whole fact. If y'all heard me on here, I can speak Spanish. So I lived in Puerto Rico for a while when I was a kid, and I was in
Oh
a
wow, you
trap.
got a lot of experience.
Yeah, I was in a trap with Jamaicans in Puerto Rico in a caserío, which is basically the projects. They took over a project and was selling weed out of a project as Jamaicans in Puerto Rico. They have a takeover mentality, and they will run you off of your shit if you ain't careful. And they did that
If
shit in
you ain't,
America
yeah,
too.
yep. If you ain't built, yeah, hell yeah. We always knew that you always had that thing about the Jamaicans. Was to always watch for them. They always come with them that machete. You know what I'm saying, or that gunplay.
Word.
Or
But shout out to the Yardies. Shout out to my Caribbean peoples. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, all good. We soaked up all of that culture. Shaba
Yo, I
ranks.
lived
Think
I
about
lived
all
in
the.
Cali too. I'm sorry, brother. Go on.
No, I was just saying we soaked up all that culture, Shaba ranks, and the whole reggae culture and all of that.
All of that shit. So yeah, I mean, if motherfucker really did their due diligence, they could make a case that Black Americans at a certain point was tethering on to Caribbean shit in in New York City, because that's a whole fact.
For sure, that's a fact. I was there. That's a whole fact. That's a
Yeah,
whole fact.
a
Ain't
whole
no
fact,
shame,
bro.
but tell the truth.
Word. That's why I
Tell,
say, like, New York City and a lot of Black Americans or FBAs or whatever you want to call them in certain movements, they look at us sideways because, like, oh, y'all compromise. Yo, bro, I'm not compromised at all. I'm worldly. I understand a whole bunch of culture. I like different food.
right,
You know what I'm saying? Like that.
right. Yeah,
My
you
life
got a
has
lot of
become better
experience.
because of that. Word.
Yeah,
But
you
yo,
in
I want
particular,
to talk
you
to.
got a lot of experience from different sides.
I lived in Cali too. Like the brother, there's a brother here from Cali who asked me about Junior Black Mafia. Well, I lived in a place called Highland Park, Los Angeles, right? And I was the only black kid there. Literally, this is like 1983 or 84. I used to walk
Mm.
on Figueroa all the way to my school. Matter of fact, I was in elementary school when the Challenger blew up. No, I was in middle school when the Challenger blew up. Cause I remember having these sneakers from Payless. Them shits was called Challengers. They had a fake Nike swoosh, and people were saying them shits was gonna blow up on my feet. But I was, I, I'm not even lying, bro. So
No, that's that
at
type
that
of stuff
time,
from back in the days. That's the type of shit we saw.
but yo, it was all Mexicans in that part of California, and I googled the neighborhood, and they had a green light on all black people in the 90s. I was already long gone by that time, but it's crazy. I guess more black people moved in, but you know, the relationship between blacks and Hispanics on the East Coast is different from the West Coast, straight up.
Hell yeah, it's wars out there. Like it's
Yep.
crazy out there.
Yeah, on the
They
West
went through it.
Coast.
They got their history too. It's it's real.
Hey, when I was in high school, right, and I didn't even grow up in the inner. Yeah, I didn't even go to high school in the inner city. I went to high school in a place called Palmdale, California. It's a desert suburb, 65 miles north east of Los Angeles. And in that high school that I went to, every year they had a race riot between the black students and the Mexican students, and they had to call out dozens of LA County sheriffs, and they had a helicopter overhead when school let out. And this was every year, and I'm talking about hundreds of shit. We would get out of the school, and there'll be at least 100 LA County sheriff deputies with shotguns, body armor, helicopter flying over. Okay, when school let out.
Yeah, I
I mean,
believe
that's
that
just what it
shit.
was, and we constantly had race riots with the with the Mexicans and Mexicans versus blacks, and it was interesting though. The high school I went to, it was majority Mexican. It was majority um, Latino or Mexican, and then the next biggest demographic group was Black Americans at like I
Mm.
think 13%. Whites were the minority. When we would have those race riots, guess who the whites would side with? They would side with the Mexicans.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Yo, brother, I
Absolutely.
went to elementary, right? This shit called Aldama Elementary School. And
Yeah.
the white dude, it was a white dude from Tennessee and this Mexican kid named Eugene, whose brother was in a gang called Dogtown. All right. Um, these motherfuckers would come up to me with a pencil and try to erase the black off my skin. Well, they didn't touch me, but they'd be like, "Does it erase? Does it erase?" And I remember I fought the white kid from Tennessee. You know what everybody was chanting? This shit is crazy. I'll never forget it. They said, "A fight, a fight, a nigger and the white. The white turns red and the nigger drops dead." This is in California, bro. This is like 1985. I'll never forget that goddamn song. That's why, like, that
Mm,
California shit. Yeah, a
mm,
nigga and the white.
mm,
The white gets red and the nigga drops dead.
mm.
Yeah, that shit.
That's
Y'all never heard that?
that no that but that's history right there. That's big right
Yeah.
there. That is super big right there. That's a bomb.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't fuck with Cali. I want to go back and visit, but I'm good on Cali.
I,
When I go back, I'm going straight to New York.
I've been to Cali in like '88. Been to Las Vegas and all type of stuff too. But yeah, Cali when that time period, it was like lovely. And I was in Sacramento, but
Mm.
oh, excuse me, San Diego. But yeah, I loved Cali. Like, you know what I'm saying? So when, Biggie and them talk about going back to Cali, LL Cool J and all of that, I was like, yeah, I could dig it. The skies, the change from New York, you know what I'm saying? And what I'm coming from,
Yeah,
Southside Jamaica, Queens, to that environment, an actual 7-Eleven down the block, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a culture shock. And I was like, I never wanted to leave. But yeah.
let me ask you a question. Um, and for breakfast, people drink tea and they also drink what? Not
Coffee.
orange juice. What is it?
Coffee.
Coffee. That's some New York shit right there. When you say coffee, I know you're from New York. You feel me? Like the way we say New
Yeah.
York is with a AHK, New York, or YAWK, coffee is KAWFEE, coffee. No New Yorker can say coffee like the right way and shit. Word, coffee.
Yeah.
Yo, let me get a coffee on the bagel. Bagel
Chopped
with cream
cheese,
cheese and word. I make chopped cheeses
bacon,
out here.
bacon, egg, and cheese in the morning.
They be ordering them shits like crazy with the little Mexican dude be making 10 sandwiches. All of them shits be fire at the same time.
That's
I
how
don't
we
do the
live.
swine, but you know what I'm saying? People be ordering that
Yeah,
bacon, egg, and
turkey
cheese on
bacon,
a
you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
bagel.
beef
Yeah,
bacon, turkey bacon, whatever you
yeah.
want. If you want to
Mm.
do it, This is bacon, egg, and cheese.
Beef patty and cocoa bread
All of that. All of that. Jerk
from the
chicken,
from the
curry.
pizza from the pizza shop with cheese in it. Yeah, now you talking.
Hell yeah.
Tropical fantasy sodas, the 50 cent joints.
Ah, you done threw it back. I'm done.
Yo, let's go all the way back to Dipsy Doodles
Nah,
and
I'm done.
orange
I'm
fingers
done.
and quarter waters.
Nerds candy and all type of shit.
Charlie Chan's lemon heads. Now latest.
Peanut chews.
Oh, peanut chew. Yo, I'm telling you, peanut
Chico
chews is like
sticks.
Chico. Oh, Chico Laffy Taffy. What
Laffy
else?
Tap. All of that. Now
Yo,
laters.
what you know about the dollar fries from the Chinese spot?
Hell fucking yeah. Extra ketchup.
Extra. That yo, I'm telling you, that was a poor kid's meal in
Full,
the hood. Dollar
hell yeah.
fries.
Yep. Wings and fries, full wings and fries.
Yeah,
Oh,
chicken wing, French fry, salt, pepper,
yeah, chicken
ketchup.
wings, french fries.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why
Yeah.
was they always cheap with the duck sauce though? They give you mad soy sauce, but that duck sauce, extra duck sauce, 5 cent. Extra duck sauce, 5 cent.
Taking it back, man. Oh man. I used to live in Queensbridge too. It was wild, bro.
Shout out to uh, I think his name is Baruti. He's amazingly the show is on Harlem Renaissance, but the convo has developed into a discussion of gangs and violence. Why can't it encompass an essence of African excellence from the AA narrative slant? Because in Black America, we let the convo flow, right? There's ebb and flow in a conversation. We keep it organic. You don't have to just stay on one topic. We exhausted that topic. Harlem was the shit back in the day, not so much now. We moved on. All right. You've been, riding the nut sacks of black Americans in these streams for years. You should know how we speak, bro.
Facts, facts, facts.
Now he's gonna write another book and a soliloquy about, oh, your vulgar mouth is the reason that your people did not go forward, or some bullshit.
Let me ask you a question. Should we all learn Kiswahili?
Hell no.
Why not, man? You know,
There's because there's too much Arabic influence,
yeah,
and that's one.
I
That's
said
one. What you say?
I said the same thing. You know,
You see?
I said, and all that. Let me say this, and I'm going to be frank about this, right? When you talk about telling somebody to switch their language, right? You're basically trying to enslave them, you know,
Yes.
because that person will be like if you have a mastery of a language, you know how things are said, whatever like that. You're going to be 1,000 times quicker than somebody got to sit there and listen to it and carefully and whatnot. So therefore, let's say you built this society where we speak Swahili, African, whatever, and we all speak the people who coming from East Africa flood there and take us over overnight. You know, they're going to take us over overnight. So I said,
Absolute.
it
And
will,
Kyle, you bring
it'll
up a
take
great point about East
5,000 years.
Africa.
Yeah, it'll take 5,000
Um,
years to develop a
we're
language.
not from East Africa, bro. Our people come from West and Central. Keep that Kiswahili Arab shit on the East side. I rather learn Igbo or something that's West African, not no East African jambalaya Indian and Arab influence language. Nah, I'm good.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's the thing I have. When they start saying it's not enough that you say, okay, we get into what I think we came a long ways. At least right now, we got people who acknowledge that we come from Africa. You know, a generation ago, everybody had no idea. We did DNA tests when I. That's still not enough for people like Baruti. We got to switch. He wants us to forget everything we are and
Nah,
not culture. You can't do that. That's not possible. You can't just say Black America sucks when Black America, like the point of the show tonight, the Harlem Renaissance influenced the whole modern Black world. The
thank
whole
you.
modern Black world basically influenced Harlem. You go down to South Africa, right? Everything you see in modern South Africa was influenced by the writings that they heard from Black America. You know, the artists and the writers and literary and stuff like that. The whole modern Black world. You know, so we're supposed to forget all that, you know, and I just don't get it. I don't get how he just always dismissive of Black American history and culture. You know, I don't understand.
It's the concept of the big homie versus the little homie, and unfortunately, in a lot of black centered spaces, when you have Africans and Black Americans and Caribbeans mixed in the same combos, you get the African that wants to be the big homie sometimes, and everything you do has to be done based on an African point of view. We weren't born there. The reason why we've excelled is because we excelled under duress. under duress. So for us to have our culture and the world embrace the positives and negatives of our culture is amazing. We're proud of who we are, so we're not going to be the little homie to the African who wants to come and shake his dusty ass finger at us and say, "Oh, you need to be more like this. You forget your ancestors." Yo, them ancestors, my ancestors are from North Carolina. Prior to that, they were in somewhere in West Africa, most likely Nigeria. But I have a more of a connection culturally, phenotypically, um, regionally, and geographically to Black Americans than I do to Africans. Let me tell you this: a lot of Africans here, well, you were talking about English, I mean, about language, Kala. I work with a lot of dudes from Cape Verde, right? These dudes will, you be in a conversation, bunch of black dudes. Soon as a Portuguese guy comes, bro, they switch it. They're no longer speaking Cape Verdean Creole, which I understand. They're going straight to Portuguese, and everyone is staring at the white Portuguese man. So he comes there like he's the boss. That shit don't happen with us. It don't happen with us like that. These
Hell
Africans out here will accept abuse from white people and they laugh it off.
Yeah, you know, in
They laugh
Senegal,
it off. We don't do that.
checks out in
no.
Senegal.
Hell.
Senegal right now, they have a white only restaurant. I can play the video.
What?
It's trending right now on TikTok and everything. A white only restaurant in Senegal and Africa. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, burn that shit the fuck down. So in other words, basically, I'm like, you know, when people tell, like, I don't know how this will work, right? I go all the way to Africa, right? Go there, settle down, live, whatnot. You go there because you're the majority, around your own people and kind. And then you see white privilege, the worst type of white privilege. At least in America, they can't do that shit by law, you know. But and you go to Africa and that shit in many places I hear, I'm learning, it's normal. You know, white people have their own space and they restrict the locals and whatnot and accept it. And I'm like, nah, man, I can't accept that shit. You know, that's not
That was in East
my vision.
Africa too. They had a Chinese place. They didn't allow Africans in. You got Chinese people beating Africans from North Africa. No, I mean West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. You know, shout out to whatever country that was. It was probably something with a Z. Um,
Zambia.
one dude, yeah, Zambia. One of them dudes beat the shit out the Chinese guy. But
Yeah.
they go there because they know that a lot of Africans ruin it for all of Africans with that docility. And I'm not saying all of Africans are, but a lot of them will play that role and that appeal to power. We in Black America, we say F your power, F that. The energy that we have, you don't find on the continent, bro. You
And
don't.
that's to me was disheartening when I heard about Richard Lau Dennis taking over Essence because one thing he
Right.
did was he started bringing whites in. He went to years ago. I forgot Mufasa reminded me that he tried to bring white models in with the black beauty and trying to appeal to that. Like, yo,
What?
look, yeah, you know, that was like I remember that was years ago. He was on a breakfast show trying to justify it. And also the Essence Fest had a lot of white women there now, you know. And he brought these Africans in, and I said the Essence was supposed to be Black American women. You know, that was their thing. You know, now it's not about that. It's about women in general, African women, like that. So, and then all that, the money he's making, the media group he created, he has Sundown Media Group. The money he's generating from that, he make hundreds of millions of dollars. He's funneling a lot of that to Nigeria. He wants to make Nigeria the cult. So money he made in Black America, he wants to funnel
You want to
to
send it to Nigeria?
Nigeria. And I said, my last show last night was about the diaspora elite, and I realized now that the diaspora is an unequal playing field. You're dealing with people like Dr. Arikana that come from the elite background. They got connections. That's what Black people don't seem to understand. These people that you're dealing with got connections in Europe, connections to the IMF, World Bank, and stuff like that. You in Black America are playing on an uneven field because you have nothing backing you. These people got governments backing them, policy backing them, diplomacy. And to be honest with you, Like Richard Arden is partnered with Bain Capital. That's a major thing. That's what I'm trying to say last night. We have abundance in Black America, but we're not the one accessing it. These people come over here and they're willing to deal. For some reason, they're willing to deal with the Africans and the Caribbeans rather than us. I just don't get it. They'd rather deal with them. And like all the money he generated, it didn't go to help Black women in America get established in business. Although he promised to make Madam C.J. Walker's building academy to train beauticians, he never did. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't put, yo, bro. I done had so much experience with Africans, more so now here in Europe, and bro, a lot of their mentalities, they just don't jive. They shuck and jive, and they'll, they're the type of motherfucker, like, if everybody's like, they're trying to get this job done in an unsafe environment, it'll be a fucking African say, I will do it, and then fuck it up for everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they have shit, they have people that's dependent on them back home, so they will take any sort of treatment, any sort of conditions, and then because they got that shit, and then they make the other people look like they're not cooperative. It's like Eastern Europeans and if you take race out of it, bro, it's people that come from economically fucked up backgrounds
It is.
will do anything, and then they'll cheapen, they'll fuck up the market because they doing shit that ain't supposed to be done because they come from a desperate place. So I don't understand all of this African excellence everybody talking about. All the Africans I run to out here are white ass kissers, white women worshippers. You see them with the fattest white women and holding them up like queens. No baddies, nothing. And a lot of them have a disdain for diasporans. I'm just keeping it 100. Like, we could work, but we're not the same, bro. That's why on some points that Colin makes, I understand what he's talking about. You have to surround yourself with people with the same mentality, with a fucking cracker mentality when it's needed. And okay, well, I'll use a cracker when it's necessary, but they will always be a cracker to me. You see what I'm saying? To a lot of these Africans out here, a cracker is God. There's a tribe in Central Africa. They call white people Nzama. That is literally their word for God, because every time the white man came, he came bearing gifts for them. That mentality is prevalent where I am now in Europe. Remember, the Dutch, I put y'all on to the Ashanti. The Ghanaians and the Dutch were bed buddies. They were bed buddies. The Ghanaians are the original YNs, and they were their ops with the Indonesians, and they were YNs and crashing out for the Dutch. So I don't want to hear shit about none of our people, bro. We ain't on that type of time.
Yeah. One thing I realized is that I used to idolize Africans, but now I realize that their culture is actually much weaker than our culture. Um, and the main reason I will say that is because they have this subservience
Mm-hmm.
to white people that's even our biggest coon is not as subservient as they are. Because if you look at Tim Scott, the Republican from South Carolina, and when Trump came out with that racist like cartoon or whatever
The monkey shit,
depicting
yeah.
the Obamas, he called Trump out. Even Tim Scott called Trump out.
That's crazy.
But
Because Tim Scott is a crazy.
Yeah, and Tim Scott called Trump out on that, and it's like these Africans is sometimes sometimes I even wonder that maybe we didn't come from them, or
No, we definitely did.
because I don't see it. It's like even when they dance, Like when Africans dance, it's not the way we do. You know, when we dance, we have a a real strong rhythm. You know, the way we move when they dance and when they sing. Okay, when we sing, it's powerful. It's emotional.
Right.
Okay, when they don't sing, they do like these little chants and stuff, and they don't even really dance. It's like when they dance, they're just hopping around and jumping around. Like that's not what we do. And I'm like, what are these? You know what I mean? And it's like,
They're not us now. They're not. I mean,
No,
they came up on the whole other side of the world. Like, you know what I'm saying?
you know, video they was playing a black American dance, step dances over there toward versus African dance, and then they showed the double Dutch and whatnot. You know, with the dance whatnot. And they showed the African. I said, I knew what I loved Africa, but I felt so fucking. I felt bad because I thought, man, Africans would take. I said, okay, this is gonna be a good match. But then I saw, I was like, man, it's not even a comparison. The double Dutch killed it. A double Dutch killed it. I remember that when I was a kid, man. Girls, I to this day could never do a double Dutch, man. I could never do a double Dutch to this. I don't know how those sisters able to do that. Keep the perfect rhythm and timing. I grew up with that in New York City, man. When girls in the middle double Dutch.
That's a staple.
Chelsea.
Grew up like that.
Have you ever seen double Dutch at Dama?
yeah, I mean, of course,
Where?
growing up, man, you know what I mean.
You had? I didn't know double Dutch existed outside New York City.
No, I mean that's something that our women do
I didn't
all
know that.
over,
I did
all
not
over.
know.
Yeah, they do it on the West Coast. I mean,
We used to have double
jumping rope is popular with our
Union
women, especially
Square
when they're
in
young.
New York.
Absolutely.
Back in the days in Union Square, they used to have double Dutch, five borough
Yep.
double Dutch
Yes.
That's got to be big in California too, though.
They did? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
not
Yeah. Nah.
anymore because double dutch ain't even popular now. Y'all remember the double dutch bus by Frankie? What is his name?
Double Dutch
Yes, sir.
bus,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
on and on. Yeah, the Sean and Don. The way you do that double Dutch, you really turn me on.
I
Come on.
mean, yo, Lata, Lolita, yo,
Every time you do the double Dutch, you really turn me on. Come on, that was a shit.
now you
Yeah,
see
yeah.
this pride that we have, with what our memories, our games, our music, and all of that. There's no way that I'm ever, ever going to forget about that or put it to the side and try to become some 23andMe African. I'm sorry. I know that's where my ancestors come from, and I love it. I respect it. I embrace it. But I'm not those people. I don't think like them. I love Ghana. I never speak bad about Ghana, except the Zongo Nation. They're a bunch of dirty fucks. But the rest of Ghana, outside of the Zongo natives, they're very nice people. But they be skinning and grinning too much. They're too subservient. I'm telling you, the only time I enjoyed Ghana after I let this Black Power shit, I had to clear my mind of Black Power and Black nationalism to enjoy Ghana, and only enjoy it for boxing and the smiles. But if you go there, the shit that you see, you will see a beautiful Ghanaian woman walk and right into a Lebanese restaurant and just be waiting for him, and you know what he's gonna do. They just treat them so nonchalantly, like they're nothing, and I don't like that. I saw white people with kente cloth on, and I'm like, well, fuck this kente cloth. If you guys don't value it enough to say no, this comes from our lineage, our relationship with you is this and that, you shouldn't be wearing this. But then I said, oh shit, nah, you know what you're doing? You trying to put Black American Black Power onto a people who's seeing the white people as opportunity when we've seen them as the ops. We don't think alike. They're
Exactly.
literally
See,
giving white people kente cloth because those were their business partners. And what
yeah,
was the
yeah.
business? Selling us. Man, yo, that's why, like, I ain't on that kumbaya shit, bro. I ain't on that shit no more.
See, here's the
But you know
thing.
what?
Here's what I realized though.
Wait, now hold on a
Nah,
second.
wait,
I've
hold
been
on, man,
listening
hold
to
on.
y'all.
Wait.
Nigga, you've been talking for like 20 minutes. Hold on,
Okay,
nigga.
go ahead, Jonathan.
Now, what are y'all exactly saying that we're different from Africans? In what way?
But here's the thing, Jonathan. Just let me explain this. Is look, man, we've evolved past being Africans, okay? And what I realized, Jonathan, is that see, we went through slavery, they went through colonialism, and it's two totally different things. But I've realized that colonialism is actually worse than slavery because the even though slavery it was more physically brutal, the thing about a slave is a slave knows that they're a slave and they have to become free. Okay, whereas when you're under colonialism, you're you're like an indirect slave. You're not, but you don't feel the need that you have to be free, and that's what makes Africans so dangerous. It's like they send so many of their young people to the West and don't think nothing of it. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to build up your country. You don't want to build up Nigeria. You don't want to build up Cameroon. You just want to just you know what I mean? It's like, they turn 18, 19, 20 years old. They want to go to the West, especially the women. They want to go mess around with the Mazungu, men and stuff. They want to get up. You know what I mean? They want to get. They have no. They don't even want to think about their own country. And it's like with us, we at least try. Here's what I say about us is that we at least try. We try to be pro-black. We at least try to hold our fist in the air. We try to have businesses, and we've tried to make nations. We had the Nation of Islam. We've made whole organizations and stuff, trying to separate ourselves from you know um the society that encompasses us. But the thing is, they don't that thing that we have in us, that that's why we're Pan-African, and we want to go back to Africa. We want to build there. We want to have property there. We want to have and that thing that's in us that makes us do that, they don't have that in them. It's just not there. They have to. And finally what I realized is that a lot of us, we do need to go to the continent, because the only way they're gonna learn,
Thank you.
is that they're
Thank
gonna have to
you.
spend they're gonna have to spend more time around us. That's just what it is.
Thank you.
They're just
Thank you.
gonna have to
That's what
spend.
I'm about.
I realize that.
I was about to go there. I was like, I wish, because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
African American. I'm from New York. Thank you.
yeah,
The thing is, they not around us. We not sunning them and sending them to the store and let me put you on to this, and then they ain't got experience around us. If we went over there
yeah.
in mass, we would run the whole fucking everything. Like, we would have shit sewn up. Like, we would be
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to combat every little thing, because we're the most forward black on the face of the planet. There's not that we know every nook and cranny about every game and every psychological game, all the history. We to bring that connection to them and really get shit sewn up. We run Africa. All from we be an issue. You know what I'm saying? And it would be time to get busy, like. And that's what I would be hoping for our people. We need to get around them, and we'll change the environment. We'll change the whole look at everything. But I just
I
wanted to
think
add
that
that.
let
Nah.
me jump in because I want to answer Mr. Miller's question. What is the difference, right? Look, genetically, a lot of us hit over 70% as Africans, right? So there are differences phenotypically because we have different admixtures, but majority rules. The majority of us are of African descent. Period. Point blank. So there's a slight difference, but the real differences come through culture and experience, right? And that shapes your mindset. For you to find an African with the fire that a lot of us on this panel have, the forward thinking that a lot of us on the panel have, it's gonna be hard pressed. They exist. Trust me, they exist. But you find our mindset more prevalent amongst Black Americans. Now, do they have it? Yes. So check. They have it. We have it more, in my opinion. Coons, do they have it? Yes, we have it as well. Who's got the worst coons? I, ah, I'd have to say them because of the mindset when you have white people as your business partners and not necessarily, or you don't see them as your oppressors. We have seen them as our oppressors even up until today. You see what I'm saying? A lot of them don't get it. So what I'm saying is I'm not trying to make them see it like I see it because they have a different experience, and I can't see white people as they see them because of their experience. So my thing is I let Africans do them. I say Africa for the Africans. I say we as Black Americans take advantage of what we can in America. You know what I'm saying? No shade, but they look and treat white people differently. I want to jump on my brother's comment from New York real quick and end with this. Theoretically, what you said might be true. I respect Africans to a point where I think they can work out their own problems, right? I don't want to do a reverse of what we have now in these spaces, which is trying to turn the African, the little homie, to the Black American big homie in Africa, because what you're going to have is you're going to have, when we go there in numbers and we try to little homie Africans on their own continent, understanding tribalism, understanding different, understanding jealousy. I'm not saying that they're jealous of us, but the economics. They might be like, yo, this dude coming over here, he got a new truck. Yo, let's make a shortcut through the woods and cut your head off. That literally happened in the Gambia, by the way. It'll be a problem. You can't you can't little homie somebody in their own country when you are outnumbered. Let them figure out their shit. We figure out our own shit. And if we can get our shit popping independently as power, maybe we can come together and form like Voltron, but not under the bad news bears. Two broke ass niggas trying to rub nickels together to try to make a fire. Nah, let them do them. We do us.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Here's the thing. Um, and I say this, it's like with Africans, right? They the I think there's a new generation that's coming up that's just now starting to change. I think that with Traore, and the AES, that's gonna start, getting a lot of things to change. But AES is still in its infancy. But you have a new, see, people are starting to call out all these Nigerian and Cameroonian women who are running to like the West and to England and to the Netherlands and stuff, and laying up with the Mzungu. And so people is starting to look at that, and they say, hey, you Nigerian men, you guys are loud and proud, but look at what your women doing. Your women are all over the internet with this Mzungu, and y'all not saying nothing about it. Y'all not trying to, and and it's like, because it's like when Ola and stuff come in here, right? Is, yeah, he's one of those finger waggers. He likes to wag his finger at us and say, you guys forgot that you're African. You've been under the white man for so long. Yeah, but y'all are worse than us, because y'all are literally have a British colonial mind where you just let white folks come in. It's in Tanzania too. They think that, see, what colonialism did to Africans is it makes them think that as long as the white people come in there and throw money at them, um, they 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 just let the white people do whatever they want if they throw money at them. And if you have that kind of mentality, you'll never actually grow. I mean, look at Tinubu. Okay, for years everyone thought that Nigeria was the giant of Africa. He letting U.S. soldiers come into Nigeria. He just Nigeria got a huge army. They got 350,000 soldiers. Okay, and you telling me with 350,000 soldiers, you gotta let America bring in 200 soldiers in, onto your land? And they used to not do that. Like Nigeria, they used to never allow that. They used to never allow Western militaries onto their soil. Now they're doing it. So, like I said, there's something with these Africans. And there's something that's very
Sounds
is
like
very
business. Sounds
it's
like a
something
lot
that's
of
very
business.
wrong.
A
You
lot
know.
of business seems to be going on.
The the same problem that Africans have, we have too. Now, on a normal basis, when I'm talking to a whole bunch of Africans, I will be saying the same shit that y'all saying. But since they ain't up here, we're not gonna sound deluded, okay? The very problems that Africans have, we have too. The very problems that African women have, black women in America have too. Y'all know black women, if they seen white people doing some weird dance, they invited to the cookout. To the cookout. Is that true or false?
Here's the thing. All right.
Is that
See,
true or false? Don't say
no.
here's the
See,
thing. Is that true or false, bro?
Black American women may swirl, but here's what I see. I've seen swirlers, right? I've seen black women who are swirlers, and they'll be laying up with a white man. But as soon as that white man says the N word, they leave him. I've seen it. I've seen it. You know what I mean? The thing about Africa, these African chicks, right? And it's the Caribbeans too. And I talked to Kala earlier.
Gamba, there's
That
a lot of Black American women getting unalived by guys they got in a relationship with, white guys in
No,
America.
they do, but see, well, what I'm saying is, Kala, is there's even with the worst swirler, okay, there's still a thing in her that, okay, if the white boy get out of line, she out of there. With these Africans, they just let the white man do whatever, and you know
Uh-huh.
what I mean, and they get
Yeah,
themselves into
we
the worst situations. You know what I mean, and that's the effect of colonization. See, when you
And
colonize, you
Indama, with all due
believe that they benefit from being around their colonized.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And and
Black
so they'll
woman
put up, they'll
historically,
do anything.
black
they didn't they
woman
didn't ha- they didn't have
historically
no
black
uprising.
women from America have been sexually abused by white men. That is the history of black women in America with white men, to a point now in which they voluntarily go do it. Now, which one sounds crazier? The people in Africa who really don't have no experience with white men, are the ones in America who are so used to being sexually abused by white men and now run to white men.
All right, here's the
And
thing.
then you
I'm
have the
not.
They all dysfunctional. They all mentally ill and dysfunctional. Like so that's where we come in. We the men. We civilize everything and get everything right. Something going wrong in the corner, we got our eye on it. We see it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not going down. Africa, they ain't had no they ain't had no uprising that we had, like civil rights, Black Panthers, all type of shit that makes us, you know what I'm saying, who we are, like strong, like, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't had that. They ain't seen that on TV or none of that. Or if they get a glimpse of it, that's where they get their strength from. Us, like we could bridge all the gaps.
they for sure had their march for civil rights. They, I mean, fuck civil rights. They had people that were actually fighting white people. So we're not
So
going to
what's
just
the
shit.
effects of it? Because what's the effect? Because you talked about the effects of colonialism. What's the
In,
effects? Because that what
in
that gave us
Zimbabwe,
in America
in
is black
in
pride, right?
Zimbabwe, in Zimbabwe, they went to war with the whites. They started
So
killing
then,
them.
so
They
then,
didn't do
out
a
of
civil
our
rights movement. They went to war with the whites and they started killing them. So we
So
we
in our
we can we can point out the flaws that the Africans have, and we can say that we came out better, stronger in some ways, but we can't just shit on them like that. Make it
I'm
seem
not
like they
shitting
just
on them.
don't do it
But
that
here's the
that
thing.
crazy
Here's
way.
the
I'm not.
thing,
I want to
Jonathan.
love them. I want to bring something together and do business and all of that. Like, and if I see, don't let me get my eyes and my senses on what's going on out there, and any of my brothers or anybody like me. Like, things will change. Like,
Yeah. Now the
But
next thing
see,
is similarities in Black America that are similar to Africa. I will go ahead and argue we are the Africans
no
of
doubt,
America.
no
The
doubt.
fact that everyone can come into America, Black communities set up shop, they do the same shit in Africa.
Of
Our
course.
our sisters can be stupid, get disrespected, and still want to go shop at a damn Chinese store. Is that true or false?
Come on now. We
Come
already
on
know.
now.
here's the thing, Jonathan. With that is what I'm saying is this. All
No,
right,
no, no. I'm
is
not going to
that
just go after the sisters. Black men too. We do the same dumbass types of shit in the areas that we do dumbass shit at. We'll go shop at an Arab store. We won't shop at a black store to go buy shoes or go buy whatever the case may be. And then a lot of times when we in business, we'll be haters. So we're not going to just point out Africans and we are the Africans of America, 100%.
well, here's the
Whether you
thing.
want to deal with
What
that
African.
or
I was
not.
saying was this: is that
I'm African American.
all right? What I was
Yeah.
saying is this.
But
Okay,
shout
there's
out
a
FBA,
thing
but we're
that
gonna be honest.
Africans
It's
have,
the
right?
Africans getting up here saying this shit. So let's go.
No, but here's the thing: is that see what Africans have. The big difference is what Africans have is they have a colonial mindset, which is worse than the slave mindset. Because the thing about them is that see with us, if white man come through, call us the N word or disrespect us or whatever, we'll go down on that white man. We'll beat him up. That kind of stomp him out. It'll be in the news the next day. Oh, white guy gets beat up because he had a confrontation with these the black dudes, and But with them, they let the white people come through, and they don't do nothing to the white people. They let them come through there unmolested. And I'm not talking about Robert Mugabe. Okay, yeah, he did get a lot of them Mzungus up out of there, but I'm not talking about Robert Mugabe. Okay, I'm talking about West Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, the Caribbean. There's a sickness that our people have, and Africans and Caribbeans have in those regions that needs to be addressed because it's a liability for us.
We
Okay,
have to
when
address.
they let they letting white there was some years ago there was a very famous Nigerian singer. She was known as the Nigerian Beyonce. She was with a fucking white dude from Europe. He murdered her in her own house in front of her family, and the Nigerian government let him get on a plane and leave the country. Let him get on the goddamn airplane and leave the country.
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of shit is that?
Our government
You
ain't
you
strong
realize
over
that
there. The military ain't strong.
that's
They
a
do their thing.
liability for us. Because if
Nah,
we go over there, okay, and they have that kind of mentality, we know that they have that kind of mentality, and they just letting white folks off the hook because they're not gonna let us off the hook if we do something. You get black Americans go to Africa get arrested all the time. But if we know they over there, they just letting these Bazungus just go run up in there and do whatever they want to do and even commit murder, and they getting off the hook. You know what I mean? That needs to be addressed. You
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
just say,
I agree. Now there was a situation that happened in Detroit in which some racist cops literally went to go whoop ass on a black brother, and it was all premeditated, and it was a black judge that said, "Y'all department, y'all underfunded, you're going through stress," and she gave the motherfucker a light ass sentence. Is that your definition of us being better than Africans? Is that your definition? Go look at the speech that that judge gave. Matter of fact, I'll post a link in the back chat. It was the most disgusting shit I ever seen, and it's a black person. She's one of us. So if you're saying Africans got coons like that, we got coons like that in power also. So we are the Africans of
Yeah,
America.
because here's the thing with us, right? We always ready to sell out. You know what I'm saying? If there's a better position, you know what I'm saying, we're
We've
gonna
been
take that
we've been
position.
selling out for a long fucking time, and I hate to
That's
bring this
our
shit
thing.
up, but
Yeah, no, no, no,
we
no. We
have
could
to
talk about
acknowledge
it.
it.
We could
We
talk
have to
about it. We could
acknowledge it.
talk all about it, bro. I know all
A
about
lot
it.
of
We
our
this is what
culture,
we do.
a
We
lot
for
of our
sale.
culture and practice that we had that we created in slavery, we ditched. The average nigga today ain't speaking Tutnese. The average person today that gets married, if they get married, don't jump the broom. There's a whole lot of practice that we ain't practicing hoodoo. There's a whole lot of practices that we had, that we held, that was culture, that we dipped the moment we got a chance to. And so when Africans they come to America and they dip on their culture too, they doing the same exact shit that we've done.
Absolutely. We know we will sell out. This is why I said we know. And we know the business plan. We know what's going on. So if we want to bypass that with one of us who do know, or get a group, you know what I'm saying, and start doing anything political or anything of power, that's the move that needs to happen. Is to see the change. Cause we both know if we get over there and the next move is to get with the whoever the president is, and then we moving on up, and now the plan is, you know what I'm saying, lost.
Well, what I was saying, Jonathan, is it's not the same thing. Okay, it should not be because look, if you go to China and murder somebody, okay, the Chinese are gonna lock you up. Okay, you go to China and they catch you with so much as if they catch you with any weed or in your backpack, okay, they're gonna lock you up for 20 years, and you're gonna have to get the State Department to come. You know, your family gonna have to get the State Department to come out there if they want to do anything. You know, and okay, so it should not be that easy for people to just go to Africa, okay, murder, kill their people, and then they let them get on a plane and leave.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
I agree
that's
with you. I agree with you.
colonialism. That's no,
Now,
that's
now,
colonialism. That says okay, the
let me.
colonizer is coming over here. They got money. As long as they throw us the judge, the bribe, or whatever, whatever, we gonna let
Mhm.
them get on. That's dangerous.
I
At
agree with
least,
you.
at least in America, okay, the
I
person
agree
gets
with you. I
some
agree
type of
with you.
sentence. They get
But
something. But it can't be like that, Jonathan. That's all I'm trying
now,
to
now,
say.
now, wait a minute. The only thing that Africans can get away with is the mere fact that, well, they can't get away with this. It's just that they're the majority. If they were the minority, we wouldn't be looking at them like that. But because they're the overwhelming majority, they get a lot more responsibility, a lot more. They're a lot more reliable. But I would say this now: in Africa, unfortunately, a lot of them people over there, they don't know shit about colonialism. They don't know shit about the slave trade.
Here we go.
This is their
Shit
books.
we learned in fourth grade and fifth grade.
Yeah, they don't know about it. Now, the difference that I would say that a lot of the shit that we deal with is on us. We know who the fuck the enemy is 100%, and we still be stupid.
We just gotta grow
Our
up.
women know white people, that's the enemy, that's the devil. We know that shit, and we still be stupid. All of them don't know that shit. The average African over there, you talk to somebody 20, 24, 25. You think white people are evil? No. It's black people that run our country, not white people. They don't know no better, nigga. But everybody in black America know white people run it. They're the devil, they're the enemy. And we still fuck up. So I'm gonna look at us a lot more stronger with that mindset that we know who our enemy is and we still act like a bitch and do stupid shit. We the only people that I know we are at war and we struggle to circulate the black dollar. We know we're at war. We know we have no allies, but we still shop at non-black people spaces. You go to black restaurants, they got a fucking Mexican cook back there, my nigga. I seen it with my own eyes. We the only people that know that this is the reality and still be stupid. At least the majority of them don't know that reality. So they're
We not.
innocently stupid. We're directly stupid because we know that's the case. We know that the Democratic Party, they're going to flood the country with immigrants. We know that. We know that Hispanics in their own countries hate black people. Why would they love us when they come to America? We know that. And for some reason, we'll still vote for the party that's damaging us. That's stupidity. Is that correct? Come on, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, you right. You know, you right.
All right. So with that being the case, if I had to blame somebody for some shit, right? If I was judging somebody, if I looked at my children, they know white people are the enemy. My daughter would tell you white people are the enemy. We've been over this 1,000 times. But in Africa, my little, let me just say, little sister-in-law, maybe she's 11 or 12. My daughter at 8 knows white people are the enemy. That girl at 12 doesn't think anything about white people. They're a savior. They're Jesus on the wall. Okay. Who do you think I'm going to hold more responsible for being on some fuck shit? My daughter, who knows that these motherfuckers are the enemy, or the girl who thinks that they're a savior and they're Jesus Christ? Who are you going to
You know,
hold more responsible?
you going with your daughter, but you gotta
Exactly.
put
And
that.
so, with that
You
being the
gotta put
case, majority of Black America, we know who the enemy is, and we fuck up day to day all the time. And at some
because we
point, we
got.
got to get our shit. We got to get our shit together. I love Africa. You know, I could condemn the shit out of some Africa. If some Africans was on this panel talking shit. However, because I'm talking to Moan, we can deal with reality. We in a fucked up situation now, Kyla. I heard what you said earlier, nigga. Okay, we are better off than we were before. You can't knock that shit. But we still got a long way to go.
And we're
And
better
until
off
we can get a nation, until
financially.
we can get a nation state, I mean, we should not be comfortable in any kind of situation at all.
My point, Jonathan. My point was back then, at the time, right? Black people used to be together. Now it's like you meet people and nobody wants to be together. No one even wants to acknowledge that we're people. Back then, we used to be a people, and that gave us some sort of strength and resilience. Now, you had some cats out there, the rogue element, I call it the thug element and whatnot, and the sassy bass black people, whatnot, that gave you what do you call it, bad vibes, whatever like that. But for the most part, you could walk into a church, a social club, or around a gathering on the street corner and whatnot, and you felt love. You felt in your community, you felt safe, you felt protected. A lot of times, black people. The sad part about it is when you're going through stuff, like you're really on your own. Like we had all these shootings just now. A guy killed Daquan, whatever, killed in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That family's doing back, living on their own with that. You're alone with it all. We're not like that before. We used to cry and grieve together. We don't do that no more. It's like everybody's like saying, "What the hell has that got to do with me?" I didn't know that nigga. That's the difference. You know, we weren't like that before. If somebody did something, it was like, oh, swear. Now they're like, they don't worry about us no more. Like before, it was like, oh no, we got a race, a police shooting. Black's gonna burn the city down. What are we gonna do? Is meet with the leaders, call a press conference. Now it's like they know the average black person is in his own world, on his video game or his TikTok, whatever like that, and they're not thinking about what's going on with the next black person. When that's the difference that you have right now.
Yeah, I agree. You know what, Kyla? I don't know the last time I was on the show when someone brought this up about the guy being hanged out there. I think it was in Georgia. The dude got hanged.
Yeah, the
And
African.
in the post, it was like the last three people that they found hanging in random ass places, supposedly suicide. Ain't no damn suicide. They were black immigrants.
It's been like
Kyla,
60.
why I look into the shit? You have motherfuckers talking about three non-descendants of slaves. Like, why the fuck does that matter?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nigga, they black.
Yeah, yeah. Why the hell does that matter? If somebody black in this country gets killed, that's all of us. It doesn't matter. One thing people, immigrants need to understand, and everybody need to understand, once you black and you land on these shores, whatever you thought you was in Africa, wherever you from, does not apply. See, old time immigrants knew that. Black immigrants knew that. That's why, like I did this show, they went to Harlem. The people from the Caribbean, where'd they go? They went to Harlem. Why was Harlem? Because that's where the black people, that's where their people were. It shows you that we can become a people if we really want to. We can become a people again. If we want to. We gotta let. That's why I don't like this. Now, that being said, right, we have to be careful. Like I said, you didn't comment about my thing about Richard Dennis yesterday, right? See, a lot of us are naively thinking that that's what a lot of people want, and that's not what the case. Richard Dennis has made it clear to us that he's not interested in building with us. He's coming here to take. That's the difference. So we would trusted people. Okay, Richard Dennis, you can have Madam C.J. Walker. You can have Essence Magazine. You're one of us. But he's shown that he doesn't have our best interests at heart. He ain't taking care of Black American women. He's doing that to uplift African women. That's no problem with that. But don't go using us. And don't let it come at our expense. That's the problem I was having, about that. So it's kind of difficult now because before we were. See, the thing is, when white people were racist, that helped us. Marcus Garvey said that. He says the reason why he doesn't fight against the Klan white racism because he says the presence of the Klan forces black people to unify. Marcus Garvey said that, and I agree with that too. As you got people who don't think there's racism, so we let our guard down and be like, oh yeah, look, that ADOS FBA stuff like that back and forth is a luxury. If you had our own nation, you could have those little squabbles, but you're an outnumbered and minority group. All the black people should be, right in line with each other. That's what I don't understand. Why people still go ADOS FBA when we're in a dangerous situation. Look, Mississippi. Back in 2011, I did a blog called Mississippi Burning. Right at that time, you know how many people were found hung in the Mississippi jails? That was back in 2011. 40 black men were found mysteriously hung in their jail cells. That was back in 2011. Can you imagine what the number is now? All these people. There was one case where this black guy in Florida, right around the same time, was found hanging on bed sheets. He was dating a sheriff's deputy's daughter, white daughter, and he hung himself. And you know how easy it is to get away with it. See, forensics come in there, they do the whole thing. Oh yeah, we rule suicide. That's it. It don't go any further than that.
Yeah, there was a dude, a black man found. He was an immigrant. He was found in the Oakland Hills last year.
Yeah, I
They
remember that.
just said it was a suicide, and they just walked over it.
And,
Now, the thing I have a problem
next
with,
thing,
Kyla,
suicide. That's
is
it.
because if I've noticed this shit. If they're black immigrants, and this is embarrassing. Black people don't say shit about it. It literally just goes. White people don't say shit about it. Nobody says anything about it. It low key just goes under the rug. But once it's one of us, that's when everyone wants to make noise. So we literally just like fuck the other black people. I mean, I get it. We can have our online issues and shit, but not in the real world. We can't be like that. But that's what it's looked like. This is where this is going.
That where black people saw anybody black, they yeah, you got those FBA. Oh, he was an immigrant, whatever like that. But there's a lot of black people like, wait a minute here. I don't care if he's immigrant, whatever like that. I got my, but I put that to the side for right now. Why was this young man hung? And just like
Yeah,
the boys and what was it in Georgia a couple of years ago? Remember the two twins? They were found dead. They went on a hiking trail, and the last time they were college students, right? Found dead, hung when not, and the one guy found the one guy took pictures of their dead bodies, whatever. A case unsolved. They're two good looking kids, 19 years old. Two twins, whatnot. College kids had everything going for them. How are they gonna commit suicide? And they said it was a suicide ritual and stuff like that. And the parents should have said, no, my sons would not. And what gets me every time they do that, the family don't come out and say, And you know how they do it? They'll get somebody like Benjamin Crump to, okay, if you don't say nothing, we got a nice settlement for you, and it goes away. Sad. So we got bear responsibility in that too. There's too many of these black guys, black boys are found hung, and too many of these black girls are going with white guys. It's happened. Another one happened here. A white guy killed his girlfriend he was messing with, in a domestic dispute, and they go Sade Robinson. What was a 18-year-old girl doing a 34-year-old man in Wisconsin? Killed her, burned
Yeah,
her body, cut up in pieces. And I'm saying to myself, and it's just really, really angers me, about all this,
Yeah, it's really embarrassing. The fact of the matter is, earlier when I'm talking about, I don't really see a I could say that we're in a better situation. I could say we have a lot more accomplishments, but we just as stupid as the Africans. Because
Oh,
in
we're
the
not like
same way
them.
we
We're not
could
like
point,
them.
we're not entirely like that. I ain't saying it's like that. But you could point out to Sade Robinson in Wisconsin. We all remember that white girl that slashed up the Nigerian brother out there in Florida.
Yeah.
We could
And
point to another black woman that got dug out by some white dude probably out there in Texas. And then we could point to another black immigrant that did some stupid shit in New York, fucking with white dudes. I mean, we got it bad. We really got some issues here.
yeah, because
All of us, man.
I just think really is the fact that we bought into this idea that America changed. I was telling earlier, I was saying there's this one black guy, older guy, much older than me. I'm not old, but much older than me, and he's like in his 70s, like even my dad, his late 70s, whatever. And he was talking about the black soldier in World War II that the general told the French stop treating the niggas bad because they got to come back to America and they're gonna want this sort of treatment, respect, dignity, right? If they come back to America, that's part of being in America. You can treat black people. And these black guys came back and said, we ain't going to take this shit, and they killed them. And what gets me is the guy ended by saying, now I thought this was supposed to be the land of the free and blah, 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 blah. That would never come out of my mouth. I said, I thought we're fighting for the country. That's the problem. If millions of black people tomorrow would stop believing that, this country's in serious trouble. You know, this country would go fall apart overnight. It would. But black people still believe in, the Constitution. They don't even. We're not even smart enough to do a power play. No, we don't believe that. Make white people fucking say what they. If you really want America to change, make them do it. Don't go telling white people this is a land of the free, home of the brave. White people are like, okay, so you believe that? I don't gotta do nothing. You see how it works? But if you
Yeah.
say I don't believe this country is. I think it's a lie. They're gonna try their best to change your mind. That's why I'm like America was built on a lie. You know, and 1776 is a lie because the man who wrote it impregnated a slave. Sally Hemings was a 14-year-old slave. Thomas Jefferson was a beast. That's who
Yeah, they
you
were
wrote.
all devils.
So
Ain't none of those white people are good.
So these men were evil, whatever. I don't care what they are. Well, that's how I said, I know. Now we got a problem. You got a black nation here. That's why you think they fear black nationalism so much? Black
You
people
know
are
what, Tyler? I want to say they fear black nationalism. I don't think they fear necessarily anymore because we're not as radical
but the
as
thing
they were
is,
back in them
remember
days.
Coco Jones? When Coco Jones, that lit someone when she had the red, black, and green on her thing. These motherfuckers, she didn't even say nothing disparaging. She just sung the black national anthem and she had the red, black, and green on.
Yeah,
That
but Kamala, I don't think that shit matters. What I think really
well,
matters is,
I'm just going by the responses I saw. I mean, the stuff they were saying. They said, "I think it's time for us to round them up and give them their own nation. We're tired of them. They're so ungrateful. Shit like that."
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, that'll be a dream. That ain't coming true. They're not going to run
yeah, no,
nobody
that's
up.
what I said. And then, oh, yeah, I got something to play for you guys. I got something to play for you guys. I'm glad you reminded me, Jonathan. I got something to play for you guys. I played it for Dave last night, but check this girl out. Check this girl out. and see what she has to say. This black girl on TikTok last night.
Your
I
phone is
played it.
green right now.
I played the after show last night.
The
You
white
know,
man.
and what you call it, she was basically saying how she really feels. She was broken up about what happened with Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. You know, where's the video? I hope she didn't take it down. Come on, girl. Come on. Don't tell me you took the video. I hate that. Sometimes you go on friggin' TikTok and like a day later you're gonna play something that's taken down because people I don't know what the hell is that all about. You know. It's
I'm gonna try not to
oh
cry
yeah, here
this
it is.
time, but the weight of how much the world hate us has been heavy this entire month.
And she by the way, she's a baddie too. She's hot. She's smoking hot, right? You know. Frenchie, there's only one flag: the red, the black, the green flag. All that other Sulan, all that other garbage, whatnot. No, no, we only have one flag.
No, hold on, Colin. Don't disrespect my red, black, and gold flag.
Well, whatever. I believe in the red, black, and
That
gold.
what that wa-
I haven't seen them.
that was a gift to us. Those were black nationalists that invaded that flag. Now
Well, I don't know nothing about it. So about
that Solon flag,
whichever.
that's a fake flag. It's red, white, and blue, and they took pieces from the Black Heritage flag. They
Uh,
the devil for that. But go ahead.
so anything with red, white, and blue in it, you can keep it. All right, here's this chick. Right, check it out. She's a baddie too. You know.
Nobody told Jewish people that they are not allowed to hurt when Kanye said all that anti-Semitic stuff. But y'all want to call us ableist for being hurt by such a hateful, hurtful word that has been historically used to dehumanize us. Why wasn't it edited out? Why wasn't it edited out? And he kept saying it through the whole night. I'm a mother of a child with autism, and there are moments where I have to gently remove him because he's overstimulated and causing harm, physical harm, or verbal harm to other people. And I, as his mother, have to remove him, not to punish him, because he can't always control his behavior, but because people don't deserve to be harmed. And then you want to weaponize ableism to silence us. That is so cruel. That's incredibly cruel.
Let me see. That ain't the whole thing. Let me see. Read the rest of it. But she was really started crying. Hold up. I gotta find that other video. She was really broken up. Let me find it. She was really, really broken up over this thing. Let's see. Uh, you know. Oh, she didn't take this video down. Please. That was just so perfect what she said. She was like, I'm just tired. Lord knows I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of white people. Man, what the hell? Don't tell me this bitch took this thing down. God damn, I hate that shit, man. No, fuck TikTok. Yeah, people can't keep one goddamn video up, and whatnot. I was playing the hell out of that shit yesterday. Let me see if I can find this. God damn, I'm pissed off. Facts, category, whatnot. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Here it is.
I think a lot of people think that we're joking when we have the bring back segregation conversation because they don't know how traumatic it is to exist around white people. It is like I don't talk about racism a lot, but it is genuinely traumatic dealing with racism, dealing with microaggressions, going in the store, people think you stealing the shit, people watching you and giving you dirty looks. And I lived in a white area and I moved to a black area. It's night and day. It's literally night and day. I remember literally at my job, the managers were black, everybody was black, and I didn't feel like nobody was treating me no type of way. Like, and I'm just like really emotional about this right now because I'm just thinking about how Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo cannot even be angry that a white person is calling them a nigger. And the whole world is gaslighting them right now, telling them that they're not allowed to be angry. And it's just exhausting as a black person to see that and just to exist around white people and have them constantly gaslighting you or treating you different because of how you look. I'm just tired of not being able to be angry at my literal fucking oppressor. Like, why is it crazy to say I don't want to be around my fucking oppressor? Why is that fucking crazy? I don't know. It's just like the psychological torture of them telling you that you're not allowed to be angry. They want to be racist to you, and they literally enslaved our people, killed our people, raped our people, and they're using the same slurs that they used back then, and we're not even allowed to be angry. Like, I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired. I think a lot of people think that would.
Now, see, Bebe Rodriguez, see, she don't understand that because her comment, she don't identify with being black. In her mind, she's white, right? But she want to cosplay like the FBA people aren't fooling me. That right there is somebody who lives a black life, and they're angry because they face these. They don't ignore microaggressions and judging by your color, your skin. She's a really pretty girl too, and she says she's tired of her people, things happening to her people. See, Bebe Rodriguez don't care about that because she doesn't identify with her people. So that's what it is. All right,
Hey,
Zon.
hey, Kyler, man, I was trying to pull up on Nakmizi, man. He was speaking trash on the
How you
Zongo
try to pull up on somebody after they long gone?
people.
Chicago always comes in after the fact. Just say
Scary
listen,
ass nigga.
if you're scared of Nagmeezy, say you're scared of Nagmeezy.
No, no, no. Look. I was
He's
just
scared of
listening. Oh,
black
wait,
music.
wait. I was listening to the show on TikTok on my TV. I was doing something else. I just had the time now. I didn't know he
No,
That's
left.
the
okay.
flag, Quincy.
So what's on your mind, man? We're talking about Harlem tonight. The great Harlem Renaissance, man. That influenced everything, Even your country, Accra, Ghana, had a connection to Harlem, Harlem was where the black nationals movement, the black culture, the
Hmm.
black Renaissance around the world influenced the whole world. The black Paris, black Parisian culture, all that things an extension of Harlem,
I mean,
So
yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too much knowledgeable on the Harlem Renaissance, so I don't want to ramble on this topic, right? And also, I didn't listen to the show from the beginning to this time. I just only heard the part where I think Nakmizi was. I think you guys were just speaking that like Africans are not the same. What some kind of like some babble talk.
no, what he's saying was, I was saying was we was responding to Baruti. Baruti was telling us all the time that we gotta stop being who we are and embrace some Ubuntu, Swahili, and all sorts of shit like this. And I'm like, why we give up this great history? That's one thing me and Nakmeezy agree on, man.
But what does Ubuntu actually means, man?
Yo, look, let me tell you something. Look, okay, all right. I had a joke, right? I'm trying to think of it.
But God, is it
Yeah,
Ubuntu means like
I had a joke ready for that tonight.
yeah.
I was saying to myself, something. Uh, uh, we got all the beautiful culture and whatnot, Harlem, everything to build upon. But no, let's give all that up and let's do Ubuntu. Let's retard ourselves with a backward language like Kiswahili. Let's do all that. Let's starve. Let's go there and be ostracized. Let's be mute and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, why we want to do that? Why we want to do that? Why can't people just accept Black America the way it is?
I thought Ubuntu means living
But
peacefully with
we're
each
not
other
like that. Look,
with
Zongo.
respect.
Black America we come together in joy. We believe in our families, whatnot, but we're rugged individualists, That's how we are, we're rugged individuals.
Got it. I mean, isn't this platform a perfect example of Ubuntu? Like,
Yeah, but the thing is,
coming
I'm not going to
together
Jonathan
to.
Miller saying, "Give me all your banking information. We're going to share all the wealth together, and we're going to put it
Uh,
all in one pot."
oh no. Oh,
That's
that's
what
what
Ubuntu
Ubuntu
is all
means.
about. Yeah, yeah,
That's
it means I am because we are. Everything's we. And always we. There's always look, let me tell you something.
man, Jonathan. Is that how you understand Ubuntu,
Hey, hold on.
Jonathan?
Let me tell you something, Django, right? All the people talking about Ubuntu, it would this Ubuntu was tried many times in history and it was rejected because it didn't work. Let me give you an example, right? If you say when you learn history like I do, right? And Baruti hasn't learned history, right? When the Pilgrims first settled in Massachusetts, right? They tried to practice a quasi thing called Ubuntu, right? I am because we are, right? They said all the chores and stuff like that, we're going to divide out. But they found out that some people were slacking, but they were eating the same. Some people were not working as hard. Some people didn't tend their crops right, right? So what they had an idea said, something, instead of, because every time there was a harvest would come, whatever like that, with time paid, there would be these fights and battles will break out because some people say, I worked harder than you did. I deserve more than you did, like that. So they said, something, why don't we have a thing where each individual has his own estate, his own land? What you farm, and what he farms, he farms. If you're good, you'll make a lot of money. You'll do fine. What you get, what you put into it. So if you fail, that doesn't affect everybody else. And it's been like that ever since. And that's how this country became the greatest country the world's ever seen. You know, when they went to rugged individualism instead of Ubuntu. They started over, they tried to give it a try. They tried in Jamestown, all that shit failed. When people start having their own property, their own land rights and everything like that, they start getting someplace, you know? So when people talk about Ubuntu and whatnot, they're full of shit.
Jonathan,
Yeah,
what is your view on Ubuntu?
It's a good concept. It's just not practical in the real world. In
yeah,
the
sounds
real
good.
world, it's just not realistic. I wish it was real.
But wait.
I wish it was real.
I mean,
You know, if me, you, and St. James and Kyla and Elvis could all just be
Imagine
like, nigga, we are all black. Let's work together.
hold on, imagine
Let's
St.
build
James and
together.
can you think St. James
That's
and
what
Lewis
it's
and
And
about.
then
Fulton
you look
County
at
were the
It's
Kyla,
same?
and
about
then you look at Kyla, and you look at Elvis, and you be like, this ain't gonna work.
What about
You
St.
look
James
at
and
St.
Lewis?
James, and you look at Elvis, it ain't gonna work.
man, no, it's
That's
gonna work.
reality.
Man. They are much more related than
Oh yeah, really. I look.
They
You
have
see
they have
on
connect
TV,
they have connections.
these motherfuckers are cussing each other's mom out and whatnot,
Yeah, but
Fulanis and everything.
that's just
Listen,
political thing.
Sango, man, you guys got to bring your African bullshit someplace
That's
else.
a political thing though.
No, that's what all rolls down to.
Yeah,
A
but
boot
okay, but
encompasses politics,
wait. That's why
economics, all
look.
that. It covers
That's
everything.
why you don't see Zango engage in this tribalist bubble because I grew up from a typical
Oh, please,
Ubuntu
Sango, stop.
community. You know,
You always
oh,
talk about
that's true though. That's true.
Brown and all this stupid shit like that. You guys are all out for your own tribe, your own group. That's all fine.
But Kara, is someone telling you to leave your culture and just be and assimilate to
But
some
hold on. I'm like
Ubuntu
this.
Bible?
If I'm gonna build with something, right? I'm gonna
Hmm.
build with my own people. That's it.
Oh,
Yeah,
from Angola or what? Or Liberia?
whatever. Look right now. I'm looking at Angola, right? But guess what? Namibia just discovered it got 20 billion barrels. Jonathan, what do you think about that?
Deposit
Namibia
of
just discovered
deposit of
3 million
gold
people. Hold
or
up,
oil?
3 million people. I'm talking to Jonathan. Hold up. 3 million people, Jonathan, right? Big ass country. They just discovered they have 20 billion barrels of oil in reserve. That's
Wait,
trillions and
is
trillions of
it a
dollars.
recoverable reserve or just reserve?
That's how much reserve discovered off that coast.
Is it recoverable reserve or just general reserve?
Reserve, they made the
Oh, okay.
discovery. Portuguese and another company made a discovery. They got 20 billion barrels of oil off that coast. That's the largest in the world. Well,
That's
Namibia,
beautiful. That's dope.
I think I'm moving to Namibia.
Hopefully, they can get the right people to do it. If not, they're gonna get 10% like everybody
But
else.
even if you're talking about trillions of dollars, right? A country of 3 million people with trillions of dollars, they'll be like a Dubai easily. And that'll
But
be a
kind
country you could
but kind
actually.
if that is the case, what do you guys think about Dr. Combo saying that all
Oh,
black people are
but Dr.
one? Unless
Combo, see,
isn't
you
that
like
Ubuntu? Isn't that
Combo.
Ubuntu?
Dongo, you like clowning, man. You like clowning. You know, you think he's a clown. You don't think he's like this, but you like using him to humiliate us. But not, you think it's funny. You think everything is a joke, man.
Yeah,
Dr.
but
Campbell, you like
yeah,
let's talk about yeah,
but that
no,
guy is
you gotta
highly
bring up Dr.
connected. He's highly
Campbell. I
connected.
just talked about oil in Namibia and ships. You gonna bring up Dr. Campbell? Get free. And Don goes, shut up. Let me get
Damn, Kyle.
down.
You look into that old discovery, and guess what companies are already there?
I know a Portuguese company. I know. But the bottom line
Portuguese, British,
but
American.
imagine the
Wait,
wealth
is there not one black oil company on the planet
not
that
do
can't go
offshore
there?
drilling. Yeah, they do, but they don't do offshore drilling. We got a black American guy,
God
Timothy
damn
Eisenhower,
it.
but he doesn't do offshore drilling, and that's the whole thing. Only a couple of companies in the world do offshore drilling. They do it for
I,
everybody.
I see, and that's what I mean by we the Africans of Africa in
Yeah,
America.
my
We
point
should
is,
have we should have an
From
offshore drilling
hold
company.
on,
So the
hold
next time
on,
some shit pops
hold
up,
on.
we'll
my
be over
experience,
Look,
there.
all that stuff could be easily built, but we're never gonna do it until we have a big camp in Africa. Logistics.
Carla, look, you can form an offshore drilling, but you're still gonna buy the machines from elsewhere.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
always
Hold up. Let me tell you something. Before I get Dave on, let me tell you how this works, Zongo. This is advanced logistical information. Hustle Smart, if I listen to me right now, he understands what I'm talking about. Let's say there's 5 elements to logistics, right? Whatever you're
hmm
going to do and build, there's 5 core elements that makes logistics flow in patterns, right? It's an acronym called EPCOM. You know what EPCOM stands for?
Go
The
ahead, go
first,
ahead.
let me say it. The letter is E, EPCOM. That means engineering, right? Most countries in the world, they're going to outsource each one of those elements of EPCOM. You got to be sourced, in-source, or outsourced, right? Now, a country like
hmm
Namibia, I would say 90% of the stuff is going to be outsourced. 99%, right? 90% of engineering is going to be outsourced, right? That means foreign companies and firms going to do that. Procurement, that's the supply chain. Everything used to build those things, the pipes, the drilling equipment, all the stuff like that comes through a procurement system, right? You got to have a procurement system on high level. I would say 90% of all procurement has to come from a logistical company that basically has like at least 30, 40 years in the business. They've mastered logistics,
Years of
a,
experience.
procurement system, world global, right? Next part is construction, right? On the ground, you start your part of the EPCOM by training construction workers, engineers, project managers, like that. Next part is operations. That's your labor force and all that stuff like that, your
hmm
day-to-day operations. You can source operations. When not like, let me give you a perfect example of operations, how operations work. When some days I used to work in my father's my father worked at for Vaughn Products in Oakland, New Jersey, right? And sometimes they will have extra operations that they will let the kids come in on Saturday and do. Like, we got an operation for you guys, right? We got 1,000 cans over there. We need you guys to put labels on. So we spend the whole day putting labels on cans. Now, certain countries do that, right? They'll say, okay, we know you got an operation. You got to put labels on cans, or you got to stuff envelopes or package this, whatever like that. We'll take that operation over here and ship it back to you. That's how Singapore got good, just on operations, doing small operation stuff. So, but operations could be outsourced and whatnot, to other places and whatnot. So you do that, but you want to insource operations because that's where the small, tiny operation stuff, you could do that locally until you take on the bigger operations. I get it? And the next part after operations is maintenance. You got to have a maintenance schedule and everything, safety, maintenance, and everything flows thing because maintenance will tell engineers this is going bad. Engineers will send that message to procurement. Procurement will send products, parts, and everything back to maintenance. So everything keeps flowing into circles. Construction goes to procurement to engineering. Engineering sends to procurement, say construction needs this, blah, 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 blah. And that whole circle, EPCOM, flows together in the flow chart. That's how things get built. It's very easy, but you got only way you could do that is you got to have a nation state that coordinates that with laws, rules, and regulations. You're never going to have an EPCOM without the power and backing of a state. That's like a country like Liberia is a republic, a state. It could do it, if it really wanted to. Go ahead, Dave.
God,
Hello,
man.
hello. You hear me? You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I was muted. Sorry, man. Good evening, Colin, man. Good
Good,
evening.
good with it, brother.
Yeah, you talking about Harlem?
Oh yeah, what do you
Yeah,
know about
that's
Harlem,
the
man?
that's the Black America capital, man. That's the
That
capital,
was a
man.
mecca of Black America in
Yeah,
the
that's
world. The
the
Black world. Hold on. That shows you the significance of Black
yeah.
America because Harlem was always the capital of the. Where did Nelson Mandela go to when he came to America?
Came to
Harlem.
Harlem. He came to
Yeah,
Harlem.
Harlem. Every leader, Nelson Mandela, Kwame
Who
Nkrumah,
else? Who else?
Haile Selassie. Everyone comes to Harlem.
Everybody had their offices there, like you said. That was the black capital.
That was a black guy. Even Bill
You had
Clinton
to,
put his office there.
you had to come to Harlem to check in.
That was a check-in place, Harlem. If you were in Harlem, now Harlem lost that prestige.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it lost it. Yeah, it lost it. Home of Adam Clinton Powell,
Adam
Marcus
Clayton Powell,
Garvey.
Abyssinian Baptist Church.
Oh man.
I found out that Refuge Temple. I know Bishop Bonner. We used to go to Bishop Bonner's church. We used to go there once a month.
Rest in peace, Bishop William L. Bonner. God
You know,
bless his
you
soul.
know Bishop Bonner.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop Bonner. I did not know when he went to Africa it was Liberia. I always thought it was Ghana. Mom said no, it was Liberia. He was trying to build a temple over in Liberia, right? But then the coup happened and he, abandoned it. He was trying to
Yeah.
build a church in Liberia. I did not know that. I thought it was Ghana.
Man, that's the capital, Colin. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
Imagine that connection with Harlem and
That would have been
Monrovia.
hard. Yeah, it would have been Harlem and Monrovia
That
if
would have been, that
everything
would have
was
been powerful.
if we would have
Black
just
America,
kept
Black America, and the
control.
Black world would be, and if
That
that coup never happened, Black America and the Black world would
oh
be different right now.
oh
You
yeah
know,
yeah yeah
that's
yeah.
why we can't keep letting people fuck us up. Every time when I see signs, that's why I act the way I do. When I see signs on the horizon that something like that, a coup that's going to devastate us for a generation happen again, that's why I act the way I do. I know we can't let fools run our community,
No no
anymore.
no 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 no.
You know
no.
what, Carla? I think at some point we have to acknowledge something. And as much as we go after the natives for doing the coup or whatever the case may be, we just gonna have to acknowledge that white hands were always a part of it
Of
because
course,
the slander that they did to Liberia for like 10 years straight.
and they
Just
still
go
doing
back and look at all the. I mean, god damn.
They still
They're
doing it,
still doing it.
Jonathan.
They're
They
still
still
doing it. They're
doing
still
it.
doing it. It's still they
And,
want to erase
But
what our
I
ancestors
rem
built
I,
in the
I,
country.
they didn't even have the geography right of where Liberia was. They were just they were enslaved. They were this and that. They did this to the locals. They were slaves, ex-slave people that went over there and enslaved the natives.
Elvis.
None of
You
that
got
shit
people.
was true.
Elvis. Like Frenchie told me the other day. She goes, "I noticed that Elvis, he's so hard on like people like St. James for supporting Traore, but when it comes to his people, we're supposed to have all this sympathy and shit."
Yeah, that's a fact.
Between Traore didn't execute people when he took over the government. Samuel Doe and these people
Man,
literally.
Elvis is a hypocrite, man. Forget about Elvis.
Yeah, Elvis is a fucking hypocrite. It's about his people, whatever like that. What because he knows he
destroyed
got
that
a
country.
good white people supporting him, right? Because it's against
It's
us.
like me when I come and I say about, oh, Elvis, are you speaking about that because you don't like this? Elvis just playing both sides, That's who it is. But yesterday when
Well,
that girl
Elvis knows.
came, but when the girl came and she was talking nonsense, he kept quiet. He couldn't do nothing.
No, no, Carla. I don't know if you've seen this interview before. I remember Malcolm X. He did an interview in which he was explaining how white liberals were trying to make it seem like Africans hated Black America.
Of course they
And
do
he
that.
pointed that
Yeah,
out.
but Kala,
Now,
Kala,
if you
Kala,
think about that in 2026, that
Liberals.
we could look at Liberia and say white people were a part of that. They pushed that shit.
It was
There's
white liberal. It
there's
was white liberals.
gotta be
It
something
was
else.
white
Kala,
liberals
Kala. So
that went to Liberia to
let me
destroy
just
the
let
country.
me just okay. Let me just go back to the Ubuntu kind of situation, right? Because I do
Who said you
understand.
in Ubuntu?
No. Because I really want to understand where you guys are coming from, right? Okay, we know that on the continent, some groups they don't get along with certain groups. Some groups don't want domination by other groups, and some groups, I mean, historically, culturally, have coexisted with other groups. I mean, Black Americans, you guys have a very unique history. Do you think the way some groups on the continent might treat other groups does not necessarily translate that they will have the same, treatment towards you guys? Because it kind of really depends, though, Carla. I mean, would you want to approach it that way? That hey, I mean, you don't want to, hey, you don't care about how this group treats another group, but so far as we can deal with all groups, like, isn't that a good thing for you to
Yeah.
do?
What are you talking about?
I mean, because you guys were, against this whole Ubuntu thing that hey,
No, my whole
give
thing
a
is this. So my whole thing is this, right, Dongo, and don't take this the lightly, right? I think. Hold on,
don't
hold
go
on,
there, Carla. Don't go there, Carla.
hold on. Let me say this, right? I think we did enough of Ubuntu with fucking Richard Lau Dennis and when how we got fucked in that deal. When I think we did enough of Ubuntu. The fact that African businessmen could come here in America, make money off our community, send it back to Africa, and Africans have never opened up Africa to us. Unless we take all the risk, everything. They don't put nothing up. You know, and
Because
so
what do you
yeah,
guys want? What do you guys want from
it's
Africa?
Africa.
What do you guys want from Africa?
Well, we want you to stay out of our way. That's what we want.
Now, now, Tyler,
We want to know.
I'm gonna go
We
against
want to
that
know
and say that it's up to us to actually go into Africa and do whatever the hell we want to do or
Oh yeah,
try to
that's what we
do.
plan on doing. I said
We
I plan.
just we just haven't
We're
we
not
haven't
asking
done it.
anymore. We're just saying stay the fuck out of our way.
because
That's all.
I don't think African
I don't think
countries
Africans will
are
get in the way. Honestly,
I don't think
I
they're
would
going
Well,
argue that a lot of the
all
people
they,
that
all
went to Africa
hold
so
on, they have
far,
this. Africans
they've
have
been
this.
on some bullshit.
They have
Those
this thing where
Hebrew Israelites that
hold
got their chick knocked down,
on, hold on. Let me
they
say
on
this.
exactly,
some bullshit.
Let me say this.
exactly, right?
Well,
Yes.
Africans are so bold, right? Like I was on the platform the other day. Musa on TikTok. He invited me on a platform to get up there. I don't know what that was. I forgot. I was half asleep. Anyway, somebody that Musa knew go, is that colonizer? And Musa was like, yeah, that's colonizer. I'm like, I'm like, I'm a loss for word. How can I colonize what's already fucking mine? It's like somebody steals your car, you go take it back, and they call you a car thief.
Hey, Kala, I got a question for you. Do you think native Liberians would rather have been colonized by white people?
I know they would. I know they would. Yeah, I know they would. I know they wish they think
Yeah,
they
yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. They'd rather be if
Yeah,
because
and you see in
yeah,
Senegal right
yeah.
now.
I
Oh, you
agree.
see
I
in
hate to
Senegal
admit to
right
that
now.
shit.
Oh,
I think so too.
they got a white. Hold up, they got a white only restaurant in Senegal. This is insane.
They got a white only restaurant in Senegal.
Oh yeah, I'll show you the video. Let me show you the video. Say Flex up, say, Colin, why you spreading lies when that's his country? Yeah, you spreading lies when that. Flex up says I'm lying. Well, let's watch the video, okay? Let's watch the videos. You
How
know,
come I never see Flex up comments? Where is it?
no, he was go inside the group chat.
Uh,
Uh,
A white only restaurant in Fulaland.
and he's like, that's a lie.
Oh, Flexi.
Well, yeah, Flex up, man. He's a clown. Yeah, Was that you? I was talking to you guys yesterday. It was you and him, right? Yesterday, Zongo, when yeah, he was like telling
yeah,
me all the shit. Like, I just told him, but I told Flex up is you at least can see my bad side, because I'm always on this, I'm on the like that. Half the people you like out there, you don't get to see who they really are. Me, you know who I am. I'm very transparent about who I am. I'm a fucking asshole. I admit it. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a black son of a bitch. I ain't no.
No, you're not.
I'm a black son of a bitch, man.
No,
I'm
you're
a
not. Respect your
Hold on,
mother,
Kala.
nigga.
no.
But Kala,
Okay, let me start saying it like that. I'm a black bastard. How about that?
There you go.
I'm a black bastard.
No, you're not. Respect your father. What's wrong with you?
Look, I tell you right now, I'm the worst African American
Damn.
on the planet.
hey,
There you
Kyle.
go.
Yeah,
I'm
Kyle,
the
why would
worst.
you
You
say
are
that?
that. You're definitely that.
I'm
Kyle,
the
why would
worst
you
That
say that
African
word.
about?
American on the planet. I admit
Kyle,
that.
why would you say that about your people and your ancestors?
What
You came from dignity, man, and respect.
I do, man? I came from hell in America. I came from a
Your last
fucking
name,
place.
your last name is Makala. Mandinka
Yeah,
warrior
well,
name.
yeah, but I live in America. until I have my own land, my own peace, whatever. I tell you what, when I go to when I'm in Liberia next week, then I start feeling like a fucking king again. As long as I'm in America, man, this is the way I am, man. I'm a fucking sob.
I mean,
You know,
Colin, man. I think Africans. I know, like sometimes Africans could be an asshole, but I think
privilege.
They have their own school
there's
medical facility.
Okay, here's this thing. All right, this chick right here,
I even watch all the 32
Phil's
minutes.
show.
What?
Yeah, I hate
Stop
that
it.
goddamn commercial.
Did I
Listen,
log in my calls?
And in case you forgot, I have a few reminders for you as well. But one thing about them folks,
Kyla, you know you're
honestly,
supposed to say that, whatever the
if
fuck
there's
that shit is.
one
I
thing
can't
that
think
they
of it.
have, it's
oh yeah,
What's
audacity.
that
fair
shit
use, folks.
called?
Fair
It's
use,
There you
audacity
go.
to the fullest
fair use.
to be able to go to someone else's country as an immigrant, okay, as someone that just moved there, go there and tell the people, I'm setting up this shop, I'm setting up this restaurant, I'm setting up this cafe. But guess what? You're not allowed in. We're only going to allow white people in our establishment. And they are doing this in a country that they don't belong to, in a country where they're the minorities. And as I said earlier, it's because we allow it that it happens. And with that being said, I want to show you a video that just went viral. He's speaking in French, but he's talking about how it's only white people that are allowed in this restaurant, even though the video is a bit foggy. I wish our brother cleaned his lens before filming this, but not everyone, as a content creator, not everyone knows about camera and quality. But sheesh, I just wished, I really, really wish he cleaned it. But you can clearly see it's just white people in that restaurant. Watch.
Ça, c'est inadmissible. J'ai mon restaurant. Il est temps que le Sénégal en entier dise non à cela. On ne peut pas avoir le code que si les clients se partagent entre Italiens et Français.
And by the way, it's just French and Italians here. That's what he's saying. They were only allowing French and Italians, but of course, if you're white, you will get it. And it's just Senegalese people that are not allowed. You see, through the blurry lens, you can still see it's just white people, and you can see it's by the beach. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful place that they can only enjoy. They're the only ones that are allowed to enjoy someone else's country, someone else's beach, someone else's sea view, someone else's country. And I'm pretty sure the staff members are Black. Right. And this is it happens in a lot of instances.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. Hey, Dave, years ago, when I first went to Liberia, there was this white guy standing overlooking Sophia Rock Beach, right? He was just sitting there with his hand on his chin, staring at the ocean. I don't know what this motherfucking devil was thinking about, right? He just looking over there like, and I guess he said to himself, yeah, we would love to turn this into a Senegal or any place like that, but you can't do that in Liberia. You'll never see a white person on land.
But right now they're trying to break them, Kyla. They got
I know they're trying to break them, but we got to go there. That's why the presence of people like me there, we walk around. I bring consciousness back to these people. They're like,
I'm a radical over there in Africa, man. They be like, I be talking. They say I talk too much big thing. You talk too much big thing. Big thing.
Yeah, I keep talking that shit. I keep talking that shit. These people, like I said, if it's not
Carla,
what's going on, Chiola?
You can't blame. This is not about separation. He might be chasing the hold up, Carla. Hold on.
Watermelon and a coon juice.
Carla, you just listen to me, Carla. You see, sometimes marketing can be different. Sometimes you can read. You see that light-skinned Ethiopian woman you just show.
What's that got to do with it? What's that to do with anything?
Hold on, Carla. She might be into this
Why you
kind of
guys?
nonsense.
Why you making
No,
everything
hold on.
about life skin, all this kind of
Hold
nonsense?
on, hold on,
Kidola's got a
hold
color
on, hold on,
obsessed, you know.
That's what yesterday
hold on,
crazy
hold on.
Marisha was saying too. She was crazy saying
Okay,
that bullshit.
hold on. See, sometimes you chase your market. Which market are you looking for? If some tourists are coming to that place and they want
Well,
to
then why don't
eat,
they take their
hold on, Kala,
hold up. Why don't they take their friggin' shit someplace else? You know,
Kala,
take it someplace else. Take it to a take. Why don't
Kala,
they
Kala,
do
the
that?
same
They
thing.
want to be around all
Kala, this,
Europeans. That
Kala,
they can stay
Kala,
in Europe.
Kala, this, hold on, Kala. The same thing of black people, some Africans, who, will come to Africa back. So if they live in America, they expect to come and marry billionaires. I, I was watching one program. I guess I think she still single to today. She's almost 40 now. She came. Oh, I cannot marry a guy that at least guy have to have a big something. Talk about big mansions and everything.
Yeah,
It's about classism.
those are crazy
So
women online, bro.
Yeah, but
so what you
but
hold
Kidola.
on, man. You let me talk, man. This thing you see, Carla, it's about marketing. Maybe there's some people who want to eat their European food. Africans doesn't know how to eat what they call white sauce with mushrooms and some broccoli
You know
inside like that.
mushrooms, man.
You understand me?
You make
Hold on, Carla. They don't know how to eat like lobsters or caviar with some kind of spaghetti without no with cheese on top. So white people want to come and eat this food as in their restaurants. Can you present or sell it white food to Africans to come and eat? No. Maybe the food she's cook that restaurant is cooking always cater to the Europeans that come in there. But that doesn't mean it's discrimination. How about Africans that have African restaurants in Europe and everything that Africans are going to eat? You understand me? So we should not just see it as, oh, they're discriminating against us. Most of us came to Europe without not knowing nobody, try to make
Cadola,
life
Cadola.
out
Do
of
the
it and be
African restaurants in
successful.
Europe tell white people that they're not allowed inside the restaurants?
Depends. Not like
You
if you
know
say
there's no chance in hell.
I don't think that restaurant said they don't want no black inside that restaurant, but I think that the majority of people black people can exaggerate
Oh man,
nonsense.
come on, man,
You understand me?
come on, Kidola. What the hell are you talking about?
You know,
There's this Kenyan person.
black
There's this
black people
video.
lie a lot as
No,
black
no,
people
no,
lie
no.
a lot as exaggerate nonsense. If
Yeah,
you give black
Kala.
people a chance, look, we're talking about black people. It's a boat, the fastest man on earth. Who took his money? The black woman. The
That's
black
not.
man took the money
That,
from the
that's
bank. Is that
that's
a
not the
white man?
conversation. That's not the
No.
conversation.
So black people want to lie and formulate lie and blow it up without not achieving nothing. You talk about Namibia. Namibia, don't be surprised that oh yeah, we don't it's the same black man with one or two black men will collide with
No, it
people that
ain't gonna
would
be. It
accept
ain't
the
gonna be
money.
like. In other words, bro, it's not gonna be like Nigeria, bro. Trust me.
No, who told you that? Who
Because
told
I
you that?
know. I just know. I just know.
Who told you
No,
that?
no,
You
no,
ain't
no. I've been defending Africans all night. Damn,
Nigerians will
Cadola.
enjoy their
This ain't even
Nigeria
defensible.
will enjoy their oil.
Canola,
You
man. It's
cooning
like
right now, brother.
It's not about Coney. It's about black people. We pretend and lie,
not
and at
every
the end of
black
the day, we
person.
deal with
Not every
ourselves.
black person is the same. Look at Rwanda. Well, tell me why Rwanda's doing well.
Well, what is Rwanda? What have Rwanda achieved by
Rwanda
one man or
is like
person?
you a
What
Kigali
what
looks
have
like
they
a first
achieved?
world. It's like a first world country, man.
Yeah, I mean, they show you a transit part the people want you to show. Have you ever visited the other area?
Oh well,
No,
I
you
don't
only
care
just
about
see
the other area.
you only
Well,
see
I
because
go.
of influence.
When I put
Influence
up
are trying to
up
promote
in Kigali,
nonsense by
I'm like
one.
blown away. I'm like, but that Vision City they're building, holy shit, man! That's gonna be
You
like
think
something out of the
you
world, man.
you you think you
The
think
the
you think
ability to go into another country and tell the people there that they're not allowed in there because of their skin color. That's some next level shit. And the fact that we got a
nobody's
nigga on
saying
here
it.
Look,
condoning
Nobody's
look,
it,
saying it.
that's even worse.
Nobody's
look.
saying it. There's
I
nobody
saw a
saying it.
video. Wait, Kidola, wait. I actually saw a video of someone. I think she was a British black that actually went to. Actually, it was in Kenya, and it was about real estate. And that real estate, they said they were just primarily just selling to white people in Kenya. It was a shock to them. Why are you making it seem like it doesn't exist? I mean, Kidola, man. Some of them are just ignorant over there when it comes to
Yes,
that.
this if you go to you go to UK and see some real estate people, here see only the Africans bourgeoisie, they come up and buy houses in some
Yeah,
powerful
but
territory also.
no, no,
My
no.
man,
In the U,
this is
no, 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 no,
this
no,
is
no.
not
In the
it's
UK,
nothing new.
look.
You
In the UK,
you
wait.
go to Africa.
Kidola,
It,
can I make this point, Kidola? Can I make this point? Mostly in the UK, America, or whatever, the people that get the most privileges are the white people. You don't come to black nations and still,
all these
white
white
people get.
men carry their suitcase going to Africa with butchers of
Actually, this
real
reminds me
estate
of
and
some shit
everything.
that I think O'Shea made a video about. This happened, I think, Uganda. They were preferring white teachers over the black teachers that were qualified, equally qualified. It happens in Africa, Condola. We're not going to sit up
It's
here
not
and
just.
lie
It's
about
not
it.
even for the teachers. It's not just in Africa. It's just even in Europe they do that crazy thing. Even in the Arab world, they're just fools. Some people are
I'm
just
not
fools.
saying I'm not saying that if you go to some of these European countries you will not face all kind of shit there. But still sometimes marketing is different in Africa. We should not just listen to some of these Pan-Africanism who have very interior motive because they want to what have actually Pan Africa ever achieved really in Africa that we have to see whatever they achieve. They collide with the white man, become very rich out of it sometimes. Man, black people lie a lot, bro. That's just the truth. Exaggerate things that it did benefit them and everything. That's just the truth, bro.
Yeah, you're snow bunny,
We
man.
have
Just
opportunity.
twisted your mind, man. Kidola,
No,
I'm
not
not
about that.
gonna.
If we have
Yeah,
chance, if we have chance,
I'm a
we will
side with
rob.
Zongo on
If
this one.
if we
You
if
tripping
we if
tonight,
we will have
Condola.
chance, we will rob ourselves. Put
Yeah,
Condola,
put
the next
a
time you
black
come to
part
Edel
guy.
State, we're going to take
We take
away
the
all
money.
your Eton garments from you. You
he
are
just
not allowed to wear it no more
he just got his
until
Becky,
you
man.
change.
Kala, Kala, Kala is always talking like that. Kala want to rule Liberia. That's why it's always,
You
man,
should rule
forget about it.
Liberia. You should rule Liberia.
Yeah,
Carlos
shit.
should
If you
rule
don't let the
Liberia.
president of Liberia, man, 10 years,
Zongo should rule Ghana.
country will be a
But
first
Condola,
world.
you and your current mindset, you cannot rule in Nigeria anywhere. We taking away your Eton garments, and we're gonna put you on
if
punishment.
we
Tyler gonna
if
get
we would have
Liberia popping, man.
if I would have allowed if not for the white people that come and save my life, my cousins, my uncles,
Oh
and all those
my God!
fucking shit around me, they would have buried me alive, become a very poor, useless man. They don't want me to grow. They
Condola
want me
got
to
his
be under
Becky.
the
He don't
tree.
care. He's living.
Kidola,
He's
Fucking
I'm
be
living
under
sorry.
good.
the
I'm sorry, Kidola, you cooning
fucking
out right
fuck,
now, Kidola.
fucking be under the tree, be begging them for food, bring me a plastic ball of rice, I'll be sitting down there eating it, attacking them, my knees, one leg up, my head down.
Yo,
They will say, thank you, sir,
are
thank you,
you and
sir, thank you, sir.
Epidamic cousins? Are y'all cousins?
You know, wife
Oh no,
the
man.
wife will say
Afadamis not gonna do that bullshit, man. He knows this, man.
the wife will save my life, man. That make me become human. This motherfucker they
Okay,
say
that makes sense now.
Cadola.
Wow.
So now
That
You
makes
had
sense
a
now.
nah, hell no, we ain't gonna do Cadola. You had a good, great, beautiful Nigerian father who provided for you and helped you get through where you are today. You gonna give all that credit to white people?
Hey,
no,
Jonathan,
that's
I just
different.
noticed. I just
If my
learned that
father my father is
Without your
my,
Condola had
my
a
father,
father
nigga, none of
SBA
this shit was
certificate.
possible. You gonna
even
give
my
credit
father
to some
was
white
alive.
people?
I'm just trying to tell you that I don't believe in this black shit of a thing.
Oh man,
Even my
Kidola,
father was
man.
alive. Even when my father was alive, my uncles they allowed me to come to their house because they see me as not so as rich as them. The white people saved my life, bro. The white people saved my life, bro.
Kidola.
So,
We get it. You love your snow bunny. Nobody's telling you to hate on your snow bunny. Just the reality is, your snow bunny, when she look at you and she see your people, she knows they are different from you. So why are you acting like you don't see no color, man? What the hell?
Hey,
you preaching you preaching
Jonathan,
this
you're
liberal
right.
Bible over here.
Jonathan,
This
Jonathan,
ain't
what you said
hey
earlier was
Zongo, this
right.
ain't liberal bumble. This
Yeah,
some
that's what
other shit. This is some mentally ill shit. You got all of this black parents, grandparents, family. Without them, I mean, you wasn't walking around damn near anorexic and starving, Cadola. That's not how
Hey,
you was
Jonathan,
growing up.
Jonathan,
And you
what you
giving
said earlier was
all
right.
credit to white people?
no,
Jonathan,
a lot of
yo,
Africans.
what
Okay, I'm gonna let
what
you
you
go.
said
Like,
earlier, what you said earlier is right. once black men become successful, they get a white girl, just like Kedola, just like Black
Man,
Americans.
no, let's have his snow bunny made him rich, man. Gave him opportunity, man.
No, not about that, my guy. You look, man.
You didn't even say
Those
no. You
ever
just said
close to
not
you,
only
man.
just
Those
that.
ever close to you. Those ever close to you want to better you, be poor, man. You know they don't want to feel happier than anything, man. So why should you be?
Jonathan,
You know, man. You have to broaden your mind and open your
Kidola,
mind. I know
Kidola,
that fucking B1 or
Kidola,
B2.
Kidola,
You know that I can't eat
Kidola,
some bread. You
Kidola.
know,
We all live in a white society, you know. When I came to
not
America,
about white society. It's just about the truth. African people, when you're poor, they don't want you to come close to them. You know, they might
uh,
give you some 2 slices of bread and give you some
yeah, but,
bowl
but
of
but
water
why
to
you
drink.
general? Why you
You
general?
know,
Why don't you say where you live? That was
it's,
the
it's,
experience
it's
over there. Why are you trying to make it? You kind of generalize everybody.
I'm not generalizing, but that's what I see. People are doing it. You know, so brothers help each other sometimes, they raise you up. But majority of these Negroes, man, when they make some money, they put you under the mango tree. You
Ah,
feel me?
sorry, man.
And
Oh
People do
and
that.
man.
and, and they give you some 2 slices of bread to be eating there with a cup of water,
Look,
man.
Oh
You be thanking them a lot,
man.
man.
look,
You know, if I
look,
Yo,
did.
look, look, look.
If
Play
I
the
did
video in the
communicate,
private chat.
if I did communicate with the white people, I would have been still sitting on that mango tree, looking at them. Oh man, man, sorry, man.
What the hell? His food is burning or what?
No,
Play the
that's
video.
his white put him on a timer. So he better get the hell off this
Man,
damn call and
I
come take
can't
care of
No,
believe
white mama.
no,
Oh,
I can't
no,
believe
man, no,
Kidola is tuning out right now. Like, what the
oh
hell is
no,
going on
no,
with
no. You
man.
Kidola
get
right
it,
now?
man. No. You get it wrong, man. That is like when you're cooking on the gas sometime and the smoke,
Uh-huh.
Oh
the
man.
smoke extractor is not doing
Did
its
I
job
hear Kidola
properly, man.
just say that he doesn't see color? Oh my goodness,
Zongo,
Lord.
what happened was, nigga, get off that goddamn phone. Okay, baby, but please, nah, just 5 more minutes. You know
I,
what, You've
I wish
been you've been good this week, Stoli.
I wish Nakmizi was here, man. So we're gonna ask him.
My stars and
We're
garters,
gonna ask
President
Nakmizi.
Ronald Reagan, my hero.
Ben Carla, what the hell are you doing,
Is
man? I'm
this
sorry, man.
heaven? Oh, not just heaven, Ruckus.
Fair
White
use, since
heaven.
Carla don't
You
know
see,
how to
there are
say
many
it.
different types of people, Ruckus. So God created many separate, but,
Oh, fair use, fair
for the
use.
most part,
Oh, they're gonna delete
equal
this anyway,
heavens.
man. They're gonna make
You
me
don't
delete this, so
say.
you do it now. All they're gonna do is make me delete it.
White heaven is
Oh,
for decent, good, God-fearing Christians who just happen to, well, hate everyone and everything relating to black people. That means no Muhammad Ali, no hip-hop music, and no f***ing Jesse Jackson. What about Whoopi Goldberg? Nope. Oh, this is heaven. Turns out that God really doesn't have that much of a problem with racism. He doesn't even remember slavery, except in February. Personally, I hate black people, Ruckus. That's why I did everything I could to make their lives miserable. Crack? Me. AIDS? Me. Reaganomics? Come on, I'm in the name. And God has rewarded me. Know why? 'Cause 2 niggers and 2 quarters don't add up to $1? Well, that. And because God loves white people. And if you teach everyone on earth to love the white man, you too can join us in white heaven. Praise white God.
Damn, Cadola. This you for sure. This you from sure. All your Eastside garments got to come off. In fact, I'm about to write somebody from Eastside land on this damn panel right now.
wait,
You out of pocket, nigga. Let me bring an Eastside person on the planet.
is Kidola an Eastern person? I thought he was
Eastside, that's Edo State, bro.
Oh, that's Edo State.
Yeah.
Also, the Eastern is the. Also, the Edos are the ones called Isan Kidola.
I'm from the tribe. I'm from the section of Edo State called the Isan people.
Oh, okay.
Look. This thing is showing, right? Look, man. until you
Kilo.
face, until you face,
That's
until
you,
you face.
Cadola.
Look, you talk about racism in America or Western world, right? We talk about dirty oppression in the family that want to. Will you talk or you
Kidola, let
do
me ask
so?
you, Kidola, let me ask you a serious question. Marco Rubio just in Munich said that he tell Europe it's a time to return to Europe hasn't expanded since 1945. That's 81 years. They've been retracting. He's talking about going and taking Africa back, Asia back, and all stuff like that. Do you agree with Marco Rubio that the white people should rule the world again?
Kala, you asking me
Fair
things.
question,
You
man.
asking me things that Kala, you asking things that impossible. You know, I think
How's
Marco
it
Rubio
impossible, man? Are you
might
kidding
be
me?
Because that's what you just
Marco
said,
Ru-
man. You said you
Yo,
don't see
Kala,
color,
Kala,
man.
they just
Kala.
leveled your country. Yo, what you call
They did level.
yo,
They
hold
did
on.
level
How much
nothing.
yo,
America just
how
bombed
much
your
Trump just
country.
ran up in your country like he's paying the bills?
Kala,
Huh?
America just
Kala. They
bombed
did
your
level.
country.
Kala, they
Man,
You
did.
didn't say nothing.
Kala, look.
hey,
Kala,
you went troops
Kala,
on your
look.
ground in your country. What are you gonna do?
Kala, they did level nothing. See. Look, Kala. I don't think Marco Rubio might be on top of his horse, thinking he's the emperor of now
Yeah,
because
but
he's the secretary of state.
Gadola, they just
Donald
bombed your
Trump.
country. They just bombed your
Donald
country,
Trump.
and they're
Donald
talking
Trump.
about look. Donald Trump is openly talking about fucking invading your country and taking it over. They need Nigeria as a base,
Man, I can't
Kala,
believe
even the
Goodell
worst.
is cooning out
Kala,
today, man.
Kala, Kala with look, Africans with dealing with two devils, right?
Oh my
And,
God, man.
and none of the devils are even good. The Africans they said that are ruling people and all these are fucking man, they just oppressing their people. How do you think
No,
Boko
I know.
Haram came? How do you think
Kidola,
Boko Haram came to Africa?
Kidola.
Boko Haram came
We,
because of you see your people, lawmaker eating your money, they see oppressing you, using the police to oppress you and everything. That's how Boko Haram came.
but
You
everybody did
understand?
that though. Like,
You
I
don't
mean,
jump from
Europeans did.
nowhere.
Man,
Poverty
they,
brought Boko Haram. Poverty. So if you understand that their poverty sometimes can cause some menace, either you accept it by sitting somewhere or you carry arms and want to fight it. You understand me? So see, we you don't see poverty. You people say, oh, because Kala, you know why you people say things like this? Because in America, you people can have government help, assistance, or sometime, to
I don't
go
know. I
by.
don't know anybody that's on government assistance, bro.
So man, that said, we should not criticize black people are far more worse, even bigger devil than you think.
man, Kidola, man,
They
you're a
look
coon.
at you.
I mean, you all know Nigerians have been cooning for a long time, so I'm not really surprised, man.
What I call him? That's not the call him. Ghana,
Yeah,
man.
you cooning.
My
Shut up, man.
my
Shut
your
up, man.
president
Shut
just
up, man.
call my guy. Your president just scammed black Americans for about $2 billion by year
Shut up,
of
man.
return. You
Just
talk
coon out
about
right now, man. Saying that you don't see no
Nigeria being
color.
called.
Shut up, man. You say you don't see no color.
Your president just hit black Americans'
But
pockets with $2
the question
billion
is,
dollars, man, making them
the question is,
tell them to
Kidola,
come back home.
the question is, if you
What
meet
can
a
you tell
Dutch,
people to come back home when you're not smiling yourself? Let me just tell you the truth.
Kidola,
You can't just
Kidola,
tell nobody to come back home while yourself don't even have a home
Kidola,
to relax sometime.
Kidola, if you meet a Dutchman and you ask him the same question, do you think he's gonna react the same way you did, including your wife?
Uh, my bro, man, we should not
Yeah.
be one thing. Kara,
Okay. Kidola,
I
you're missing the
understand
point.
Kara like to give us some music about the black people, man. But black sometimes, man, they're gonna hit your head, they hit you pretty good too.
Kidola,
I ain't
see,
dancing with
nobody,
I dance with
nobody's
everybody.
like, nobody's preaching hate speech over here. We're just saying like, just don't be delusional. That's all we're just saying, man. Like, just we get it. Like, your wife helped you, great. She's a remarkable person. She's a very sweet person, right? But don't just be because of what she did to you. You just generalize everything, because it's just based on experience. For me, I grew up in Ghana.
Praise
I didn't,
white Jesus.
I didn't have a lot of opportunities in Ghana, right? But it doesn't mean that I don't have knowledge of history. It just depends on
With
what
knowledge
type
of
of
history, if you check the knowledge of history, the black person will put you down on the slave. Man, look, we should be careful with everything. That's just the truth. But we should not just be romanticizing the so-called
man.
the whole matter of
Man,
black
he's a coon,
world.
man. I'm just put it down, man. He's a coon, man. That's
You
fine,
know,
man.
so we just have to say what
I'm
it
gonna let
is,
you
what it
talk.
is. You
You
know,
go ahead, man.
you depend on why do you leave Ghana? Because just some black people blocking your way. That's why you left Ghana. You came to United States, be dominated by white people, and you work under the white corporation over there to send money back home. Possibility you're gonna build mansion where you working, drive Mercedes Benz where you working. You feel me in Africa? So will you
We get a
must you listen
Mercedes.
to it?
You get a
It's like a
Mercedes.
Negro.
I'm buying one tomorrow. You know.
Yeah, it's like a Negro who just went to somewhere and said because of one thing, man, you gonna be dancing. No, man,
Hey, look.
it doesn't
So
go like
that
that,
means,
man.
Kala Jonathan. That means Alassane Ouattara and Mamadou Doumbouya, man. Them snow bunnies might probably changing their minds, man.
Yeah. Well, look. The bottom line is this. My whole
Damn,
thing is
that's really
this.
dangerous, man.
I believe that's why I say black nationalism is the most important thing because the core of black nationalism is the black family and black family structure, racial pride, and stuff like that. That's the core of black nationalist ideology, and that basically made sure that when you think about what to do in life and everything like that has to trump everything. This is the way I see it, right? If and people always ask me, Colin, your perfect world, what would you do about interracial marriage? I'm like, you can't stop it, like this. But the problem is in our world, we exalt that, and that becomes like the model. I think we got to get to the point where black man, black woman, child is the ideal, and then decisions made by people who are married, black man, black woman, child, should be like 99.9% of all decision making. Everything else is an outlier. Let's try to think of a good example. Barack Obama, right? Now, when people say, Barack Obama, what are you going to do about racism? Well, Barack Obama's not going to give you, well, let's say Jesse Jackson's going to give you. Why? Because at all times, when you start talking about white people, he remembers one thing. What is that? His mom was white, right?
His mama. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the problem.
Kala, if you don't have money, Kala, let me just Kala, because you see things in American perspective. Look, if you don't have money, that Negro lady will leave you. He will walk out with you. He will go meet the next guy.
Oh man, man, shut up, man, shut up,
Hold up,
Kidola,
Kala.
man, shut up, man,
Hold up,
Kidola.
Kala. That Negro lady gonna meet the other black guy who drive Cadillac. Who have beers like Billy Parker. You understand me? And that Negro woman will see you, tell you, man, I ain't gonna suffer with you, man. You be on your own. You
Kidola, but the
understand
same
me?
thing could also be
You
applied
know?
to your woman, though. You never know. Maybe if she
No,
meets her,
no,
Everybody
no,
do the
no,
same thing,
no,
man.
wait,
no, man,
Kidola,
no.
wait. If
No.
she meets her ideal Dutch type, you don't think she might
Oh
probably
man,
leave
oh
her?
man, no,
Let's not
man,
do that, kid. Let's not do it, man.
oh,
Let's have it,
one
man.
lady will struggle with you, man. Put things together around, man. Bring ideas, man. You'll be making money. Ain't no gold jewelry on the neck. Things are dirty stink out, but you put making money, try to make money with
So you mean to tell
ideas
me
and
like
live by it.
your woman, if she
You
had
know.
met her ideal Dutch type that has a lot of money, she's not fucking leave your ass
Man,
and move?
let me tell you something, man. There was a Negro in Nigeria who called me human being talking, spirit is talking with. That girl was that when I didn't have nothing. I came with Mercedes Benz 560 AMG turbo engine, man, with 22 wheels on it. That was 2001. The chick saw me by the church. Hey, brother, I better get the fuck out of my side. You know,
Yeah, exactly, Philly, man.
there's no
Philly got it,
Negro,
man.
there's no
He knows what's up, man. It's not always about money. Sometimes the person just like you,
man.
man.
What you think? What you think? You buy no ice cream for these Negroes in the school, man. They will dump your ass. You know, so we just have to be facing reality. We should not robotize this nonsense.
Hey,
We just have to
Steve,
think,
man,
okay,
you
people are
got something to
different.
say, man.
I
People
want to
are
ask
different,
Kidola a
man.
question, man. Kidola, man, what happened, bro? You was just B2 2 weeks ago, a week or two ago. You were talking about you were B1. You said you were B1. What happened?
I don't know, man, if I bring be anything, man. I'm just be myself as long as I can eat.
His white
There you
in-laws
go.
told him if he don't stop that
I'm just
B1
chilling,
B2
bro.
talk, she gonna divorce him. So he got
Ah,
he had
wait,
to
Kido, are you next to your wife? Are you next to your wife? Maybe.
No, that's just the way I feel. No, I
No,
say what I want to say. That
Okay,
look,
that's right.
look,
That's right. Because
no,
Cadola, you ain't
no.
got to lie. Your wife got to go to work. That was that alarm going off. Okay,
No,
Cadola, I got you.
no,
You're gonna be B1, B2 in
that's
the show when the
no,
after show
that's
comes.
when you gotta
Hey,
smoke, you
I
gotta
forgot
smoke.
your wife work. I forgot your
No,
wife
that's a
work.
smoke detector, man. That's a
Uh-huh.
smoke detector. That's a smoke detector,
Uh-uh.
man. I
look,
told
can
you.
you
It's
talk
all
about
good, Cadola.
it's
You
it's.
vindicated right now.
You said there was a smoke
Well,
detector, man. What's up?
my
You said,
daughter is standing
Ain't no
close to
damn
me here,
smoke
bro.
detectors in
I don't.
Nigeria, bro.
No. My daughter is standing close to me here, man. I don't
The
have
greatest
nothing,
lie ever told. They even got him at the damn hotels, nigga.
hey, you know what?
No, I
Can
don't
you
have nothing, bro. I don't have nothing, bro. My daughter is
Kidola,
standing close to me here.
Kidola,
My
can you
daughter
talk
is a pro
about
black. My daughter's a is a pro black chick. You used to follow the Toma a lot. Am I lying? You know,
uh,
am I
maybe
lying?
that's
you
not
told
You
us
know.
about
Cadola.
that before. You told us about that
Hey,
before.
You
Cadola,
see,
would you want
hold
Cadola?
on,
Would you want your daughter to
hold
bring
on, hold on.
home
You
a
will hear
black
her
man
voice.
or a
You
white?
can even hear her voice also. I don't lie, man. My daughter loved the Toma, but I told me don't listen to that crazy bastard, man. That guy is
man? You right,
crazy.
man. Steve, man, something happened to Kidola, man. What happened to Kidola? What happened to him, man?
Jonathan told
Nothing
you his
happened
wife
to
listening.
nothing happened to me, man. I was just saying
Man,
the truth that
But I get
Adoro
but I
black.
get where he coming from. I get where he coming from about romanticizing, black people. Cause
yeah,
No,
but
man.
but
I
I
just
get what he's
Steve,
saying.
Steve,
you know.
What's up?
Nobody's talking about black people. The way he's trying to say that he doesn't see no color, everything is all just nice and grandiose, man. Carla
Yes,
just
I'm
asked him a simple
colorless.
question. Wait.
I don't see the
I
Carla,
color.
disagree
I
with
don't see
wait.
that.
the color.
I disagree
Carla
with
just
that.
asked him that Marco Rubio says he wanted Europe to go back and colonize a lot of countries. What is his
It
opinion on
just
Hmm.
that?
He just stupid. That is it can't happen. He just dreaming and just dreaming is under the bed there. Look, there are things that can happen, there are things that cannot happen. We should just focus on things that can happen and enjoy.
Oh man, come
This
on,
life
man,
is short. We've been talking about
Kidola,
black
man.
power with
No,
fruits and
no,
everything, man.
Cadola. Last time I checked, America is technically colonizing what's that country again? Venezuela right now. Went
Yeah,
over
because
there, yanked the president
yeah,
up and
because you know
said,
why? You know why it's
whoever's
doing
gonna
it?
lead,
Because
you
there's
gotta
some
do
white
whatever the
people
fuck
there.
we
Look,
say.
there are some white people
That's
there, right? There's some white.
colonization.
But Venezuela is not fully colored like that. There are white Venezuelans that want to. Look, right from time in Venezuela, they are the white ones who control the bourgeoisie there, who want America. That's only what they will save them. Because they see the other colored ones that will come and, hammer them. Person like Maduro that came to power. That lady sold Maduro out. That lady that is there now. Right from the day, they be looking at that Negro like, man, you have a lot of black missing to you, man. You're a Negro. And that lady that's there in that power now, and the chief of army staff, don't see the way they look like. These are white people who pretend to be
Kidola.
against imperialism and everything. So the truth of the matter, they already have a door open for the white people to come in and take whatever they want to take. The same thing happened also in Colombia also.
Kidola,
Colombia, but they just pretending. You know,
Kidola. The AES, they have a colonial history with France. They got tired of them, and they told them, "Hey, man, you know what? We don't want you again. We want to deal with anybody that we want to deal with, man." And they have
that's
issues with
good.
that.
That is good. That is good.
I mean, and you don't
That
have
is
no
good.
issues. You don't have no
You
issues
know,
with
you
that,
know what,
Kidola.
Zongo?
No,
Yeah.
that
Normally
is
I
good.
criticize the AES, but after listening to Cadola tonight,
No, that is good. No,
I'm
we just
all
have
for
to
the
be.
AES, man. God damn
No,
it.
no, 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 no. We just
I
have to
give
be.
up. They're the
No, no,
only
no, no,
Africans in
no,
Africa with a fucking brain. Just go ahead,
no,
okay?
no. You don't understand. You
No,
don't
no,
understand.
Cadola.
Shout out to the
Okay.
AES, man.
Okay.
God damn it. God
Look at
bless
this.
the AES. What the fuck?
Look, look at yes. That is good. They could drive away the
Shout out
French and everything.
priority.
But what I try
Troy's
to
the
say
new
is
Messiah, God damn it.
no. What I
He's the
try to
only one
say
that can save Africa. The
is
rest of
this.
Africa is just fucked.
Even Jay Z.
They got too many Cadolas in
Man,
the
what are
damn
Jesse got to do
continent.
with AES, man? What are Jesse got to do with AES, Kidola? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, I was watching a program. I was watching a program on YouTube about Mas B. That dude that went to jail. I was watching about Mas B. He was having a black girlfriend, right? That girl left his husband and followed Mas B. Then the girl said, that's even the Negro to Negro said, you see, he introduced me to all kind of sexual experience that I don't really like. That the guy said like what? He said he sold me to two men. I'm like, whoa. Why should you do
What?
something like that? So you,
What I got to do with the AES?
no. What I'm trying to say that when I try to say that sometimes Negro can be very. If you ask Color
Oh my
deal
God,
with you a lot, man, you understand what it
Kala,
is. Man,
Kala.
It,
you know,
Nobody
look,
said.
I agree with. Hold on. I agree with you, Kidola. People across the whole world can be evil, not just white
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
I
yeah.
agree
man,
with you on that.
yeah,
Kidola, Kidola,
Yeah.
Kidola.
so don't let that be.
Nobody's trying to demonize the white person and elevate the black person, right? People were just focusing on what the white people have done, right? And you trying to
Okay, okay,
dilute the
Jonathan.
conversation, man.
Okay,
The
Steve,
thing is,
Steve.
You know,
wait.
but Zongo,
What's up?
Zongo,
What's
that's the
up?
problem. That's the problem that black people have globally. White people intentionally demonize every other group
Exactly, man.
to
You don't see them
uplift
defending.
themselves. They don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
They don't defend your ass, bro.
It took
Trust
me a
I
me.
while.
mean, they
I had a
defending
conversation.
slavery now. They defending
Hold on,
slavery now
Steve.
too. Oh,
I
go
had a
ahead.
conversation with a white person. He explained
Look,
to me
look,
that
look.
white people lie. Okay, it's a
Absolutely.
fact.
Yeah.
But they're lying to themselves, but they're only doing so in self-interest. So, for example, when you look up everything good that's ever happened in history, they always start off with Rome.
Mm.
Rome, Greek, something related to them when
Yeah.
it's positive. But when it's something bad, they offshore that shit to somebody else. It's to protect their own identity.
Even Rome,
It-
Rome
Even
and
if they don't care if it's wrong. They don't care if it's
Rome
wrong.
and Western Europe is not even the same people, man. They everybody different,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, but they just doing it in white solidarity. The same thing when they say who discovered America. They know people discovered America before white people did. But when they say who discovered America, they're talking about within their own race.
Yes.
That's their justification. Now we get black people. We got to be stupid, moral. That's not true. We dumb. Fuck, we dumb. Cadola, I want
Because
every Eastside
we're
garment
in
in
a
your house to be sent to me. God is good motors, nigga. Give it up, nigga. You is a fake Dutch nigga right now.
man, Kiddo, man, he got colonized by his wife, man.
That's
Look,
crazy work.
Hey, let me ask Kidola a question because I think DK is gonna ask the same question. Would you
no,
want your daughter to bring home a black man or a white man?
no, he
Kidola,
doesn't.
that's
He
the
doesn't
Kidola.
care. He doesn't care.
Uh,
He doesn't care.
Oh, he doesn't
It's not,
care.
yeah,
Go
he
ahead
doesn't.
now. Hold on. Go ahead, Cadola. Say it. My daughter bring home a white boy. She dead too. Both of them.
Kidola, you there? You over there,
Condola,
Kidola?
would you? What if your daughter came home with that Russian dude who was fucking going on TikTok? White privilege. Young
Yo,
Billy is leading things
yo,
like
DK, you
Jesus.
wild, bro. Man, Kidola, why you muted, bro?
His
Man,
He
wife over
doing
there
something.
telling him, "You better not get on that show."
look. We want Kidola to sit on the platform today and talk about what the Dutch people did to the people of the west coast of Africa. Because I want to know if he can criticize the Dutch people in front of his wife.
We
Let's
need
see.
Kidola to turn his camera on and blink twice if he need help. That's what we
No,
need to do.
like Jonathan said earlier that black people in America and Africa are the same. We got the same issues, and he's right. A black person in America, he gets money. First thing he do, he get a white girl. Kidola,
Yep.
he had an FBA stepmom. He had a good dad. He got successful. What did he do?
Good
He get a
No,
white
no,
family,
no, 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 no,
raised him, funded
no,
his
Yeah,
life, and
his
white people are the hero.
no, 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 no,
he's
no, no,
his
no.
hold on. His FBA stepmother taught him how to eat peanut butter, so don't forget that part.
Wait. Kidola was not
peanut butter
successful.
sandwich. Damn,
Guys.
made.
Kidola was not successful. I mean, he got a sugar mama that married his ass, bro.
Oh,
Zongo. He came from a successful family. He was able to go to Europe.
Yeah, man. Look, Kidola's told us a story before. He said his wife. I mean, he wife worked in Nigeria. She was like,
His wife saved him. We get it. His wife
she was
saved him.
smoking.
He was down and out, and a
and
white
no,
angel.
None of the Nigerian women stood by
So,
him when he was down.
so
So
you see, this is why I have issues with democracy because some of the people that come from poor class families or whatever they come from, if they have access to power, they just think crazy, man. Look what they did to him. He's just glorifying the white woman and his kind of people.
Yeah, but he didn't come from democracy. He came from dictatorship. He came from military coup.
No, I'm just saying
what's
like,
going
He's
on,
back.
man?
He's back now. He's back now.
What you said, Jonathan? What you said, Jonathan?
I say you didn't come
Man,
from
look,
democracy. You came from dictatorship.
yeah, but that was far more better. That dictatorship was far more better than what you're seeing now. You
Mm.
know, I like when things are being put in order. Everybody have some bread to eat, but a few people just want to pack everything and eat it. You know, Jonathan, you know, man. You know, you live in the states. You know what it is. If that, how am I going to put this thing, man? You see, perspective is my own perspective is different. Maybe Zongo can relate with me a little bit. You know,
yeah, but
look at those
look,
look at those Ghanaians. You see those Ghana, those whatever follow that white dude. It's because it's
yeah,
the desperation of poverty. You
yeah,
understand me? Check
I
that
know.
chick. Check that chick with the Jaguar car.
Yeah, she
You
said
know, she
no.
didn't even listen. Yeah, she didn't listen to that dude. You look at you crazy. Get the fuck out of my eye. Because she have money and she living the good life. That fucking Russian guy could not convince that girl to drop my number. You know,
No,
because
she
she's
said no.
rolling on that, on that Jaguar. Poverty can cause a lot of things to people. You understand me? Poverty, that possibility make those chicks who have HIV right now. You know,
Wait,
so that's what I'm just
see,
trying to talk about. That
so, Kala,
things things can change. You know, who made them poor? Who made them
Kala,
poor? You know, they
you
say
know,
black. You know, they say black man. Look at white people. They build condos in their territory. They give
yeah.
welfare people to eat. You understand me? You
No,
can't even know between you can't know the difference between the poor and the rich in their country. Everybody have 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom apartment to stay. Children, they pay them every month or every 2 months. They pay the country they are children welfare to take care of children.
Cadola. That shit sounds all good and beautiful. If you know the history of those people, you can understand why they got it to that point. In France, when they had the revolution, they were knocking off the heads of kings. You wouldn't dare touch an oboe, would you, Cadola?
Oh.
No,
I
at
mean,
this
I want to
moment,
know. I want to
everybody,
know.
yes,
Cadola, they in
at this
Russia,
moment,
they slaughtered the czar. In French, they slaughtered the king. I'm asking you, Cadola, it's the Oba Benin. Can y'all slaughter him? Because y'all mad
unless
that
Fulani,
they're living rich and the masses are not. It's the Unia
uh,
Ife. If he going is he gonna get knocked down in Yoruba land because the rest of them are poor and he's not? Are they gonna pull that off to the Southern Dakota, Cadola?
yeah,
Do y'all want to live better that much?
yeah, that's what I said. You know, Jonathan, that's what I
Okay.
said. Sometime we should not be romanticizing these bastards. Sometime that are there,
that's not what we're doing.
because you know,
We are not
man,
robots.
I just thought of black people. Sometime, man, you
Wait,
know.
you know what happened, man? Why don't you tell us what happened to you, man? Because we are really genuinely curious, you know? Because we all have different experiences.
It's not about what happened to me, man. It's about what I
Do like,
see.
do
And,
like, let me tell
you see,
do like,
there's not, look, in America, you also go like that in America also. If you check United States, you also see the black people that put in power, people like the Jesse Jassy live in America to go and be eating jollof rice in Guinea-Bissau. And,
do like,
you know, you
let
see
me,
these guys,
let me give you an
Colin
example.
Power,
Do like, let me
before
give you,
Colin Power died, he was also going there also to enjoy themselves also. You know, so
let me give you an
we know
example.
what
Let me give
the
you an
time is.
example. So let me give you an example, right? So I dated a Turkish girl when I was in school. And there was one time, I mean, she really loved me, man. She used to give me part of her money and everything. She did everything for me. She take my clothes and she washes for me. She did a lot of great things, right? So one day I asked her a hypothetical question that if there was a dispute between myself and her people, where's she gonna stand? She says she gonna fucking rock with her people. God damn it, man. At that point, man, she doesn't give a fuck whether she loves you or not. She gonna rock with her people. That's what she said, man. Look, a lot of these groups that you try and like give them, a leeway because of they've been very generous. So I get it, we get it, Kidola. But don't make it seem like on the other end, that's how they think about your people too. You get what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, but I think we all have to focus on trying to learn about ourselves and our people, just like other people do about themselves too. Nobody's saying that we are romanticizing maybe blacks over the whites, but I mean, just stick with your people, man. And then with the way you are talking, I don't think we can even make you a president of Nigeria, man, because you might sell out.
A president, nigga, are you crazy? We revoking his citizenship. He's not allowed back in Eton land. It's over.
Hey, Kala, do you think it's people like Kidola that really make African culture not that deep, Kala?
Oh yeah, definitely,
100%.
100%,
There's no doubt
100%.
about that.
No doubt about that, man. He just killed the dream, man.
Yeah,
He killed
man.
the dream,
Clearly,
man.
if they come, man, he's just gonna make them the chief of his land, man. It's not that deep, man, because he has no issues with that.
Zogo, Zogo, I'll give you a story. I'll give you a story because it seems like people don't understand what I try to talk about. There was two black guys, two Nigerian guys that went to Nigeria to hustle for contract, right?
Hmm.
They were there, right? They were hustling and everything. At first, it was going well. Both of them were sending money back home. One married to a black American woman, one married to a white American woman, right? Then, the struggle was there heavily. The government of Lagos State disappointed them, right? These were like old friends. They were friends to this governor, or they have somebody know this governor. Then the money were not coming anymore. Then the black American woman started telling the Nigerian guy, man, look, nigga, if you got no money to start sending back home, man, I can't really stand this shit anymore. You understand? The guy said, man, he said, baby, he said, why don't you take it easy? The things are not getting rough. He said, but nigga, that's not our fucking business. Send me that money. The guy said, no, don't money. After about a year or plus like that, the black American lady left the black guy. You understand me? Why the white woman was still there with the guy, right? The white woman sent some money. Then the husband started getting frustrated, right? Then the white man asked the guy, why don't you come back? Why don't you come back home? Let's see what we can do and figure out things. The guy left Nigeria. They came back to the United States, right? The guy was broke, nothing else. Guess what happened? The wife stood by this Negro. Then they try to figure out things in their brain, right? Guess what? Things work out later better in short time. What happened to the Negro lady? She left. What happened to the Nigerian guy? Depressed. So that's what I'm trying to tell you that the Negro lady could not even afford a brain for them to bear the pain even at that time. So the Negro lady left because the money was not coming. Poverty started knocking at the door. The other lady stand at feet and say, we can figure out what is going to happen. That was I'm trying to tell you about. That the Negro lady, no matter where the Negro is living or staying, be it Africa or United States or Europe, the Negro lady will always leave you because he thought about money, and money is the love. Without doing that money, there's no love. That's just the truth. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You get the picture?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean,
Kidola, did you marry your woman because of love or because you wanted an opportunity?
Opportunity, love, financial stability,
Kidola,
class reason,
maybe she
something to
married
brag about.
Kidola, maybe she married you for love, but you married her for opportunity, or you saw,
you
or
see,
you saw. Wait,
Condola.
let me,
If she,
let me finish, man. Let me finish, man. You married her for opportunity, or you saw her as a trophy wife, right or wrong?
I met no. You see, this one you get it wrong there. I met my woman when she was very, very young. You're very, very young. So for me to be with her going to 29 years, you said that is
that
love
that's
with
good.
three
That's good,
beautiful
that
Kidola.
children.
ain't love.
With three
That's not
beautiful
love,
Congratulations,
children.
Condola.
We pass
That
Kidola.
up
means
and
you're
down
long
life,
suffering. You
poverty.
waiting on that
You know,
money opportunity, and I
look,
support you.
okay, Jonathan,
Was she a villain just like you?
Jonathan, hold on, Jonathan. I was in the
Condola,
show, right?
Condola.
No,
It's called playing
think,
the long
Jonathan.
game. You a good poker player.
Jonathan, I was in the show, right? With this Nigeria chicks, right? Then
Oh Lord.
I said, why do I said why? I was talking about they were talking about they want to marry. These are guys that live in America, right? I said Nigeria guys. I said they were talking about Nigerian men. I said which of you would marry a lady that you go to the park and eat some chips, right? Take a walk, just take a walk on the park, right? Window shopping without not buying nothing, right? See how life goes. You understand me? They were looking. They told me I'm crazy. I said that. Then I said, you people talk about love on the basis of the pocket of the man, right? But not a real love. I said Nigerian love is fake, very, very
Kidula,
fake.
Kidula,
So
It's
so
not
what
about real
so what you
true love.
saying is
Condola
true
love is
love,
fake,
like
period.
white women give you true love, Kidola, that's what you saying?
Kidula,
Yes, 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 yes,
Okay.
Kidula,
yes, 100% yes. Yeah, the white
Kidula,
woman give me
Kidula,
true love.
Kidula,
You understand me?
Kidula, Kidula,
Which of you,
Oh my
which of the Negro woman will have a look?
Kidula.
Look, talk about the child I'm running right now, going after this Nigerian women that are coming with fake love, pretending they when their husband brought them from England, they would dump them
god.
and start
Look,
talking
can I make a
nonsense.
point, Kidula? Can I make a point, Kidula? Can I make a point? Don't you think the way those Nigerian girls were looking at Nigerian men, you are the same person, you are the same
No,
girls in a. Oh wait,
no, 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 no,
can
no.
you allow me? Can you allow me to finish, man? Can you allow me
Okay,
to
finish,
finish?
man. Finish. No, finish, man. I scared. Finish.
Don't you think you are a reflection of them in
No,
guise of wait, can I finish, Kidula? A reflection of them in the guise of a Nigerian man marrying a successful Dutch woman? You don't see that?
no.
Oh, come on,
No,
man.
see, look,
Oh,
Oh,
look. That's what. No,
come
that's what I
Kidula,
try
on.
to tell
Kidula.
them. No, 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 no. That's what
Oh,
Look, I'm from the old
come
school. That's what I
on,
try to tell
bro.
it. No, no, no. They hate me. Those channels. They call me all kind of name, and and
Condola was a broke,
and
impoverished,
And you
and
talking about
no,
black
unaccomplished
no,
women
no,
more
man,
than
and he
Negro
wanted
women.
women to
no,
love
no.
him.
And
Oh
these
my
women are women who live in the states. These
Kidula,
girls, none of them live in Nigeria, and they were
Kidula,
talking about all kind of marrying a successful man and
Kidula.
all kind of things. Ask them, which of you will cook a rice or pour groundnut inside the pot of the rice because people can't afford meat to eat? They told
Let's
me,
stick to Kidula.
you know what they called me there? They shot me big time there, man. You understand
What
me?
they call you? What they call you?
Man, I don't know. I forget what those motherfuckers
Yeah,
called me over there,
let,
They
man.
called him boy.
let's stick to you. Let's stick to you a little bit. I mean, we're not trying to be very disrespectful, but we're trying to like unravel the truth,
No, I'm
right?
telling you the truth. No,
Okay,
no, no,
Kidola. Can you allow me to
Zongo.
finish my question, Kidola? Can you allow me to finish my question, please, Kidola? You at the time when you met your woman, career-wise, who was more successful than Anna? Because everybody knows you were the village boy, and then she's not. She's from the Dutch. She's from Holland, man. You can't tell me she's some freaking average girl in Niger. No, Kidola, let's not do that, bro. Just be honest with us, man. She was successful. That
What I try to tell you,
yes, oh no,
no,
Kidola,
no.
yes,
You
oh
can say. So what I try to tell you is this, right? You can meet people, right? You can meet people, right? You got nothing. You
Where'd you
can't even
meet her,
afford the
Condola?
polo. You can't even afford the polo t-shirt. You know,
Condola, where
your
did you
jeans.
meet her?
What that have to do with that,
Exactly, nigga.
you know, you know, it has nothing to do with you, man. You
Kidola,
know.
but Kidola, but true
You
love
don't want to say
stories.
where you met your wife,
No,
Condola?
no, no. No. As I'm talking to you, Jonathan. As I'm talking to you, man. Even my wife is even listening. I don't hide
I know.
anything, man.
Oh, I
Ma'am,
know.
We know.
So
We know.
where did you meet Condola?
Look.
my wife would say, "I don't want to be part of this nonsense."
Condola,
See,
our wives can talk to each other. Hold on.
so
Let
let
me
me just
bring
tell
mine
you.
up.
Let me tell you the truth. Let me just tell you. Okay, this is how I met her. I met her when I was having a stroll on the street. You understand me? Taking this walk on the street. two
In
days they
what
just told me
country?
my dad. Hold on. 2 days they just told me my dad died. Right? I was like miserable. I was okay. Hot. My heart was. I was heavy, heavy pain. I'm like, why my dad just gone like that? I
Were you
regretted
annoyed?
it. I said,
Were you annoyed?
I told myself, I said, is it because I left Nigeria? That's what my dad died because that guy was my backbone, was my everything. Then
Okay.
I was
Hmm.
miserable. Taking a walk, cool night on the street, right? Boom! I saw this beautiful tall lady coming. Beautiful lady, like a sunshine. I'm like, whoa! I told my friend, I said, that's gonna be my wife. My friend looked at me and said, man, you crazy. I said, no, she's gonna be my wife. I stopped her. When she was passing by,
Wait.
I said,
Hold on, brother. You were
what's up?
walking down the street,
Yeah.
Yeah,
sad, heartbroken. Your daddy.
Just
yeah, yeah,
Stop laughing, niggas.
yeah.
Your
I told you
dad
that.
died.
Yes,
You looked up and seen a white woman and
yes,
said, "Wow, she's beautiful."
become
yeah,
your wife.
Canola.
yeah,
It
yeah.
was love at first sight, Condola.
Carlos,
It
I'm
was
not
love
gonna
at first
lie.
sight.
Was I lying to you the way I met my beautiful angel? No, I'm not gonna lie about that. That
Canola,
bitch, man.
in the action of crying over your father and missing your
Yeah,
father, you looked
yeah,
up and
yeah,
seen a
yeah,
white
yeah,
woman
yeah. My
and
friend, my friend told me, man, your dad don't want to like that you
okay,
die
you
like
were
this.
just
Why
vulnerable
don't
and
you wake
stupid
up?
at that moment. That's what
No,
this
I'm just
is.
telling you the truth. I'm just telling you the truth right now. I saw this beautiful angel come and like, whoa, who's that? Man, that tall,
who was
beautiful
talking about?
lady, tall, beautiful
You saw,
lady.
you saw that girl, right?
Dutch people are very tall. Dutch people are very,
Yeah,
very tall.
Dutch people are
I
tall.
like,
Yeah.
goddamn,
Cadola.
I like, what? But
I've
you let
been
me
to the
finish, man.
Netherlands. I've been to the
You asked me how I
Netherlands.
met her.
Okay,
I'm
Let
not
her finish.
giving you
Let
the
her
story
finish.
how I met her. I'm
Let
not
her
giving you the
finish.
story how I met her. That's what it is. Very young lady, very, very young lady, very, very young. You understand me? I'm not, very young. She was
Cadola,
even
she
just,
older than you.
what?
Oh
Man,
my
I'm
God.
10 years plus. I'm 10 years plus I'm 10 years plus older than my beautiful lady, man. 10
You're
years
30 years
plus.
older than her.
He said
10
10.
years. 10
You're 10
years.
years. Oh, 10. Okay.
Yeah, 10 years older than her, man.
She listening though? She listening to you, or she just listening to your
Yeah,
voice?
yeah. I don't have
She,
nothing. My name is,
Zongo,
hold on.
Zongo. She's a
Look.
good oil contact. She's a good oil
Look, my
connection
name,
Nigerian.
my
Her ass
name is
is
my
at work.
name. Look, Jonathan, look, we look, see what happened to a Negro sometime when they be with some of these foreign women, right? They lie a lot. You understand me? They lie. They come, they lie, they have
Yeah,
be
man.
with them, they go and have a wife in Africa and slowly lying, even when the woman is suffering with them, try to make things up with them and everything. They will dump that white woman and go and marry their African woman that just chop their money. I did play
Kidola,
that game. I did play
Kidola,
that game. I live with my woman. We organized things together. I took her back to
Kidola.
Nigeria. We live the life that we want to live. You feel me?
That
So
that's
I'm
a
not
You know
gonna say,
what?
beautiful
oh,
that's a
You
this
know
beautiful
or
what?
thing,
that. You understand me?
Condola.
I
That
got something to say and I'm gonna
I
admit it.
respect you, I respect you, Condola.
I have seen
Man, how do you think
a
about
lot of African women, especially Nigerian women, dog out their Nigerian husband.
Uh-oh.
What you say?
That part is true.
So it's
What
true,
you say?
Jonathan.
Condola. So if you want to
What you
say
say?
that white woman saved you as an angel, I get it. Okay.
Oh yes, man. Because if not for her,
You're not sound
my
excited
relative,
about it though.
I
You're
told
not
you this.
Condola,
I told you this.
Condola, Condola,
I told you
Condola,
this.
Condola. You do not have to
Jonathan, you
sound
know you're
excited.
from.
You remind me of
No,
that one guy
Jonathan, you know you're from the same
from
state
the
with.
north.
Jonathan, you know you're from the same state with me. Jonathan, you know my state. You know we're from the same state. You know my
Yeah,
state.
I
That
know
you
how
see,
y'all get treated. Y'all get treated like y'all ain't shit. I get
if,
it.
yeah, if you don't got no money, if you don't got the money, some relative will not even allow you to even come to their home. This Negro want to put me under the mango tree, man. I've been sitting down there feeding me with a bowl of rice, but this motherfucking shit guys. They didn't want me to come to their house, but they almost want to make me like a houseboy. I came to Nigeria the first
But
time.
hold on.
No.
Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Kidola, I like that's a beautiful thing that you got with your wife, right? But you don't have to talk down on the black women, like the Nigerian women. You don't got to do that.
I'm not them. No, I'm not talking to them on the black people, man. But I just said in our community, we have
Mm-hmm.
people who want to bury you alive under poverty. You understand me?
Okay.
They want
Okay.
to bury you alive under poverty. You know, that's
See,
just want to
see,
let you know.
in Eastside land, that's 100% fucking true.
I know. I get it.
Everywhere, man. Not everywhere.
So we should just have to be very careful, man. God gets
on the culture.
go and
Can't
find a
just
beautiful life somewhere if you can. If not, man,
can't
God bless you.
can't generalize.
I
But
agree with you, Kidola.
Kidola. Because
Canola.
from
God
no,
send me an angel.
Jonathan, Jonathan,
What's that song back in the day? That my
Send
angel
me an
song?
angel to heal my broken heart from being in love. I hear you,
Kidola,
Canola.
Kidola, guys,
Angela Perez, my nigga.
guys.
That's
Kidola,
Canola.
Kidola was saying, like, so this is what we got. Kidola was saying that his people, his family members, were trying to make him an houseboy. So clearly, Kidola was in abject poverty, right? And the lady, the Dutch lady, at the time when you met her, she probably was working through the embassy of the Dutch people. She was working for a very successful company at that time. She was, successful than you are. I mean, we get it. Sometimes you can meet someone who has money than you. I mean, you like the person. Of course, obviously,
No, Kidola didn't know that woman had more money than him. He just fell in love
Oh,
with her when
thank
he
you.
seen her.
Steve,
Thank you, Steve.
she's white
Who's that
in
talking, man? I
Africa.
got you,
She
bro.
got more money by
I got you,
default.
man.
But he met her in Netherlands, right?
No,
No, in
I
She's
Nigeria.
didn't
What are
make
you
white
her
in
talking
the
about?
money.
Netherlands. She got more money by default.
No.
No, where did you meet? Where'd you meet her,
This guy.
Kidola? You met her in Europe, right?
We say Nigeria, man. That's
No,
what
I
we say
do.
Nigeria.
Yes. You know about the money, man. We didn't even have money when we were together, man. We live in one bedroom, man. We just kind of like people who just.
Can I
When I
finish?
said, can you hold on? Jonathan, when I said, can a Negro lady allow you to walk window shop without not buying nothing? Can the Negro woman walk on the park by eating bag of cheese without
Yeah,
not doing much? You
Black
understand me?
American, my, bl-
So
my black.
so so so
Wait.
so a Negro lady,
Kidola,
whenever you want to eat Chinese food, you want to eat all
Kidola,
kind of
Kidola,
shit. You understand
Kidola,
me? That's what
Kidola,
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Kidola. You don't have to generalize. But black American woman did the same thing to me. A lot of black Americans go to Africa and they do the same thing for African men. Why you acting like Negroes don't do that shit, bro?
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, my sisters do that all the goddamn time. Go there and lay up with a nigga. He ain't got no damn plumbing, water, or nothing. Just stupid ass bitch.
Jonathan, don't disrespect
Stupid
your sister
bitch.
like
The
that,
fuck
man.
wrong with you?
Don't disrespect your
You
sister,
dumb
man.
assholes better cut it
Guys,
out.
guys, let me finish.
Fuck
You
wrong
know,
with
Kidola,
y'all hoes.
Kidola,
This man got a pot to piss in,
I
the
mean,
window
first
to
of all,
throw it out, and no damn water to turn on the toilet. And you over there talking about I'm in love. You dumb asshole.
Come on,
I mean,
Jonathan.
Kidola, we just want to get on your ass
Stupid.
today, but don't take it personal, man. I mean, but it's not really.
no, nothing personal, bro. Everything.
Like you
I'm
and
too
Zango, man.
I'm too bulletproof to be taking this personal,
Yeah,
bro.
you and Zango, you go back and forth, like, so we don't take it personal. So Kidola, you say you
No,
met
bro,
a
no, man. No,
Hold on, Key.
if you're honest, nothing hurts you. You understand? I'm
yeah,
just a
okay.
honest dude. If you're honest, nothing hurts you, man. I don't take this personal, bro. You
Hold on,
know?
Kidola, hold on. Let me just say this real quick, Zongo. Like African goddess said, like just stop stereotyping black women and enjoy your marriage. Like that's the only thing I guess people give you pushback on. Like, cause you
I,
stereotyping black
I'm not
women.
stereotyping. Look, Steve, what we just
Mm-hmm.
talking about, where Carla started talking about romanticizing, I'm not even bringing about the female and the male part. I said, some of these Negroes, man, they don't want to, if you
Oh,
take
okay.
the people,
You
if
right.
you
You
take
right.
people in your heart,
Yeah.
right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
very disappointed with our leaders who don't want to do nothing, but they want to gather this money and build mansions for themselves and take the money to England and all these places. But if you
Kidola,
check the white people, right? They care much about their people. They are like nobody be left behind. You understand me? Okay, Jonathan said
Mm-hmm.
if you came to that.
Condola,
Hold
I gave you the
on.
history on why that is the case. It's
Because
not because they just love these white people.
I love
There are
it,
white people in
my
America that are
look,
straight the fuck up
let me
left behind.
get here for a
You
second.
ain't never seen
My
white poverty until you
Hey,
go to the
Mufasa, why
middle
don't you
belt
pull
of
up, man?
America.
Hey, Mufasa, why don't you pull up, man,
Hold
Mufasa?
on, Carla want to say something. Carla want to
Hold
say
on,
something.
let me say this, right? The problem is in Africa, you guys, the old saying, we keep doing it. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, right? Look, if you got somebody that's entitled, right? You got this chieftaincy system nonsense and whatnot. If somebody realizes that they're part of the right tribe and they're going to be taken care of or empowered no matter what they do, they have no incentive to do the right thing. I see it all the time. You guys basically, until you guys get rid of tribalism and nepotism and all stuff like that, favoritism based on tribe and background. You guys got to need a whole new overhaul in your culture, right? And then you have a society, and I don't know how it's going to be because Africa spent the last 500 years degrading human life. You got to have a society that actually values human life, human dignity, and stuff like that. And that's
Exactly. Shout out to the AES. They doing just that.
yeah,
Exactly. So
so
so Kidola.
Kala, you're
Let's
right.
not.
Kala, you're right. Kala, you're very right. It hurt me to see black people suffering. It hurt me a lot. I'm a black man. I've been pushed out by the black woman pushed me out of his stomach, right? You
no,
know,
no, no, no,
you know,
black women, man.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on, hold
you
on.
know.
Let me ask you a question. Kidola, how
No,
tall
no,
are
no.
you,
no.
Black
man?
woman,
Yes,
bro.
how,
What?
Uh,
How
yes,
Kidola, how big
Six
are you,
foot eight.
man?
He's six
How,
foot
man,
eight.
you
I'm I'm
you
I'm 6'8" without
Yeah,
shoes.
he just
I'm
let
six
the
you
nine with
people
shoes.
you a
let
You
six
you
foot
just
eight,
you just
bro.
you
200
just
plus
check,
pound man, and the black woman push
man.
you
You
out? Come
just
on
check.
now.
You check. Okay, you check. You just check me. Six
Black
six
woman, I
feet
gotta
eight
really
inches,
talk to this
right?
man.
I'm a 6 feet 8 inch.
Gotta really
Look,
talk to
look,
this
I'm a
guy.
black man with a 6 feet 8 inches tall dude, right? You
Mm-hmm.
just imagine a 6 feet 8 inches being poor, being poor looking, poor, dirty boy, very, very
man.
poor.
That's
You know,
disgusting.
you know what the
No,
Nigerian guys to be calling me? They call me Dogo. They call me,
Uh,
oh yeah,
they call me
Togo is
all kind
Hausa.
of.
Togo is
No, what do
Hausa,
you
man.
think? No, what do you think that what do you call that basketball player? What is his name again?
Yeah.
Dikembe?
Dennis Rodman. Dennis
Oh, Dennis
Rodman.
Robin.
Dennis
Oh,
Rodman said, I can relate my story to Dennis Rodman. He said this Negro
oh
chief didn't
okay.
want to look. They call him ugly. They say he
Mm-hmm.
could not wear good sneakers. Now he's not
Mm-hmm.
making money. The Negro lady want to come close to him. Say, I love you, baby. He said, man, get the fuck out of my side, man.
that's hilarious.
Guys, I
Kidola, you
want to.
sound like you. This is the
Nola needs
African
his own comedy.
manosphere. This is the
He needs
African
his
version
own
of the
comedy
manosphere, man.
circuit, man.
Let me talk. Kala. I like to make the point. Kala. Okay. I think Kidola. I think it's more like the Western slash, like the first class, the people from first world and the people from the third world, right? A prime example is like generally most of the black, for instance, like black women, because I just want to give a contrast because Kidola is speaking about his relationship with a Dutch woman, right? The black women from America or from the West that tend to go to Africa, aren't they the same people also taking care of those men over there
Yeah, but the thing
for
is,
love?
hold on. The thing is, I'm not. I'm gonna say this. I got females listening, and I
Yeah.
don't want Mary Shy hating me, and stuff like
Oh
that.
Lord.
It's not about her, but she loves her sisters and whatnot. She loves her African American sisters and whatnot, and I'm treading carefully, right?
Oh boy.
But but when you talk about the sisters that go to Ghana and stuff like that, they be, they're a certain type, and
You talking
you
about the
know,
big girls?
Fat,
did I say that?
ugly,
Did I say that?
can't get
Oh
a
my
man. Go ahead,
Lord
Kyle. I'll say it
Jesus.
for you.
Did I say that? I
Oh
didn't
Jesus.
say that. You guys said that, So
Lord have
therefore,
mercy.
African guys, and also they come with money and whatever like that, and and so therefore that's the thing. I think Kidola is the type where he wants something exotic, right, Kidola? And he might be, for as black women, I think he resents because I think when it comes to black women, they're out of his league, and
Yeah,
give you
but
more clemency.
Kala, you can't generalize that all the black women that goes to the continent that find African men, all of them are out of shape, man. That's not true.
This it's not
The
true. It's
overwhelming
not true.
majority, the
No, that's
overwhelming
not true.
majority are
That's
fat,
not true.
ugly, and out of shape.
That's not true.
No, that's not true, man. Look,
So, Steve, you never been to Africa, so
Y'all niggas ain't seen shit, so just shut up.
man, look, I mean, we've seen them, man. We've seen them on TikTok. We've seen them on
Yeah,
YouTube.
yo,
I seen
How they look
hold
like,
on, hold
man.
on. Oh, you
I'm
know
like
what I
seven.
seen? Hold on. You know what I seen? You got
What's
fat
that?
white women. You got fat white women who
Oh
are passport
Lord.
grannies. You got fat white women finding love in West Africa. The one
I
girl
mean,
bad.
they been doing that,
No, but
right?
Holla,
the first time I saw it tonight, I
holla,
saw. I
word,
was like,
word
damn.
on the street. Word on the street, bro. Somebody came from America and married butt naked, general butt naked.
Oh
Oh
Lord.
Lord, have
Word on
mercy.
the street.
But
Oh
guys,
Lord.
Lord,
Yeah,
geez, he about
Kala,
to get
Hey,
ate for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
black or white?
Hold up, Focus Day, was it a black woman or a white woman?
black woman.
It was a
Yeah,
black
but guys,
American woman.
Man,
No,
this stuff.
No,
hell no, hell
I'm
no.
about to
yeah, but
say,
no.
nah, no way.
yeah, but guys, I
Ain't
wanna,
that
I wanna,
a
guys,
woman
I
ain't
really,
that stupid.
guys, look,
They
I really wanna
stupid, but not that
Hey,
stupid.
that's
yeah, but guys, I really
look.
want to give a context. Look, I really want to give a context. The way in America, in the West, right? The way you guys shame fat people, it's not the same on the continent. People actually do marry fat people, like, and they don't have no
No,
They
issues
marry
with
fat.
that.
but
They marry fat people in
in the
America as
continent,
well.
fat women
Z-
are seen as wealthy and healthy and
No,
all
no, no,
kinds of
no,
stupid stuff.
Zongo, they marry fat women in America too. So I
yeah,
don't know why
yeah,
they.
No,
no,
they
but
don't, Steve.
Yep. All
Steve,
right, Jonathan.
Steve is
Okay.
always
Steve.
just,
But
you
guys,
know,
let me finish
helping
my
hand.
point. I really
Steve,
want to finish my
you
point.
a motivational coach. And
Look,
some
look,
people have to commit suicide, man. You know,
look,
you make
I'm
anybody
just
Steve got
telling you
a
what I seen.
Steve.
I'm just telling you what
Steve
I
got a
seen.
secret
he ain't
channel.
nothing, man.
look.
Ain't been nowhere. You know, North Carolina. You probably never left your county.
Where's the police when you need them? Steve is being stupid right now, brother.
I'm gonna send police on you,
He's
man.
seeing shit he never seen before.
Don't get set police on me, man. I
Steve,
take it
Steve,
back.
how many overweight women weddings have you been to in your life?
I've
Yeah,
been
but
to a few.
How
Marshall,
I mean,
many?
y'all gotta listen. You
I
gotta realize
mean,
this. Most black women in America are overweight. You know, I mean, let's keep it real.
is
you
getting
know the definition of overweight, Steve.
Exactly,
No, no, no,
overweight.
no, no. Mufasa, he met her in Amsterdam, no, not in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You believe Tim Zongo?
Y'all act
I
like
don't
y'all
believe it.
can't go on
He said
YouTube
in
and
Nigeria.
see
He said
big
in
women get
Nigeria,
married.
but
Come on
now
now, y'all gotta
Amsterdam, man.
stop.
So hey, you
I
don't want
mean,
to.
he on my 600-pound life, but
I'm
they
not no
collecting a
John.
check.
Go look
They
at
deserve to get married.
black weddings on YouTube and you'll see some big girls get married. Y'all gotta stop capping.
Wait. Look, Steve. There's this. I mean, even this girl that used to come on Dino's channel. I mean, what's her name, man? She's from Chicago, but she's a very dark-skinned black girl that looks very pretty. She was in Ghana. She found a very like, actually she met someone from a Ghanaian, but actually lives in America. Like, look, they are
Who is this?
girls.
Who is this? Who is this? Who is this out here?
She does like travel something. I'll find her name. I'll let you know, man. She's very good in shape, man. Like she's not.
Somebody you saw African superstar?
No. This girl is very pretty, man. She's not that kind of girl.
What you say? African superstar ain't pretty?
Oh my lord.
Africa super,
Man, I'm shocked at you,
Africa
Jungle.
superstar, Africa
Hey,
superstar.
hold on a
Tyler,
second, Kyla. What's up with
Wait a
your show
minute.
yesterday?
I'll let my think for African superstar.
I had a wild show yesterday.
Liz, I thought that was. I wanted to call her. I thought it was BB Rodriguez. I said, "Who's that woman up there?"
That had to be a something I don't know. That was a
Like,
wild
She showed her
woman.
parents and everything. She showed
yeah,
her
that's
Yeah.
what
parents.
some
I
crazy like
apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
yeah, that
BB,
That wasn't
crazy light
BB.
if you
skin chick.
listening.
But she like she
Baby, pull up on Steve right now and give him that same energy you had yesterday. You bitch ass nigga, teach me how
No,
to make
that's
some
not.
money.
That's not. Yeah, that's not
you
BB. That wasn't BB.
came up there trying to defend her, she would have ripped your head off, man.
I
Yeah.
wasn't. I wasn't coming up here to defend her. I thought it was somebody else in the chat. Yeah.
If you came up there and say hello, she would rip your head off, man. It was out for everybody. I wasn't gonna take the bait. I was like, yes, and I muted myself. I was like, I ain't going. Yeah, she obviously wanted to fight, man. She just kept, I can see when after a while she just want to pick a fight, And then I asked her one question: do you follow Cynthia G? And then
And she didn't answer.
huh?
But
She
hold on,
didn't.
guys. They said in the group chat, right? They said that she was on her channel crying and like they said she. I think she got some mental health issues. So
She went on her
I
child.
I don't think so.
She went on her child crying about the show.
yeah, like she was crying. I mean, that's what they said in the group chat. She was on her show crying. She broke down crying, talking about she hate men and all this other stuff. So something that's
It wasn't me. Like I said,
yeah.
it wasn't me. It was
That's
not.
black men failure. We're gonna take that L. Everything she said was right, whether we
Yeah,
like it or not.
Now you simp it. Now, Jonathan, they called me a simp, but look at you.
That's not. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Black men globally ain't shit.
I'm sick of y'all
Black men globally ain't
not
building.
protecting us,
Huh?
not doing this. At
We're
least
not going. We're not going to lie.
I give her that. At least she wants to be with black men.
She want us to conquer a nation for her.
She wants us to build a nation. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what she wants.
That's what she
Steve, she
a
wants
lot
you
of
to get
black
out there and
women
start
feel that.
shooting squirrels and start shooting crackers. That's what she wants, Steve.
She's
Stop
been
giggling,
abused online
Steve.
for
That's what she
years. She
wants.
needs that's why I like people on the internet. You got to be careful because some people,
Well, I was trying like that,
And
but she,
yeah,
I could have got to her, but she was just really, she obviously, like I said, I was trying to get to the root of it, and then I found out the root of it is the fact that these women feel like they're alone, in this world, and this is the way they look at it, right? You got the white man. Look, think about this, right? She's watching Donald Trump, right? President of the United States, right? You got Pete Hegseth, you got all these blonde bimbos all in the administration. She saw all this white power all around her. These motherfuckers, Donald Trump has now grabbed the Panama Canal. He's grabbed Venezuela oil fields. He's grabbed Greenland, whatever he wants. They talk about the Arctic. He's even trying to tell Canada, we're going to fly over your airspace and we're going to give you a reduced rate, fly over your airspace. He's doing all this without making white people.
And I think he's about to legitimize Somaliland too.
And the Somaliland, I almost missed that. Somaliland. He recognized Somaliland, so they got to have a U.S. base. So he's winning for the white race. The black man in America, what do? You're on your knees complaining about racism and white supremacy while your women are out there fighting for herself. Man.
we're talking about straight up stupid stuff.
And yesterday it didn't help. What's that dude named? The Jamaican brother?
Icon 5?
Talking about you doing well, your real hair. Shut up. That's what you're talking about?
Hold on. There's a time and place for that. People just his hair, man. I'm like, dude,
you're not really pro-black if you don't wear your real hair. Nigga, y'all make these girls cut their hair in Africa. Shut the fuck up.
You don't know about
He's a Jamaican guy, man. This guy.
Man,
No, that's her channel, Jonathan.
All he did was validate
Travels.
everything she just said. What the fuck?
I said, man, oh Lord. I said, man.
I missed that part. When I called to the show, I just heard her going off on Nack Measy. I said, what the devil was going on?
A woman's hair and whatnot. That's all y'all always do, talk about our hair and whatnot, y'all ain't shit with it. She just,
you feel me?
Yo, Kyla, I was surprised all of a sudden, man. You just feel like you said she was not black. She's not. I was like, man.
I just gave up. I ain't got. I'm like, look, just like with Chantel, man. When it comes to women, man, I just like, yeah, whatever. I'm like,
That's the problem with black America. They treat you based on. They always like, oh, that's why she had to say, oh, why don't you put on your camera? Because she's just, even if she had a respect for you, if you put on your camera and in her eyes you look pretty, she's not gonna respect you. I'm like, what kind of mentality is this, man? Like, that's some kind of backward mentality.
No, I don't think that. I think people have the reception that I got this thing for light skin. No, I don't. But the bottom line is, I just say all women, right? I know she's like her type. She's looking for her. I'm old enough to be her father. To me, that's like arguing with my freaking daughter. And her. Like, really, I don't see her as on my level. So I'm not gonna.
You've allowed
older than I am.
She was very vulgar too.
I don't care. Look, to me, she's just a kid.
Yeah, she was very vulgar last
She just got some mental health issues going on. That's
I
all.
realize that. So
I pray for that girl.
Look,
Kala, sometimes you don't know what people are passing by. I don't know. The lady Nagmizi was fighting with. I was listening to it. I was like watching it. You see, that is what I really hate sometimes, because people sometimes Kala, poverty can, even people that live in America, right?
Everything's poverty,
No, Kala, you don't know, man.
But Elvis said she is homeless. She's homeless, right? That's what Elvis said.
Kala, things happen to people sometimes. Sometimes psychologically, the biggest problem in the West, place like United States and Europe, if you're not careful, you have what called emotional problem. Those emotional problems can be very, very bad.
I hope they don't put a hex on me and shit. Fuck that,
So
she's into witchcraft.
Oh shit!
No. Witchcraft does not exist. Africa, witchcraft.
Thank you,
African fucking witchcraft.
I say that witchcraft stuff don't work.
It doesn't work. Those are fucking shit. Africa become backward. And
the Bible says witchcraft exists and works. Now, what kind of Christian
doesn't work? The white man built a plane that fly. Have you ever seen planes flying from the ground? That's the way it take off. The Negro have one that fly on the broom. The white man You know, the white man want carry almost about
Man,
a lot of container on 747 or some of this plane with big engines, and on it you be a woo, the plane take off, man. Then you'll be surprised. That plane just going, just going, you know,
What?
till
Hey,
it lands
Kidola,
somewhere.
what does African witchcraft do? What does it do?
Nothing with a broom. They fly with a broom, man. Dirty shit, and they lock you up. The so, man, they just, you know, no.
look,
We just have problems sometimes. What is setting us back is that we don't have deep thinking. We can't think for some years. We can't even think of potential. You know, the white people sit. That's what I said. That's what I told you. If you live in their world, you start seeing things differently. You know, you're very patient. You study things, what is going on. You know, you have broad way of thinking, and
yeah.
it's the white people go for the big thing. You know, they go for the real thing, not for the fake one. You know what I mean? So,
Hmm.
so,
Yeah,
so,
but
so.
So,
honesty, some.
Are y'all aware this is exactly what that girl
I
was
want to make this
complaining
point.
about
I want to make
yesterday?
this
Listen to Cadola, goddammit. Tell
look.
me she ain't justified in how she's
No,
thinking.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling the truth. We too black man is too in hurry to go and buy a car, hurry to go and buy gold chain. Look at Burna
Uh-huh.
Boy, all buy cars,
Yeah.
Man, just a
gold chain,
Nigerian. Say fake Nigerians want to be. They're always trying to
Hey,
generalize
yo,
black people,
Kyla,
man.
speaking of witchcraft, I don't know if you heard about the lady in Ganta, in Nimba, who killed her three grandkids because the kid's father was accusing her of being a witchcraft. They caught her, put her in jail, and she disappeared from the jail. So they had to go get a herbalist, a medicine man, to catch her. It's the hot story in Liberia right now. I don't know if you've seen it online.
I saw it.
well, that's another reason not to go to Liberia.
Wait a minute. Now, Steve is exactly what this woman was talking about yesterday. Scary ass nigga.
Yeah, I know. It's scary.
Kidola, man. The snowbody man just got you, man. Hey, man. Them snowbodies, man. They got them. They got some nice Gucci, man. I ain't gonna lie, man.
No, but that girl, she's homeless, living in an RV. She makes music. She's into like witchcraft and spiritualism. Yeah, she's unstable, man.
Kidola,
Yeah, I
man.
don't blame her.
Mm.
Kidola, man. Poverty, man. Just change your whole mind view, man. Just stay away from politics, Kidola, man. Because we don't like your mentality, man. Stay away
Yeah,
from
Cadola,
power.
I ain't gonna lie. Over the last week, listening to FBA, to listen to niggas on these platforms, my mind, I'm just like, we really screwed as we not even. I'm not blaming white people no more. We deserve to be right where the fuck we at. We
I mean, you didn't
deserve
know
that
that
shit.
No,
already. You didn't know that.
no, Jonathan,
We
no,
we
Jonathan,
we need to be handed
Jonathan. You think
trophies for being the most
no,
low down
Jonathan?
race on the motherfucking planet.
Kala.
No,
No. Hold on. Not us. We not at the
We need
bottom.
we need
Them
no,
people over
trophies.
Jonathan. You
there,
talk about
the
witchcraft
Austronesian
and
people.
everything. These are
Oh,
things that set us back. We're very superstitious. Apart
Never.
from African blacks, also the whole black, where as long they connect to West Africa or sub-Saharan people, we kind of like suspicious about things, and witchcraft set us back. You understand me? Misbehaving and not really planning for the other next door neighbor set
Kidola.
us back.
We're not the
You
only ones
understand
that
me?
practice witchcraft,
Kidola.
Cadola. We the
Kidola.
only
Look.
ones that
You
practice poverty witchcraft. Our witchcraft can't get us
practice.
ahead for some reason.
When I was in Missouri, they did like even witchcraft.
I
Kind
told
of,
y'all that European witchcraft is more powerful than the African
yeah,
witchcraft. I
they did.
told
They
y'all
did.
Steve,
that
I
They
hope
before.
did.
you drop dead.
Wait. Kala, I have this question for you. Do you think Kidola, if he had taken his woman to his village wherever he came from, they could have just made a queen because she saved his life, man?
No,
African culture is not that
She
deep,
would have been the
this
queen
guy
by
funny,
default
man.
because she's white.
This, this guy
I got
funny.
seen
No,
so many white queens
no.
in the rural areas and whatnot.
No. My people doesn't
Cornrows in
behave
their
like that.
head, whatnot.
My people doesn't behave like that. It's too big. The society is too big to be. It's just personal experience. What I'm talking about, this is my own personal experience,
But
right?
see, okay,
Maybe
but
because
what if you were connected to a royal family?
maybe because I love my wife, and when I take my wife to Nigeria, I think the very first time, right? I didn't go and stay in a hotel. I stayed in my father's house. I didn't pretend. She saw everything about me. my picture, my 3 months old picture, and and everything. That's
Well,
what I told you. The first time I went to Nigeria, I went with a, that Mercedes Benz they call, we call it Beast 560 SLE, the
oh
huge
my
one.
God, Keto,
You
man.
understand me? Turbo engine. The fucking bitch that called me Ghost.
Yeah,
That hate me. That was the fucking bitch I saw first in the church. Oh, brother. I think, who you call brother? But when you saw that roll out of that, with that roll out of that car, you know, she like the money, right? But for me,
Mm-hmm.
my mind have already changed. I don't like, I don't like
Keto,
money. Don't
Keto,
like it because of this. You understand me?
Keto.
You have to like me because of who am I, but know what I'm carrying.
We get what
You
you're
feel
saying,
me?
Keto. Let me ask you this question. We get what
You
you're saying,
feel
I
right?
me?
feel you, Cadola. I
Wait,
feel you.
wait, Keto. Let me get what you're saying. So,
Condola, love doesn't feed kids. It doesn't maintain a woman. Women
Keto,
don't want to be living in abject poverty just because she loves you.
Keto.
Everybody
That
is
white
seeking to
woman,
be part of
that
a
white woman
relationship
did.
and build a family.
I'm
Man,
gonna keep it
Elvis,
real
man,
with
Elvis,
y'all.
what the hell is your mic,
Hold on.
man? What the hell is your
Hold
mic?
on, hold on. Let me say this real quick. I seen so many videos of some European women, some white women, going to go stay with some black African dudes in the middle of nowhere in a village, in a hut, living in the huts and
Thank
happy
you.
too. And I was like, what in the devil is going on? I was like, why are
Thank
they?
you.
I have
Steve,
seen it.
Yeah,
they're being
That's
Steve, you're
because
Atlantic
those
very
two
right.
ain't
is
got
just the
money. They
same,
never
my
get
nigga.
depend on. They
Steve,
not depend on
Steve,
African man for money.
They got that passport on standby.
Elvis, man, your mic is kind of
Steve
little.
ain't dealt with a white woman
Steve,
before.
Steve. That's why I try to tell
What's
you
up?
this, that sometimes these people don't care about money. Look, for my life now, I don't really care about. I don't want to like you because you have money, because I've learned
Mm-hmm.
something about life. Is you don't come with these things to life. They might assist you, enhance you, and all these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
My type of lifestyle is different from my John Brown type of lifestyle. You understand me? So what I try to tell you is, since I've studied the white people, I see that they have the way they enjoy life really without not much with money, but they have life that when I say sometimes they can just have fantastic life, just with the
But hold on,
sun.
let me say this
Cadola,
real quick. Hold on, let me say this real quick.
you never met an impoverished white person before.
In
Oh
America,
no,
man,
they're
in
there.
America,
No, 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 they're
he
there.
understand that
But
in
They're
hold on,
there.
hold on,
America.
hold
They're
on.
there. They're there.
But hold up. But don't they say that Africans are the most happiest people on earth? I mean,
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
keep saying that.
The reason
I,
No,
why Africans are
no,
happy
Keto, though.
because they don't have the burden that other people have in maintaining an advanced societies doing that.
Exactly.
So
So we
okay.
just have to see the way it is. We should love. You never know. I like
But
my black people. I like them. I like seeing them progressing. I like seeing my black people having less stress of life. I like seeing my people like that. But we just check around, man. See, these black leaders they're fucking up our people. Poverty. Even a Russia guy went to Africa to be misbehaving. If our leaders were like giving these girls job, making their life feel comfortable, making everybody feel good. Check that American girl with that jaguar, that guy to know God. It's all about the money that helped that guy to escape that HIV. It's the money that the exposure of
Kidola,
life. You
Kidola,
understand me?
Kidola, Kidola. If you were connected to the royal family of the Eastern people, would they allow you, since you believe that, love has no color or something, that bullcrap that you're talking about, would you marry the Dutch woman so that you can have like some Dutch blood in the Eastern people? Would you have done that?
I will,
He
I,
did do
I
that.
will dump that real shit that for anything, man. I just want to be
Oh, okay.
happy. You understand? You don't understand. Happiness is different, man. You understand me? Happiness is different. You see, when you're happy, you might live on one bedroom, but you're very, very happy. It's very, very satisfied. When I said some certain things here, I'm not lying, bro. That's what I said. I don't had not, my wife was even close to me, even when I was even talking. I never had, my friend said, man, I can leave my phone, right? You call me, my wife will pick it up. Oh, can you call back later? You understand me? There's nothing to hide. I don't have no side chick. I don't
Yeah,
have some of all these
I think that
things.
is. I know that, man. That's why I was asking him. I want to know where he stand on that. I know.
I don't have anything. I don't cheat. I just live my life. I thank God for what I am today. I'm not rich, but I could eat some egusi soup with some pounded yam and all these things, right? But
hmm
what I try to say is that somehow we just have to thank whoever stands for you. I don't like people using people. That's just the truth. I don't like our African guys using black American women when these women are the ones that stand for you to come to the United States to have a better life. I don't like that because this
This
woman have
why
to sign the guarantee of about $50,000 for you to come over,
You
right?
hear that,
I
Zonko?
like
Well,
You hear that?
I
whatever
don't
God
have
sent
no
to you.
problem with
Uh-huh.
African men using black American women. As far as I'm concerned, it's an equal exchange. They want to feel love, they get to feel love. And that nigga wants to
No,
come
no,
to
no,
America, he
Jonathan,
gets to come. Equal exchange. Welcome to the
Jonathan, when
world
you
of
do,
business.
Jonathan, when you do somebody, right? This what I don't like, Jonathan, is this. You see some of these beautiful black American women that are coming to Africa, sometimes fall in love with these African dudes and everything. Then
Uh-huh.
these women, arrange them to come to you. Sometimes this woman's okay, I love this guy. Maybe the situation might be bad here now. Maybe if I take him to United States, I can clean him up, wear him some Lacoste polo and some
Hey,
what you call that?
Kidola, do you
No, I'm
sometimes
telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. You don't know you don't
Kidola,
know what these women are taking, man. I
Kidola,
No,
can
no,
clean
no,
up.
no,
Okay.
Cadola. Those who very women do the same thing in America. They'll
Yeah,
meet
they do
them a
the
homeless
same thing.
guy that's on
Yeah.
drugs. They'll put him
Uh-huh.
together. They'll fix him up, and then when he gets better, he'll leave him in the tree. That's
No,
just
no,
what it
no.
is,
That's what no.
That
Cadola.
Yes,
happens.
yes.
It happens.
That's not
That's
just
what
an
I'm saying,
African male
Jonathan.
thing.
That's what I'm saying, Jonathan. That's what I'm saying, Jonathan. Is this? We start seeing sisters that going to the continent, right? Try to fix themselves up with some of these Negroes there, right? And these Negroes sometimes when they come to the States, you didn't know that this woman was not beautiful when it was coming to you in America, in Africa, right? They would do everything to clean it up, wear some black
Come on,
cloths,
Marie. Talk
some
about your fixable situation.
yeah,
Let me ask you.
Marie
Let me
tried
ask
to
you a
fix a
question.
nigga in America. Come on up here,
Kidola,
Marie.
Let me
Marisha at
ask.
work. She is
Let
at
me ask
work.
you this question. When you met your wife for the first time, because you go up and I watch a lot of Jesus Christ movies, do you used to see like Mary when you watch her? Does she look like Mary Magdalene to
no,
you?
no,
Does she
no,
look like
no,
that?
no, no,
Okay,
no, no,
brother,
no,
come on.
no, 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 no. I
Do you
was seeing
think?
the beauty.
Do
I
you
was
think it's
seeing the
sometimes?
beauty that no,
Do you
no,
talk?
no, no. I
Do you
didn't see that.
sometimes
I
like
don't see that
connected
something like
like the love
Madali.
of God?
You,
Can I ask?
no,
Hold on. Let me
you
ask
get wrong.
Kidola a question. Let me ask
I
Kidola a
just didn't
question.
know like Madali. I see somebody that I like that fit into my height. Somebody that I think, oh
Mm.
man, I love this person is beautiful. I didn't know Mary Madali. I just saw somebody that think, whoa, this is pretty, man. And she happened to fit the way I look like. You understand me? And this is the kind of person that I think I want to hang around with. There was no money involved, there was nothing involved. You understand me? She
Come on,
fit in
hey,
1776.
hey,
Come up, bruh.
hey, somebody
It's been a
Mufasa.
while since you've been up
Hey,
here in
Steve. Hey, Steve,
1776.
What's
read
up?
Mufasa's coming to him,
Yeah, I
man.
said that's what I was laughing at. I read it. He said he was looking at that
That
Hey,
video.
album is
you know,
1776, so just come on up, my nigga.
Mufasa said when you were looking at a Dutch woman, it was like those African women from Ghana and Kenya were looking at that Russian guy, man. Is that true?
I want
no,
to ask
no,
Kidola
no.
a question. Let me ask you a question, Kidola. Do you think white women are more attractive than black women?
No, no, no,
Oh,
not at
okay.
all.
All right.
Depends, not at all. You see, we all have preference. We all have who you like, and
Mm-hmm.
if you happen to be you see, that's what I said. Color. If your spirit match to that person, whether black or white or green, it doesn't really matter anything.
Okay.
But one
Okay. I
thing is
see.
about is the understanding who you actually talk. You can sit.
But Kidola,
I sit
you
with
let
a
me ask you a
couple of
question.
white chicks
Cadola,
that
Cadola just
actually I
say
didn't
that
really like.
white women are more understanding, but black women are more beautiful, and I will vouch for that.
No, no, not at all. Beauty is not on. Will you know something about
I'll
beauty?
vouch for that. We
Beauty,
can.
beauty is not
I'll be
about the way you look
as a black
actually, because
nationalist. Love
no
black women, but
people,
white women are a
no
lot
people have
more
beauty in
easier
different ways.
to work
My
with
guy,
for some reason.
what you see as beauty is not my beauty. You feel me? Yeah.
Right.
So that's just
Beauty
the
in
truth.
the eye
So
of the
what
beholder,
you
right?
see beautiful, you know,
Black women do not, they don't,
I don't see
they
Naomi
don't,
Campbell very
they don't,
beautiful. I don't see Naomi Campbell
they
very.
don't grow
I
over
don't see
black
Naomi
men.
Campbell very beautiful.
Hold up. I just read. I mean, people said it before that 1776, but I can definitely believe it now with that 12th man comment, his last
Yeah, that
comment.
was it. That was the
If you
dagger
get
that
with
did it.
one white
I,
woman, it
I
will
was
change
on.
your
I was
life.
on a.
Yeah, that's him.
I was borderline thinking that might be him, but with that
Yeah,
comment, that's
yeah,
100%
that's
him.
him. That's him.
Come on up, 1776. We don't have Coon and Cadola up here for a long time.
No,
So
no, no, no,
Scholar should
no,
have no
no.
problem with you up here tonight.
No, no, we're just talking about taking the, love. Love is different, bro.
Man, Kidola,
I'm
man, you
from
don't believe in
Africa.
love, man.
I
Come on,
think, I,
Kidola.
I
Look
think,
fine,
I
love.
think, I think we learn a lot of things from each other. My wife learned a lot of things from me that
Yeah.
she don't really understand. She also learned she also learned from her also stuff that I don't really understand. What I just understand, you can enjoy life without not spending no money. You
Yeah, that's
understand
true.
me?
Right.
You
That's
can
true.
take it.
But hold up,
You can take
Kidola,
a
hold up.
walk. You can take a walk. You can take a walk and dream and fantasy about
Cadola,
beautiful life, colorful
Cadola,
things.
Cadola,
But this our
Cadola,
life, man.
your wife got money, my nigga.
Kidola,
No,
I was
no,
gonna.
not
You
about the
know and
money.
I
Not
know
Kidola,
about
what
she
you want?
got money. She's not broke,
no,
my nigga.
no.
Kidola,
It's not
Kidola.
about the money.
Cadola.
No, 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 no. See, when I look, that's
I
what I
ain't gonna
said.
talk your
See,
family
I make
business
an
on here, but
example. I
nigga,
make an
Kidola.
we
example with
know she
you.
got money, nigga.
Kidola,
No,
can
I
I ask
make
you
an
She
this
example
question?
with you.
saved your
Kidola,
life.
I make an example with you. You can grow with people. You can grow with people
yeah, that's true. That's
without
true.
no
That's true.
money being involved. You understand me?
Kidola, let me
I
ask you
said
this
black
question.
American women that are going
It's,
to Africa
yeah,
right
but
now, right?
Cadola, it's a lot more easier to grow with somebody when you got security.
Yeah, exactly.
See,
But
see,
Kidola, let me ask you.
see.
Oh, man, Kidola, I want to ask you this question. Kidola, hold on. Let me ask this question.
Start
I
getting
know your,
aggressive,
I
Zongo.
know, I know your family had no issues with her. I want to ask you, was the family agreeable that
Yes.
she said she was interested in you? They had no issues with
Yeah.
you?
Oh, yes. You see, I got a daughter now, right? I have a daughter. My daughters, they like black music. They like black people. Compared to the way I feel, they feel different because in their own style. If a white man is coming to marry my daughter, I will tell my daughter first of all, do you know this white man? You know, do you know this white man? Sometimes some of them don't talk; they only read newspaper, and you are very noisy. You like to talk and everything. So then I will not trust that white man too. I will trust that white man. So when I met my wife, when he introduced me to the dad doesn't really know who the Negro is. You understand me? So the man
Kidola,
have to watch
Kidola.
me out. He watched me out for some time. Then it's now said, son, know what people taught me about Negroes that you are a very nice guy. This after 17 years of being with her daughter. 17 years. It's 17 years that I've been with her daughter. We went to the kitchen. We were so talk about since I go there, we eat, we have other things. She said, this dude shake my hand. I said, man, that's good, man. I didn't really because she was that is his first daughter. We all care about our daughter,
Uh-huh.
our daughters a lot. But what I try to say is this: we see black American women too. If you compare to the guys they go to meet in Africa, at least they have more better than them. You understand me? But if this woman do a lot to bring you to United States, then because you're United States, you don't see her not beautiful anymore because you can see other chicks around you. But when this lady was coming to Africa to take care of you and take your ass out of that poverty, she spent some money with you. Now she's not beautiful. Who are you to say she's not beautiful? Will she fall in love with you? You understand me? So I don't like
Cadola, I
people
agree. She
using people.
saved your
It's not
life.
about the color. It's not about the color. It's about honesty. You understand? If you're not in love with
Kidola,
that
man,
person,
man,
don't just waste that
Kidola.
person's time.
I'm not being honest
That's
right
what I
now,
mean.
Kidola.
Cadola, if a white billionaire woman wants to save my life, I would be just like you, okay? But she has to be a billionaire. Millionaire is not enough.
Can you
She has to
can
be
you
a
believe
billionaire. She can
can you
save my
believe
life too.
can you believe Kidola is saying it's not about the color? Really? Man, shut up over there,
It's
man.
about the goddamn color. We ain't stupid. We
I
ain't
don't know,
No,
stupid.
no,
man. I
no,
think I,
no,
th- I
no.
think he really found love, man. I don't really
Hey,
think
You
he's
see,
No, it's
stay
saying
not
he
out
just
about
of
the
your
found
color.
love.
damn
hey,
mouth.
Jonathan, it's not about the color. You see, I'm making an example of black
it
American.
is
A
about the
person
color,
like
man. It
Carla,
is.
Cadola, the
Carla is
first
going to
thing,
Liberia, right?
Cadola, the
Carla is going to
first thing that
Liberia,
you
right?
see when you look at
Car-
somebody, you see the color.
no,
It's
Exactly.
not
Carla is
the
going to
second thing.
Liberia,
It's
right?
not the
Carla is
third
going to
Going to
thing.
Liberia.
Liberia, bro. What's up? What? So what? So what? I'm going to Liberia.
Okay, Carla is going to Liberia right now, right?
Yeah.
Carla have more money than his wife, right? If Carla is in Liberia, he's bringing money out, right? Then,
Yeah.
if Carla brings his beautiful wife to America, after Carla spending some hard dollars to come over there to show love and everything, then the lady who said, you see what? I'm in the US now, right? I got my green card, I have everything. man, I don't think this man is my type,
I'll never
right?
make sure that. I'll never make sure it never happens. So
Okay, so you see, Carla using people. You see what I'm talking about, Carla? Using somebody to climb can be very, very dangerous because you don't know who you're
the
going to
thing
hurt.
is, you know what? I am trying my best to figure out a way how I can actually live on the continent. You know, that's the hard thing.
That's good, Carla. Carla, that's what I
That's a
did
good
too.
idea,
When I
Carla.
get tired, Carla, when I get tired, I move back to Africa.
Met us halfway with the infrastructure and opportunity gap. There's infrastructure opportunity gap that keeps us over
Oh,
here.
yeah,
You
but
know,
Carla, if you're retired, man, you can live off a
I
retirement
don't
check
want to
over there.
retire, man. Shit, you know, I want to work. We should be able to make money till the day you die. You know, I
Carla,
mean,
man, if you retire and you're
I'm
making like
lost for that.
10K every month.
I don't want to live on no damn subsistence, man. I like making
Carla,
money.
Carla, if you're making like 10K every month after retirement, that's
Yeah,
good
yeah,
enough
but
to live
that's
off.
still not enough money.
Zongo, who the fuck?
I want to
Zongo,
fucking live on
who the fuck
man.
wants to stop working?
I want to fucking be able to travel the world, bro. I want to have money, real money. You know, shit, you know.
Zongo, you think like Cadola. You the
First,
next
I feel
Cadola,
like
nigga.
I bouncing Africa.
Man, shut up, man. Shut
Cadola,
up, that man.
Cadola made his retirement plan.
No,
Zongo, you are the
no,
retirement
Carla
plan
don't
until you go to
understand.
Europe.
Carla don't understand. Carla is just like me. Only that Carla is trying to sing the B1, B2 nationalist. You know, you can be anything,
No, man.
Carla.
The
You
bottom
can
line
just
is, I just wish there was opportunity in Africa,
Keep,
right, where I
keep,
could make
but
money.
Retire, man.
Kidola, you was
Retire.
B1 2 weeks ago, man.
I'm not B. I don't think for B1, guys.
Have this.
I
I'll
take
be
time
He's
for
part of
the
this
not
border.
B1, B2. He's white.
man.
He's W1, W2, B3, B4.
Well, I tell you,
In
I
that
know,
order.
you know, in the '90s, I had planned by now to be living on the continent, have a house in Kenya, Johannesburg.
Yeah, but Carla,
You
you can
know,
retire
and
your American
what,
job and do
and what
something.
do I got right now? I got Zongo Bongo. You know what I mean?
Carla,
You know?
Anything else in this
Carla,
life?
Carla. You can retire your American job and switch to something different on the continent, man. Why are you acting like you
No,
can do
no,
that?
no. I know. I want to be part of something that's building.
Kala does that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna kick him out the
I
Afro
mean,
Spanish.
prime example is
No,
this
look,
guy.
yo, Zongo, you don't get it, right? You don't get it.
Carla, I get it. Look,
Look, Zongo, right? Tomorrow I'm going to a high level lunch where our top executives are coming down to meet us. You know, this is the life I like. You know,
Carla, there's this guy.
Zongo. Also tomorrow I'm buying a Mercedes Benz. You know, the bottom line, I have a certain lifestyle that I'm used to, bro. I don't want to live in your fucking poverty. You know, like this.
Carla, there's this black American guy. What's this old man that retired, man? He's that whole moringa farm, man. He's making a lot of money.
Every one of those people look destitute in your country.
Yeah, man,
You don't put Dr. Campbell. Dr. Campbell, he's starving.
Carla, I'm talking about the black American dude that retired that's making a lot of money from his farm.
Where?
Yeah, the one who was this moringa farm, man. Black American started moringa farm in Ghana.
Yo, Zongo, shut up. You know,
Carla, man, he has a moringa farm, man.
What? Doing what?
I mean, what? I'll just share the video with
Everybody
you.
got farm. That don't mean they're making money. That don't mean he's living good.
But he's starting something different. He transitioned to something workable that he can make money from it, man.
So I'm supposed to go to farming, right? Whole advanced world out there.
I can't imagine Kala picking fruit in the future.
I did that
he did that when he was younger, man. He said no more.
Right? You know something? I want to come up from this. That's what my ancestors did. And Zongo's telling me, Zongo, shut the hell up, man.
You gotta go back to Africa, Kala, and chop down cocoa.
Yeah, go back to hunting and gathering. Just let me go. Put a spear in my hand, Zongo. Let me go back to hunting and gathering.
Zongo won't take us back to the Stone Age, Kala.
Hey guys.
Zongo won't take us back to the Stone Age.
Hey, bro, man, be having the best joke. He said, "College high level lunches at McDonald's with it. It'll fit overtime suit."
Bro, man, nothing but a hater. He's nothing but a hater. I'll deal with you, bro, man. You know? Hey, why do you got a white man in your picture? Look, this guy got a white man in his picture. You got a white man with a coon, man.
Is that really him?
No, that's Cali. That ain't that Cali. No, who's that? Is that Cali Muscle? Who is that in that picture?
I have no idea. He's with a white person. What kind of person comes on a Pan African show with a white person in a picture? What that is audacity, man. What kind of coon shit is that, man? You know, the poor man's a Negropean, man. He's a Negropean of the highest order. You know?
Shout out to bro, man. Funny guy.
Yeah, funny. He's a clown. I like him, but he's a clown.
That's Cali Muscle with a Doctor Who surgery on his eyes to make him green. Oh, okay. I knew it was Cali. I knew that was Cali.
But why you got it on their picture, you fool? I tell you, man, these people over there. I mean,
That's the coolest shit I've ever heard. Getting surgery.
Cali Muscle is a high level FBA.
No,
Hey,
Tyler.
Tyler, can you play the
Remember
video?
earlier when I was
Tyler.
defending Africans because they wasn't on the platform? I rescind my defending.
You can't do it.
Niggas
Too
is on
late.
your own.
Too late.
Africans always disappoint y'all.
You
That's why.
niggas is cooning like a motherfucker right now.
Kala, I sent you the link.
Condola up here with the white wife and fuck black people and all of this and shit, and then this nigga got a whole damn white man up in them like they married.
But Jonathan, that dude in his pictures is
Remember send me a picture of this old ass Negro look like a black.
But Jonathan,
Kala,
but Jonathan,
why don't you share it, Kala? Let's watch it, man.
But Jonathan, the dude in his picture and Broman's picture is a FBA. That's one of your FBA. That is. That's an FBA. That's Cali Muscle. He grew up as.
Hold on. Already, first couple words is it's an $8 billion business in Ghana. Okay. All right.
You're not sharing it.
Economy's not worth $8 billion, but okay. Let's play a video, and you guys and me will listen to it together, right? You could tell Jonathan, have you been around black people who got money and stuff like that? Right?
Hell yeah.
All right, so can you tell when somebody's actually really got money or they're faking it till they make it, right?
No, they got money. They don't fake it till they make it. They got money.
But you can recognize somebody who's faking it till they make it, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, that being said, let's watch the video. Zongo Bongo, man. Zongo's a clown, man,
Projected by 2030 to be an $18 billion business.
Moringa is actually $1 a year industry. What does that mean?
What the
that
hell
means around
moringa?
the world, over $9 billion is
consumed. What the hell is a
wait, pause the collar. The first fuck up. This is a $9 billion industry. Nigga, what?
And he has 46 acres. What the hell is that's nothing, So Zongo looked at the $9 billion and he thinks that's what the guy's making in Ghana.
Oh, that's not what look. The point of the conversation was you can retire and transition to something different.
Around the whole world.
Yeah, that's another thing. They get these white boys up there and black people say, "Oh, white man saying," and when
that's supposed to legitimize everything.
I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you.
He got to survey the land. And,
man, at this point, man, I'm tired of your Negro ass voice, man.
Thumbs up.
Zongo, is this the same white guy selling fried chicken at the slave castle?
No.
Oh, Lord.
I remember that video. Yeah, I remember Dinah's. I remember Dinah's did a show on it.
Well, they paid. You know, Ghanaians were telling me. Well, they paid their money, didn't they?
I remember Dinah's did a show about that, man.
But Colin, man, I thought you were elevating Black American business, like people, man. So you have issues with a Black American who started a business now?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Look, man. Anytime Negroes start talking about farm, he could have farm. He could do that shit in America. I'm gonna go over the fucking depressing ass Ghana.
Ghana.
But isn't Ghana doing better than Liberia though? I mean,
it's doing all right, man. But they got a lot of debt, Ghana has
got it. Look,
and they got a lot.
My guys, got
it. You go to Liberia. People have a higher standard of living in Ghana because the population is so small.
They
always had a higher standard of living in the rest of West Africa.
I told you that. Why would you want to retire and just transition to Liberia? And you say you want to do your job that you do.
I'm not going to retire.
Can I finish?
I want to make money, man.
Kala,
stuff like that.
Can you just allow me to finish my point? And I'm just trying to give you a point that this Black American man, he's also retired, but when he went to Ghana, he started something that he really liked.
Let me tell you something that usually works, Zongo. Black Americans, they go over to Africa with their pension. Let me tell you how Black America is, right? you gotta have that check coming in. That check, you know. A Negro, look, let me give you an example. Right? Let me tell you something about the. Let me tell you something about the American Negro, right? On the job, right? When you buy the water cooler,
Yeah.
and you try to whisper something to me, yo, man, there's gonna be an uprising. What protest and management, man, like that. That nigga give you those soul guy, like, you talking about my check? Long that nigga, he can break down the old things because he got that check coming in, you know. He got a check coming in, so he didn't get into all the moringa, whatever the hell he's doing, you know.
So so you want to say that if you tell the Black American to start a riot, he's not gonna do that because he knows he ain't.
No. Nope.
Yo, man, look, nigga, I got bills to pay, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. That's how they keep black women in control. You know your job.
Got
You'll say, you know your woman. They ain't want to hear about the cause,
Friday,
some righteous cause, or whatever. All she know is the light bill ain't gonna get paid. You got to pay that light bill.
My guys, I think you guys are just misunderstanding me. Kyle, I'm not saying you have to do the same business that
Man, I
he's
ain't doing
doing.
nothing over there.
I'm just saying that some people just retire and do something that they like when they
Yeah,
retire.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And when I'm retired, whatever, like I ain't doing nothing. Yeah, I might give it a shot, man. You know,
Kala want to retire, but play golf. You know, he don't want to retire, but he's in the work. He want to play golf.
Like, you're making it seem it's not possible.
I
A lot of
can't
people
imagine a life where I'm not making money.
some people,
I'm not going to business
some
conferences.
people are doing jobs.
I'm never gonna retire.
Some people
I'm
are
gonna be
doing
making
jobs.
moves till I fucking die, man. You know?
Some people are doing jobs that they don't love.
I don't do a job, Zongo. I work for myself. You know, I don't work for nobody.
I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying you.
I got more likely, man. I got residual income and stuff like that. In 3 years, I'll have enough money where I can just walk away and I'll make enough money per year without have to work.
Dongo's not an entrepreneur. He's just a worker.
Zongo, you've been in the States for a while now, man, for a long now, man. Who you rolling with, man? You have Black American? Who you rolling with?
I mean, I got all kinds of friends, man. I have Black American, I have white American.
Jungle
I have
thinks
everybody.
everybody's a joke, man.
Mostly white friends. Mostly white
No, I'm
friends.
Zongo's best friend.
I have like
Man.
I do have like black friends though, man. Very cool black friends, man.
How about the chicks?
Oh yeah. Oh no, chicks.
Yeah,
I did.
Zongo with the
No,
big,
he ain't got no tricks.
All he doing is sleeping with Black American women.
Zongo have a buff of big girls.
Yeah, I did all kind of girls, man.
Big girls.
Nah, Zongo get the FBA dime pieces. I seen him.
Get the heck
He showed
out of
me.
here. No way.
He showed me. He showed me.
Yo, he paid somebody to take a picture with him.
Hey, Callum is funny, bro.
Dog, who you rolling with, man? Is that white chick or black chick? United States, you have multiple cultures there, man. Latinos.
I mean, for the most part over here, it's mostly like white and then a little bit of black. Yeah, occasionally.
Okay.
You know?
At
the moment, I don't want to settle down.
You don't think an African immigrant like Zongo can pull a FBA baddie?
Nah, well, I seen a Nigerian guy in Virginia Beach with a fucking dime piece. I was like, ho, stop the fucking music. You know, we had a nice car.
Colin, that's not surprising, Colin. You see that all the time. What do you mean?
I know.
What about that Nigerian businessman that was married to that woman from Real Housewives of Atlanta?
He got deported.
She's not all that though, you know.
Man, like the chick that I dated is even badder than her, actually.
That you see what I mean? You see what I mean by fake love? That dude really loved that girl. Both of them fit each other anyway. They both want to use each other.
Yeah, they were both using each other. So
yeah, they both using each other.
That's what I said. Good business.
Look, Kidola, look. In America, like it just depends on which world you want to engage yourself in. There are like Americans that live average life. They don't want no big cars. They drive like simple cars. Some people even ride on bicycle. It just depends on you, what you really want to engage in. You know.
Okay.
That's what I do that. You know?
Nah, every time I turn around, black people they love them Dodge Chargers and them Hellcats.
I mean, if you go to,
They love
I
all
mean,
the things they can't afford.
if you go to the hood, yeah, if over here, if you go to the hood, I mean, you see something like that. Even me myself, I ask the question like, damn, like, why is always like the poor people? They use like the big cars the most, man. But I guess it's just, that's what they like. You can't really fault them for that.
Making all that
I
daggone
was
noise.
watching Zongo. I was watching a program, a Jamaican guy that married to a black American lady. I think she's far more older than the guy. But you can see the guy really loved the girl. They're rolling on BMW. I think the Jamaican guy have more money. And the guy was very grateful for the lady taking. And they have American passport. They said, "Why don't you dump this lady?" Say, "Hey, no, I ain't dumping nobody. This
But
is my life." So it's
Kala,
about love. It's about love. It's about love,
but
bro.
I'll pull baddies than you. If you want, we can use pictures to prove that shit, bro.
Kyla, I'm vouching for the man. I seen him.
Have you seen him with an actual video?
Kyla, Steve's a virgin. Ignore that nigga at all costs.
Zongo's your hero, man. There's something wrong.
I'm being dead serious.
I love Steve.
Listen,
I see Steve as a little brother, but Steve ain't got no pussy yet, so you can't really take him serious about anything.
Listen. When somebody show you proof, and whatnot, I gotta tell the truth.
Did you actually see him with somebody bent over in the video?
Oh, okay. All right, Carla. No, I didn't see that.
Kala, this is Africa Team Talk having a chick. This is Africa Team Talk having a chick.
Kala.
Take a picture
Africa Team Talk.
Kala, you know and I know that all Zongo has to do is just spend all his money on the female and they'll take a picture with him. That's not getting the baddie, my nigga. That's you simping. We're simp police when you need it. Let me share the link to that nigga.
And Zongo's kind of funny though, so females probably oh Zongo, you're so hilarious.
Zongo, you have to defend yourself, man. You have to defend yourself, bro.
Kala is finishing you. You gonna give me your whole paycheck? That's so stupid. I love you, Zongo.
These Black American guys, man. They're not gonna believe no nothing, man. That's how they are, man. They just want to believe in their bullshit, man. That's how they are.
Kala is getting you down, bro.
Kala, if you want,
take it out.
Wait, Kidola, if you want, we can come to Telegram and everybody just provide proofs, man, pictures, everything, even beyond.
All right, let's all provide proof. Let's do it.
Pictures don't mean nothing, man. Pictures, what I like to see is
I can show you stuff like
this. Next time you with this girl, go live on Telegram, right, and tag me to it when I say, "Hey," have her say, "Hey, Kala, Mr. Kala, this is my guy Zongo. One night we're about to do the nasty."
What?
Zog is your chick. Zog is your chick like Monique. Who's your chick? How did it look like? Is it Monique? How did your chick look like? Is it like Oprah? What's going on?
Zongo, post the picture so Kala can show what the chick
look
like.
Man? I'm not doing that shit, bro, man. Like, I'm not like you guys, man. I don't need no validation from nobody. If you want personally, I can just share that shit to you, man, so you can.
You good, Zongo? You don't gotta do that.
But Zongo, man, forget it, Zongo. Zongo, man, you were attacking me. You were using the start to attack me, man. If I see my chick, hey, man, forget it. Now you say you don't validate. You forget, man. You were attacking me pretty hard here.
No, but if you ask me, that's understandable.
No, man.
What the hell is a bro, man? It's called a joke, man. I'm just kidding. God damn. Wow. I'm just joking, man. I don't want to see Zongo bent over and whatnot. I don't want to see that.
Wait. See Zongo bent over or the girl bent over. Wait a minute.
Hey, Steve, remember Zongo went to that club? I ain't gonna say what kind of club, Zongo. I got you.
We ain't gonna say all that. We went to that club.
He didn't even so be choosing taking those niggas. What you say?
Well, Zongo's a good dude, man.
But I put baddies than you in America, man. That's for sure, man.
What?
No,
we said. Man, forget it, man. The truth, the truth of the matter is, it depends. With Jonathan is I don't know, Jonathan. This is my state. He came. I can call him somebody that lived so long in my state. Jonathan is a Benin boy right now, so Jonathan know how my people think and everything. Go live with them.
They are
I
horrible
think,
people.
but you're part of them. You're part of them.
So Jonathan fit right on in there. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm horrible.
I'll put baddies over collar, man.
I mean, you can now, man. I'm off the dating market, bro. 10 years. I don't do nothing no more, bro.
I like the way Zongo thinks. Give away half his paycheck. Don't see the girl. Probably video call every 3 months, every 3 weeks. And she just like, "Hey Zongo, how you doing?"
So there's this one video. There's one video going around. I thought about Zongo, right? Look, this guy, right? This black guy. He was basically he bankrupted himself over $100,000 with his dream date from Ukraine, right? And then he finally got to meet. Was supposed to meet her, flew her out with a plane ticket, everything like that. He borrowed money from his boss, $3,000. His boss was like, and she didn't show up, so he ended up having dinner by himself. And even people in the wedding, like he had a nice dinner all set up and everything. And she was like, "I can't make it. I'm sorry, this is not going to work out." He goes, "Why?" He had never seen her, And
that was a Nigerian guy.
That Nigerian. But
Wait.
Shout out to that brother.
Wait. There was this Nigerian guy that went to this Pop the Balloon show, and then he made this Black American girl. And the first trip they did, the moment the kind of match was, he took her to Grace, trying to fancy her with a lot of money, man, thinking that he was gonna smash, man. That lady, she didn't let him smash. She just took all his money, took her to Greece. He was a fucking simp, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
Don't talk about your DNA family.
She left his ass, bro.
You more Nigerian than Zongo.
She left his ass, bro. Man, that Black American chick, man, that girl, man, she gave that. I'm like, damn, man. After all the money he spent, she didn't let him smash all the way in Greece. Oh my God, bro!
Let me tell you how the game works, Zongo. Right? Women are trying to beat you. By the time they're 14, they know that you're trying to get in between them legs. That's so. Therefore, they figure it's called a trap. They're trying to see how long they can get away with that, right? And they thinking you'll be stupid enough to be like, "Oh, well, one day you're gonna hit it because you invested so much money in it."
Mm-hmm.
And then how she wins is, "Sorry, I'm moving on to something else one night." And then she'll remind you, you can't buy love.
Yeah,
you're supposed to know that. And you sit there.
But he was a simp though. That guy was definitely a simp because he went on that.
Kyle, I'm still trying to teach Zongo that he gonna get it.
He went on that dating show trying to show oh, he got a big house and this and that, and that girl really matched with him. And then he was trying to impress her with the money. He took her to Greece and everything.
Women don't care about that shit.
And she didn't let him smash.
Unless you try to put her on that deed.
I mean, you can do that to a fucking African chick, man.
Kyle, a woman would literally take all of that shit from me, go sleep with the brokest nigga ever.
Listen.
They'll take your money.
They'll take all of Zongo's money and go lay right next to Steve afterwards. That's how it works.
Hey, Kidola, tell him a white woman wouldn't do that. See, this is Kidola making it.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Thank God, you're proving me right now. That was what I was saying.
You're welcome.
But that's not true though. A white chick will do the same thing.
White women chicks do the same thing sometimes.
In America?
Nah.
No, seriously, white chicks do the same thing.
Man, Jota, in America,
the whole thing is white
women alone suffer.
They don't. White women do it, but they do it on a bigger scale.
No, it's true. Some white women also do the same because I have a friend who was dating this white chick who worked in a psychiatric home. This white chick never actually loved this dude. I think we just used this dude to wear a day to day. You know what happened? He dumped this guy. This white chick went to start dating a cripple on the wheelchair. Broke ass guy like that. I was like, the guy said,
all you do is look at the movie Casino, right? So basically giving all her money, right, from Ace, giving it to her pimp who was broke. The women do that all the time, right? Because a lot of women feel like that broke dude out there, it's her responsibility to level him up. She thinks he is your superior, but he just don't have the luck with him. She's going to even it out. Her job is to even things out because he was dealt.
Yeah, yeah. You know, Kala, I'm not trying to praise white women. So white women can also be like spirit also, ghost. The way they think, the way they behave sometimes, you'll be shocked, you understand? They'll be telling you something like,
look,
you know,
look,
so,
look.
you know, they also have their own way of life also.
The way you talk, it looks like you haven't really interacted with. I mean, even Black American women over here, man. Look, some of them that they got like baby daddy or something, like they really actually love the man. You know, it's the man that really just let them just leave them and just go. You get what I'm saying? But a Black woman, when
Yeah.
she likes you, she would even like risk her life for you, man. Like I'm telling you this on personal experience, man. She was trying to like
You
say,
risk your
let's go
life.
do.
It will risk your life for you as long as you're not going to jail. The moment
No,
you're going to jail, man, it's done with you, man. Forget it.
I mean, I guess
That ain't true either, Kadola.
Yeah.
You don't know, man. You think like, look, a lot of these Black women that you know, man. You know a lot of crazy things that they've done, like just to be with a man. A lot,
I'm
man.
not telling you that white women. That's what I told you. White women can also behave. Also, doesn't mean because they with you, they might not really like you. Maybe they're just curious about you. You understand me? You know. So I'm not praising them. Oh, no, not at all. I don't see them at high standard. No. But there are some things that you learn from them. You think, okay, this is nice. You understand me? But there's also things you don't want to learn from them also. You know, so black chick, I like some black chick who are helping try to love their men, and that is good. You know, we have a lot of black chicks that are very beautiful. I told you about Monique, Queen Latifah did turn to the other side. Queen Latifah also very beautiful. Uh,
You said
again,
Monique. You said Monique.
yeah, Monique is beautiful, man. Monique is very, very beautiful chick.
Monique not
You
ugly.
know,
She just fat.
and Justine is also very, very beautiful.
Whoopi Goldberg, she's ugly.
No, 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 no,
Look,
no,
Baba
no.
Jonathan, the mistake that they do is that generally, like those Black women, they actually meet the men that they really like. Is some of the men just fuck up and they ruin their lives. They have like two or three babies,
It's
and
not,
then
Zongo, every
they'll just
female on the planet, no matter where they are in the world, if you met them past the age of 22,
Mhm.
the person they were in love with has already existed.
Exactly.
You're just the next nigga.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
100% the next nigga, and that's it.
So I knew a Black girl over here personally that I mean I think she had two babies and then a Black dude married her or something like that. And in my head I'm like, damn, why would he do that? Because
Because
he
he's
settled.
stupid.
Yeah, so he settled. Let
Zongo.
me finish. Let me
The
finish. Let me
first
finish.
person I had kids with,
Let me
I
finish.
could fuck her now.
Yeah. Jonathan, look, the reason why she got married with the other guy was the man that she actually liked fucked his life up, and he went to jail. He's never coming back home. So that's why she just moved on with her
But,
life.
but marrying a woman with a child already for a guy that that is not
That's
good.
a
That woman is not going to love him.
that's a retard shit.
It's a normal thing
Yeah.
over here in America, man. Kidola, man. Everybody does
Yeah,
It
but
that.
happens
that's
all the
retard
time.
shit.
It happens all the
White,
time.
yeah, white women. Everybody do that over here in America, man.
The truth of the matter is,
The first person that girl had a baby with, she's in love with that nigga, whether she wants to tell you that or not.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't agree with that.
but Jonathan, you know one thing though.
Steve Young and dumb. You'll figure it out later on.
Yeah, but
Nah.
you know one thing though, like the way I think like that. If I say, oh, if you got a bit, you know, Americans gonna look down at me like I'm crazy, man. I can't even express this. Like, Kidola, what you just said, right? You know, in America, you can't just say that shit, bro.
Hold on. I wanna hold on. Let me address African goddess comment. You shouldn't have said anything, African goddess. Whoopi is not ugly. She just has an interesting look. What?
Yeah, she's ugly as hell. African
You should have
goddess.
just
It's okay
said.
to
You
say.
should have not typed anything. You should have just left it alone.
man, how do you see?
But hold
There's a girl. I forget her
on.
name. There's a lot of
Let me say
beautiful
this
them
real
like
quick.
that.
Imagine somebody just tells somebody, "You're not ugly. You just got an interesting look."
You
Yeah.
know,
You guys,
Shout out to you African goddess. I'm gonna use that
now
now.
become so
man,
beautiful. That the
where's she
bags
from,
those are
man?
not.
Is she, wait, Goddess,
No.
man, where you from? You from Nigeria, Goddess? She might be from
Yeah, I
Nigeria.
believe she's
I can
Yoruba.
use that. You're not
I
that
think she's
beautiful.
Yoruba.
You're just not that interesting. I could work with that.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest, man. You know, in America, you guys, your standard for look is really because there's white people, all kind of different races, man. So your standard is really, really high, high, high. You know, but
You
on the
trying to say
continent,
they don't like unambiguous black women? That's what you're trying to say, Zongo.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I mean, people like Goldberg, man. She's like a typical average woman on the continent, man.
You lie. You lie, Zogo.
Yeah, Zongo, I ain't gonna lie, that's cap.
I mean, Rupi
You
Goldberg,
drop her in the continent, she'll be married for sure. I ain't gonna lie about that part. She'll definitely be married.
yeah, but ain't nobody gonna say she's ugly though. On the continent,
No. We don't
There's a whole
classify
lot of
women
ugly
like that
people
in
in the
Africa.
continent.
yeah, that's what I'm
You
trying to
are,
say, man. They're not getting it, Kidola. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
Yeah,
she'll be married.
they're not gonna
She'll
say
have
they're not gonna
kids.
say ugly, man. Come on, they are
she
really.
average, guys. She just average for a black woman. That's all.
If you want to say the one that I mean, consider ugly is the
She's
one that
she's below average.
near the
Okay, I want to ask something. Jonathan, I want to ask something. These Latinos or Puerto Rican chicks and black chicks in America, who's who's more beautiful? Let me just ask.
man.
Black women are more beautiful.
Kind of depends.
Canola, I'm a certified whore. Okay.
It depends.
Proud one at that. Don't sweat with all other races, okay? Black women are better. Not as easy to deal with as a white woman. I would take that L. Okay, we're gonna have to take that L, sisters. We're gonna have to work on that. But black women are better. Okay. And that's
You know
it.
what I've noticed? What I've noticed with Latinos women sometimes, as they start getting older, their skin start
Them
become
too.
more thinner and thinner
They're
and
easy
thinner.
to deal with too.
Their lips, their lips have
So let
become
me
thinner.
so
You
let me
know,
tell you this. Let me tell you this, Kidola. Upon
If I was for
back,
Black Solidarity, I'd be Cadola right now. Y'all playing games, nigga.
wait. Let me just give this example. You know what? One thing that I noticed is that just black people in general, man. Like they don't get old early, you know. They don't have like wrinkles early or something like that. But for the other racial groups, man,
Thank you.
they're like 30 something, man. They just
It depends.
wrinkles. No,
When a
I'm
white
it's
saying,
not
woman
that it's
turns
something
40,
20.
you
You
think
talk
she's
about
55.
24,
man,
24, 25. They start having wrinkles.
Steve,
24,
man,
something. You
Steve,
start saying things.
Steve, man, you gotta try. You gotta date a lot more chicks, man. You don't know what you don't know what I'm
I don't
saying, man.
listen. Listen,
Zongo, I
I can
pointed that
see.
out early. Steve
I
too
can see.
young. He don't know nothing.
I can see with my own eyes, Zongo.
Steve, you live
Man,
in a village. You ain't seen shit.
Steve,
Steve, man, I don't know what you're talking about.
Steve, I want to ask
Any
something to
nigga
you,
out there
Steve.
hunting squirrels on the
Steve,
weekends ain't
What's
seen
up?
a
What's
damn
up? What's up,
thing.
Keto? What's up,
Steve,
Keto?
are you pro black? Who you rolling with, man? You become like mystery to me. Who you rolling with, man?
How's it a mystery? What do you mean a mystery?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
we'll be talking in the way. I know
Steve,
you kind of like secretly liking the white chick,
Steve,
but you don't want to
Steve,
say it because of the United States.
Steve,
What's going on, man?
Hold on.
Steve.
Who tells you? Hold on. What makes you
Yeah,
think
so
I
you
secretly
like
like
white
white
people?
women?
You like white chicks?
Yeah, the way you
You
sound,
like
bro.
white
The way you
women?
sound. I'm kind of like
Yeah,
listening
so
to
you
you. I
like
like,
white women?
yeah, you
I
like
like.
white women, man. You like hiding it. You kind of like, you,
Nah, man. Nah.
you lie, bro. You hiding
I'm not
it.
lying.
The
I'm
way
being
you
dead serious.
sound, the way you
He's
sound.
lying. He's lying, Cadola. Steve like white woman. He just
I'm
don't want
being
to say
dead.
I,
it.
I
I'm
told
being
you.
dead serious. I'm being dead serious.
Steve
You
don't
know,
like white woman. He don't like black woman. He
the
likes
way
he
you
likes
sound, bro. I kind of
he
like
likes quick
watching you
clacking
things.
woman.
I kind of like listening to your voice and the way you kind of like, when they talk about white women, you kind of like pause a little bit and like, okay,
Cadola. It was on a Telegram group call when Steve told us what turns him on for some reason. It was a click clacking girl from Southern Africa. Go ahead, Steve. Tell us
I
what.
did.
How did he talk to you?
I did say that. I said I like that language.
Yeah,
The what's
that turns him on. That's what he likes. So he got
I
a
never said it turned.
magazine. He got a magazine full of Quazon girls, and he plays their videos of them talking. And he grabs his detergent lotion, and he gets to work. That's
I
Steve for
never.
you.
Oh no! I never said the Quaison people. I said
Whoever was the
I
click
said like
clacking
people that
people.
I said the people that like to click, and not Quaisons. I'm people that click. It's the what is it? It's a lot of tribes. Some Southern Bantu tribes they have clicking sounds as well. But you know.
I'm asking Steve,
So
who
ladies
you
on the
rolling with, man? You like
platform,
the
if
white
you're
man?
listening,
Who
if
do you
you
like?
don't
Just
click when
here,
you
man. Who
talk,
do you like?
you're not
Don't be
Steve
scared of
for
I
you.
like.
Jonathan, man.
I like
Don't be
Condola. Why you
ashamed.
want me to Condola, you want me to be on your side?
Yeah, no,
That's why you
no,
asked me the
no. You
question.
you sound like a dude that like the white women, man. You just hiding
Nah,
it, you know.
man. No, bro. Nah. I never
Man, y'all say the truth, bro. Don't be
I
ashamed.
listen, I promise to you, never been with a white girl before. Promise.
Yeah, you do with a white guy before?
I never had. Actually, outside of kindergarten, see, never been with a white girl.
Okay.
Yeah, man,
Okay.
dead serious.
Okay, no
Outside of
problem about that.
kindergarten.
That was a joke. He said Steve gets turned on by the clicking language. This man is so
Yeah,
man.
Steve gets turned on by the clicking language.
The
I don't
Steve
know
get
why.
turned
It's
on
crazy.
when bats click when they echo location. Bro, man is funny, man. I give him that. He's a funny guy. He's up there.
Kala, Kala left America, got the real chick in Liberia, and Kala is very happy right now. You understand me? So you can turn to any space. You can even go to China like the China guy. You can turn to any
Thank you, Mufasa. Thank you. That's the tribe.
you don't know, man. You can be anywhere. People like the Russian guys. People like anything. Things are
My
different
nigga
nowadays, man.
Steve got those of porn on bookmark. My nigga.
No, I don't watch porn. I don't watch porn. That's not me.
I don't like Swedish girls. No, I don't like the Scandinavian girls at all. I just look at them sometimes. So it doesn't mean all white girls that you like. You have to choose who that fit into type your lifestyle. That just saw. I'm a Mid America white chick. In my like, ooh, God damn, what's going on? But it depends. It depends who you are, man. You don't have to be white or black. But enjoy life. Enjoy life. Just enjoy your life. Whatever role you are, you roll the person out too. One thing I hate, you see, the one thing I hate about black chicks really that I don't, it's about the money aspect of they just watching your pocket continuously, man. That's what I don't really like about them. That's just the truth. Like I hate them, but it's just that money aspect. You want to take them out. They want to choose the type of restaurants you want to take them to because they've been dreaming about that for a long time. The yeah, I like simple life. I just saw, but that's what guy. Yeah, that's what. Oh man, I know God is Africa. God is gonna be thinking, God damn, who is this a goosey boy? But I really don't give a damn, man.
Oh
You know,
man.
that's what it
Nothing
is,
wrong with
man.
watching corn better than going out there catching HIV. Yeah, I guess it
Uh-huh.
is better than
Oh
catching
no.
HIV.
Oh yeah. Those are desperation, man. Money, money, money. Those are broke ass girls. That dude is picking broke ass girls from the supermarket. You can't really go for the high level ones, because
Kidola, start you a YouTube channel and talk about these things. Make you some money.
I want certain
Yeah,
one. I'm going
Condola,
after
you
Nigerian
could
women.
technically be one of the most popular people on
I want.
YouTube.
I'm going after Nigerian women
Me and
for
my
unfiltered.
angelic white wife.
Unfiltered.
Oh, I see. The reason why Kidola was defending the white woman thing is because his white woman is right next to him. That kind of makes sense now.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, 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 no.
Have you
I
heard of
Those
the
are
told you
term?
that, Zongo.
Wait, have you heard of the term "black don't crack"? Steve, black don't crack. Where do you
Yeah,
think it came
black
from?
don't crack.
Where do you think it came from? Then
They say, black people, we don't age as fast as other groups of people.
that's
But I
true. That's
said, I mean,
look,
like I
look,
said, it depends. It
Steve,
depends.
Steve, Steve.
It don't depend.
Look, Steve. Look. I met a white American chicks over here. They told me that personally. I'm telling you this, white women,
Okay.
and they know that themselves.
All right. Maybe just people I'm seeing.
Zongo, you gotta understand, Steve is in the middle of nowhere in Carolina. Okay. He's very antisocial. He's not really, he doesn't know anything. He's just getting there.
Real North Carolina.
God damn, Steve, get out the house.
I get out of the house all the time, man.
No, I mean, well, then get out the countryside.
No, Steve.
That's why I love it, at man. I'm not a city
Because I
person,
listen
bro.
to
I
Steve
love
for
it.
some time now.
And that's the problem.
For some time now, Steve is kind of like mysterious dude that I like. Who is this guy really? Who is Steve? You know, it's a guy that I think. Steve, you don't live in the farmlands. You don't live in the countryside.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's
You kind
bushmeat,
of like more.
Adola. He's
Yeah, you
bushmeat.
kind of more chilling. The car is less. You don't be polluted with those bad exhaust cars with bad engine and bad petrol. You're chilling,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're seeing the artists and everything
Right.
there.
Well,
That would
actually,
be
though,
nice.
like, do you know, like, even in the past, what I used to date, anytime I was dating white chicks and they used to live with me, I can't really come and talk about this pro-black kind of talk because I kind of feel like if she say something, they're gonna feel some kind of way. I couldn't come to
No,
this
no,
pro-black. I always watch
no,
it
no,
stupid, man. I swear,
no,
no,
no, no,
no, I swear to God, man. I swear to God, I always watch this show in secret, man. I swear to God.
Hey, that was funny, Mufasa. I got high speed internet though. I'm not that far in the country.
no.
I'm not
But how
that
do you
far in
take
the
a walk,
country.
bro? How do you take a walk? Who surround you? Is it white people to surround you or black people to surround you?
Oh,
White
me?
people.
Oh, white people.
Black. I live in a black neighborhood, but it's mostly white people in the town that I stay in. Most of the black people
When you
stay
go,
in the
when
city.
you go to
I-
when you go to the bakery, to
No,
buy
wait a
bread.
minute. Steve, are you trying to tell us, you can't walk around the city? You got to walk around your neighborhood only?
no, I go to Woodson all the time. I walk around Woodson all the time. I'm just saying I stay in the rural area. Like I stay, like I said, like where I stay at, it's like 10 minutes outside of the city.
Yeah.
So,
Be,
so
So
Steve,
be
so
careful,
Steve,
Steve.
so Steve, when
10
you go
minutes.
to those bakery, when you go to those corner bakery, see those white chicks behind the
Okay.
desk over
Wait,
there
wait,
with
wait,
the
wait,
service.
wait, 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 wait.
I don't
The
go to
only
no
way.
bakery.
Wait, guys. Come on, guys. The only way you can have a better picture is that where he lives, the neighbors that are around him. How many houses are there within his immediate neighborhood? How many houses are there? Is it countable or not?
Probably like about 20, 30 people.
He lives on the plantation. God damn it.
Steve, one of the people
No,
that
Steve is living the life, man.
when slavery ended, Steve's
I told you
grandparents said we ain't going nowhere.
I told you my people don't live too far from where we was enslaved at. I don't told y'all that before.
What
That's
Steve
why.
ain't
That's why.
saying is he lives in the back house that they had. He's still
But you see, Marishawn, Marishawn is a the way she sound. Marishawn, if you marry a person to Marishawn, you'll be having sweet life too. I know she might not like me because the way I talk, but Marishawn is somebody who does not really like money like that. She would see Marishawn have what kind of white type of character that you also enjoy as a woman if you marry to Marishawn. Marishawn like peace, he like
yeah.
baby, can we talk? She like to take a walk. Because I don't like that chick the way she sound and the way she see life. She see life very simple. She can be,
Yeah.
no, seriously,
I
man.
like
She
for
can be,
that. So Coach Ola, what I
Marisol
think
can be
is
black.
Steve and Murray Shaw.
Marisol is black,
I
but she
think
have a
Steve
white
and Murray
love
Shaw
mentality, man.
I think
I'm
Steve
not
and
gonna
Murray
lie to
Shaw
you.
should get together.
Yeah. Marisol,
It's
Mary
she's
Steve and
Mary
Murray.
peaceful.
Shaw. Mary
You
Shaw.
know,
Mary
she's
Shaw.
very
It's
peaceful.
Steve and Murray.
She's
It
a very
used to be
peaceful lady.
Zongo, but now I think Steve and Murray Shaw they should
I don't
Mary
know how to
hook
pronounce her
up.
name.
Mary
She
Shaw.
have a French name. Her name is
Shy. Mary
okay,
Shy.
Marisha.
No.
Okay, her name look French to me. She look French. Her name is very French. That's what I'm saying. She's Black American, but she has a French name. So that's why I was like,
Oh
okay.
I
my
don't think
God,
But it,
I don't think her name is
That's
French. I don't know.
nothing
I
French
could be
about her
wrong.
name, but okay.
her name is French. But what I mean
Murray
is,
Shaw.
what I mean, the way she talks, the way she sounds, she's a total different black chick. To the other one. She want
man!
peace. She want to take
Don't let
a.
that
She
shit,
Marie,
can
who
take.
hurt you? Come
don't
up
let that
here and
shit
She,
tell us
fool
why
you,
you
man.
stay single forever.
Don't let
That's
that
not
shit fool
possible.
you, man. Don't let that shit fool you, man.
really. So she sound like very peaceful. Somebody you can take on the park, walk with.
She is
You
very
know.
peaceful until some people overstep
Cadola,
boundaries. She'll let them
Cadola.
know, but until then,
Is
she's a very
Marie
nice
Shaw,
lady.
is Murray Shaw the type of person that you'll leave your white wife for?
Oh my
Hell
lord,
no.
Jonathan,
No,
Jonathan, come
no,
on,
no, no.
man.
No,
That man
Jonathan,
is
you be
happily
saying
married.
no,
I'm
no.
trying
I
to find a
just
way to bring you home.
no, 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 no,
He
no.
is
I just
home.
see
He's
the way she
home.
talk. The way she talks. She's not really into money. You can. She like
Marie's
happiness.
rich.
She might have a black skin, but she can be the one. To wear. Dead
Cadola,
sneakers to
Cadola,
take a
the
hike
way
with.
that
Those
you
are
seen
friends.
your wife, if the average African man seen Marie, they would be the same way that you are. God send me an angel.
Oh,
That's
wow.
exactly what they're gonna be thinking.
No,
Now,
I'm
if
just
Marie's
saying.
crazy enough, she'll go and go to that African dude with no water, no toilet, no
Oh
nothing,
my lord.
and
No,
she'll
she think
marry
things.
him and she'll lift him
Yeah,
off
she
the
see
ground.
things. I like her wealth. I like the way she view things and the way she see things. She's very polite. I think I think person like her, she might have you can't call her the typical black woman you will see that want to make a lot of noise. Ask you if you have 2 inches wheel or your ride or whip like that. Somebody I listen to her most of the time. She's very peaceful. She's not saying, "Oh, you must need to have a Jaguar or Ferrari before you can, talk to her."
She might have the black skin, but
Negroes,
what's that?
Negroes are missing her a lot. She
Yeah, but
that's
Kiddo, the way you
that's a
talk,
nice woman you can get married to, man.
The way you talk, you don't really understand women like that, bro.
He
No,
don't need to
women is
understand them
when
no
you
more. He
honest,
out the game,
when you
man. He out
honest
the
to
game.
them, women is
He
like
ain't got
this.
no game, bro.
When
He
you
ain't got
honest
no
to
game.
them, look, no, Zongo, women is this. When you honest to them, until you get 10 times honest back for them too. That's the way I see women. That's people say, "Oh, you don't like this." No, when you honest to them. But if you pick a typical black woman that want to watch your pocket every time,
Oh Lord.
that's gonna be a problem. But
Kidola,
if
start
you
a
have
channel, man. Get
Cadola,
paid, man. Start
Cadola,
a
what year
channel.
was you saved?
Well, no, I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it because a good example is
What
that
year
lady
did
I
you
just saw.
accept white as your
Is that
holy
is that
savior?
is that lady I just saw her name? I'm unable to pronounce the name Mary something, but Mary Shai.
Shy.
Okay,
There you
okay, Mary
go.
Shai.
Yes.
If you listen to Mary Shai, then you take her for a date. You sit on the table
Yeah,
opposite her. Then you can pour all your dreams and your good
yeah,
things to her, but you have to be honest. She
yeah.
would take you like that. I think she's look very honest person also.
Listen to what
You can say
listen to what
you can
Thomas
take
is
her
saying.
to hiking. You can take her walking on the park. So it's not about the white chick alone. She's a typical person that you can take her to everywhere as long as you're
Kiddo,
honest
be
and
quiet, man. Kiddo, be
that's what I'm
quiet,
trying to
man.
mean. It's not about the skin color. It's about who you're dealing with. You know what I mean?
Kiddo,
Who you're
be
Right.
dealing
quiet,
with.
man.
You know.
You ain't
I'm
dated a
gonna
lot of chicks, man. Be quiet. You don't know what you're saying.
I'm gonna have a Negro chick coming around, sitting down with me, she's telling me she want to buy Versace bag and Louis Vuitton and
Birkin
Miyake
bag.
perfume. Forget it,
Most
man.
most most nice chicks, if they flip on you, you gonna see their other side, bro.
Why you saying that, man? I'm not saying. Okay.
Not all nice people, they all have their bad side too. You just don't know about it, man. Every chick, every woman.
No, no,
If you
no, no. It's not really like that.
so
That's
even
why I
your
say I'm
woman, you
not
mean
dealing with.
okay? So wait, wait. So if you want me to tell you, like you and your wife, you never seen the bad side of your wife before?
Yeah, you will always see
Of course,
when she
yeah.
get pissed or something like that.
Of course, that's the part I'm trying to say.
That's what you need
Yeah,
to see. It's not always going to be a happy and jolly. Things will happen that you put, okay, this is the boundary. You set a boundary. That's what I try to say that everybody's not about the skin color. Would you want peace or you want war? You have to choose between peace or war. You understand me? You can't live in the house. You always have war every
Yeah,
time.
but Kyoto,
You know.
you also know that some chicks might be extremely very nice, but if when they get mad, they might not know how to control themselves. You know that too as well, right? I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, I understand, but you will see these things will pump out maybe within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You put, things will come out. They will say,
Yeah,
okay, I don't want,
but you wouldn't see this attitude when the person is with friends, unless you see that when you're actually dating the person.
yeah,
When
yeah,
the
yeah, I
person is
understand.
actually-
All this things comes out also, but what I'm trying to say is, you put think I deal with skin color. I don't deal with skin color like that. I just make example because my mind just go towards that, towards the chick there, Merisha, that she been, I know her for some time now, the way she sound. She's very honest human being. A Negro supposed to go to a chick like that and have a beautiful life. You people can plan your life, everything together, have a very, she's pretty, both in soul and, physical and everything. I don't try to blow her head up, but what I mean is,
I mean, you can. I mean, the East Side
Negro
people,
can go to chick,
you can still add
Negro can
second
go to
wife,
chick like her and
Yola.
have a peaceful life and, without not watching your back, what is going on. You look
You
somebody
see
that's
that,
very
Marie? We are
directed.
advocating for you right now, girl.
You can still have a
Everyone's
second wife.
saying you pretty. Steve really loves you. Zongo, he wants you, but he's scared to have you for some reason. He's too busy being a hoe. Don't mind him.
Yola,
Marie gonna be married by next year.
you can still have a second wife, Kidola, man. There's some people
I've
never
been,
prevent.
I've been telling him that it's a part of his tribal thing. I don't know
It
why he
ain't for
won't do it.
everybody, man. I'm pretty sure
No,
Kidola don't
man.
want a second wife. Not for everybody.
No, his wife
It's
is
for
gonna kill.
everybody. Steve,
His
be
wife is
quiet.
gonna. His wife is gonna kill his ass, man.
No,
you know that.
key words, key words, key
Man,
words. See,
Kidola, man. Be honest,
see,
man.
see,
Shut up,
see,
man.
see, Zongo, as I'm talking to you, right? As I'm talking to you,